Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had a leveling system and had mini harem? Part 5. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is The Gamer Hero 010 by SherryBro. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Match 10. Izuku Midoriya vs All Might. As the tension mounted and anticipation hung thick in the air, the monitor room filled up quickly with the remaining members of Class 1A. The injured ones were absent, but the rest of the students eagerly gathered, their eyes glued to the large screens displaying the battlefield where the ultimate showdown was about to take place. Izuku vs All Might. This was the final exam, and it was bound to be a spectacle no one would forget. Kyoka, Momo, and Ochako sat together on one side of the room, their faces tense but determined, clearly rooting for Izuku. Kyoka. "I think Izuku has this one," she said, leaning back in her chair, arms crossed. "He's been growing so much lately, and with those insane weapons and skills of his. All might have his hands full." Momo nodded, her expression thoughtful. "Momo. Midoriya-san's strategy and resourcefulness are definitely his strengths. If he can outthink All Might, he has a real chance." Ochako chimed in with a determined look. "Ochako. I know Izuku will pull through. He's come so far, and he's not the type to give up." Her hands were clenched tightly in her lap, a mix of nerves and excitement clear in her expression. Meanwhile, across the room, some of the others weren't so sure. Denki. "I don't know, guys," he remarked, shaking his head as he leaned against the wall. "All Might's still All Might, even if Midoriya's got flashy skills. We're talking about the symbol of peace here." Zero. "Yeah," he agreed, nodding as he peered at the screen. "All Might's experience and raw power are on a whole different level. Midoriya's good, but this is going to be tough." Even Aoyama, with his usual dramatic flair, added, "Yuga. We, All Might is unstoppable, non? He'll shine brighter than all the stars." In the back of the room, Todoroki remained silent, his arms crossed. His eyes were fixed on the screen, unreadable, though the tension in his posture betrayed his interest in the upcoming battle. He had seen firsthand just how far Izuku had come, but he also knew the overwhelming strength All Might possessed. He wasn't ready to make a prediction. As the students continued to discuss the match, the door to the room opened, and several UA staff members entered, taking their seats to watch. Aizawa, Recovery Girl, Cementos, Ectoplasm, and even the always elusive Principal Nezu had come to witness what promised to be an intense and high-stakes fight. This wasn't just an exam. This was a battle of legends in the making. Recovery Girl. "Looks like everyone's betting on either side," she commented, her eyes twinkling with amusement as she observed the students' animated debates. "I just hope no one gets too carried away." Aizawa, seated beside her, nodded. "Aizawa. This match will be telling. Midoriya's come a long way, but he's up against All Might. It'll be a true test of his growth." In the corner, Nezu standing on a chair so he could see over the heads of the students. His eyes sparkled with interest. "Nezu. This match is a fascinating one. Midoriya must find a way to balance his intellect with his growing power. All Might is an insurmountable wall, but even walls have cracked if you know where to look." The entire room fell silent as the screen flickered, showing both Izuku and All Might standing at opposite ends of the replica city arena. The tension was palpable, and even the students who were unsure about who would win felt the weight of what was about to happen. "Eijiro. Here we go," he muttered, his hands clenched into fists as he leaned forward in his seat. Izuku stood firm in the center of the street, his eyes cold and calculating. He radiated confidence, his calm demeanor startling some of the students who were used to seeing him more nervous. All Might, on the other side of the city, cracked his knuckles, a grin tugging at the corners of his mouth despite the serious nature of the exam. Even from such a distance, his towering presence was enough to send ripples of anticipation through the air. The match began with a thunderous roar as All Might launched a devastating Texas smash. Boom! The shockwave ripped through the streets, tearing asphalt and debris into the air. The sheer wind pressure obliterated the nearby buildings, sending shattered glass and chunks of concrete flying in every direction. Dust filled the air, swirling in chaotic patterns, and the sound of destruction echoed across the cityscape. It was a declaration of power, an unmistakable warning to Izuku and the rest of the world. However, amidst the wreckage, Izuku stood calmly, unflinching. The moment All Might's attack reached the invisible radius around him, infinity took effect. The wind, debris, and violent shockwaves from the Texas smash slowed to a crawl as if time itself were being halted. The air seemed to bend around him, creating a surreal scene as the destructive force approached, yet never made contact. Crackle. The wind distorted and the ground trembled, but nothing touched Izuku. The students and teachers in the monitor room gasped audibly, their faces filled with shock as they watched the overwhelming attack fizzle out before it could touch him. In the calm, chilling quiet that followed, Izuku's eyes narrowed coldly. His voice, sharp and unwavering, pierced the destruction. Izuku. Are you sure you want to do this? All Might, standing tall and undeterred at the far end, grinned defiantly. All Might. I am a villain, hero, so give me your best shot. Izuku let out a deep sigh, his eyes darkening with resolve. Without another word, he vanished, disappearing in an instant. Whoosh. The next moment, he reappeared directly in front of All Might. The #1 hero barely had time to react. He raised his arms just in time to block Izuku's punch. But the force of it was immense, far beyond anything All Might had expected. The shockwave from the impact shattered the ground beneath them, creating a deep crater, and the remaining buildings around them crumbled to dust. Boom. All Might slid back several feet, his powerful legs digging into the street as he absorbed the blow. The air around them crackled with energy, and the city, already in ruins, seemed to be collapsing further under the pressure of their clash. Izuku stood still, his stance casual, but his aura intense. His voice was ice-cold, almost taunting, as he gazed at All Might with piercing eyes. Izuku. Is this all you've got, symbol of peace? All Might grunted, his muscles tensing as he threw his first punch, aiming directly for Izuku's chest. Wham! But Izuku was already gone again, vanishing in a blur of speed. The punch missed entirely, crashing into the ground and sending a shockwave through the earth that demolished anything still standing. The nearby skyscraper collapsed, crumbling like sand under the sheer weight of All Might's raw power. Izuku. Too slow, his voice cut through the chaos from behind, mocking and calm. All Might whirled around, delivering a rapid flurry of punches, each one powerful enough to pulverize stone. Bam! 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 But Izuku effortlessly dodged every strike. His movements were a blur, fluid, and impossibly fast, leaving afterimages that confused even All Might. Each missed punch sent shockwaves through the air, destroying more of the city's already wrecked infrastructure. Boom! Another dodge. Crash! A missed punch obliterated a building. Every time All Might attacked, he was met with nothing, only empty air, followed by destruction. The replica city, once a training ground, was rapidly being reduced to rubble by their clash. All Might growled, his teeth grinding in frustration. All Might. I'm not done yet. He swung his fist again, aiming for Izuku's chest. Thoom. But Izuku sidestepped, letting the punch sail past him as though he had seen it coming from a mile away. With a flash of speed, Izuku struck back. His fist met All Might's side with a crushing blow. Boom! The impact sent All Might flying, crashing through several buildings in the distance. The ground shook beneath them, the sheer force of the attack sending shockwaves that reverberated for miles. As the dust settled, Izuku stood tall, his cold, taunting gaze fixed on All Might's position. Izuku. Remove your weights, All Might. I want to fight you at your best. All Might, still recovering from the powerful blow, slowly rose to his feet, his once playful demeanor now more serious. His eyes met Izuku's, full of respect but also concern. All Might. It would be too dangerous for you, my boy, he replied, his deep voice echoing through the ruined city. These weights are here for a reason. Even as a villain, I don't want to break you. Izuku narrowed his eyes, unimpressed by the concern. Izuku. Dangerous? He scoffed softly. I didn't come here for a lecture. If you don't give me your all, then you'll lose. Without another word, Izuku's aura surged with raw power as he raised his hand, summoning the Sword of Omen in its katana form. The sleek blade gleamed under the flickering light of the ruined city, its energy pulsing with an ominous glow. Izuku held it with precision, his fingers wrapping tightly around the hilt. The katana radiated a cold, predatory energy, as if eager to be unleashed. All Might raised an eyebrow. All Might. You are a stubborn kid, aren't you? Izuku said nothing, his focus now entirely on the task at hand. In a blur of movement too fast for the human eye to follow, Izuku disappeared from sight, the sound of his step leaving a sharp whoosh through the air. When he reappeared behind All Might, the judgment cut was already complete. Slash. The air itself seemed to split apart, creating a rift of energy that surged forward. In a single, fluid motion, Izuku's katana sliced through the weights on All Might's legs and arms, the metal falling to the ground with a metallic clang, perfectly severed in an instant. The cut was so precise that All Might barely felt the blade, only realizing the weights were removed when he saw them drop to the ground in pieces. For a moment, silence filled the air, the realization dawning on All Might. Izuku stood a few meters away, his sword still raised slightly, the wind carrying the last echoes of the cut. Izuku. Now, he said coldly, there are no excuses. All Might glanced at his arms, flexing them slightly. Without the weights, the full extent of his power was now unshackled. His muscles bulged, and a more intense aura of raw strength began to radiate from his body. The ground beneath him cracked under the sudden shift of his immense power. A smile spread across All Might's face, more dangerous and excited than before. All Might. Hey, he muttered, fine. If that's what you want, I'll show you what real power is. With a low rumble, All Might's energy skyrocketed, the pressure in the air shifting as the symbol of peace unleashed his full potential. His body began to crackle with power, the city shaking under the sheer force of his presence. Dust swirled around the area, and the destroyed buildings groaned under the pressure of their clash, barely standing after the earlier exchange. Izuku stood still, unmoved by the shift in power. His expression remained cold and calculated, his eyes never leaving All Might's imposing figure. With a flick of his wrist, he effortlessly dismissed the Sword of Omen, allowing the katana to vanish into shimmering particles of light. All Might clenched his fists and grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement. All Might. Come, my boy. Show me what you're really made of. Without a word, Izuku vanished from sight in an instant, his speed far beyond anything All Might had ever encountered before. Whoosh. The air crackled with electricity as Izuku blurred out of existence, leaving nothing but a gust of wind in his wake. All Might's eyes widened in surprise, but his years of battle experience allowed him to react just in time. Boom. The ground shattered beneath All Might's feet as Izuku reappeared directly in front of him, aiming a powerful punch toward his abdomen. All Might barely managed to block it, crossing his arms in front of him as the impact sent a shockwave through the air. The force of the blow was so intense that the street below them cratered from the sheer pressure, and nearby windows shattered from the shockwave. Bam! Izuku's fist collided with All Might's block, and the impact sent a wave of energy rippling through the city. The sound of the impact echoed through the replica city, like thunder in a storm. All Might grunted as he slid back from the force, his boots leaving deep grooves in the street. All Might. Fast, he muttered to himself, his heart pounding with adrenaline. Izuku's cold eyes narrowed, not giving All Might a moment to recover. He vanished again, his body blurring out of sight, leaving nothing but the faintest whisper of movement. Whoosh. All Might turned his head slightly, sensing the sudden shift in the air. Boom. Another strike came from Izuku, this time aimed at All Might's side. All Might spun with incredible speed, just barely catching Izuku's fist midair with his own massive hand. The force of the impact created another shockwave, causing the surrounding debris to fly outward in every direction. All Might. Ha, not bad, he roared, his grip tightening on Izuku's fist. He swung his other arm with all his might, aiming for a devastating blow to Izuku's torso. But just before All Might's fist could make contact, Izuku activated Infinity. The air around Izuku shimmered as the invisible barrier formed, slowing All Might's punch down to a crawl. All Might's fist hovered inches away from Izuku's body, never making contact. It was as if time itself had slowed around him, rendering All Might's immense strength useless. The pressure from the punch, however, created a gust of wind that ruffled Izuku's hair. All Might's eyes widened as he felt the invisible force field blocking his attack. All Might. What? Izuku glanced up at him coldly, his voice calm and distant. Izuku. It's pointless. You won't touch me. With a flicker of speed, Izuku broke free from All Might's grip and darted backward, putting some distance between them. The invisible barrier of infinity flickered briefly around him before dissipating, leaving All Might to process what had just happened. All Might. I see, he said, straightening himself, a more serious expression on his face now. You've grown even more strong, young Midoriya. But let's see how long you can keep that up. Without warning, All Might lunged forward with incredible speed, faster than before. His fists became blurs of motion as he unleashed a rapid barrage of punches, each one powerful enough to level a building. Bam, bam, bam. The shockwaves from each punch ripped through the air, creating miniature sonic booms with every strike. Izuku, however, didn't flinch. His infinity skill was activated again, creating an invisible barrier around him that slowed every single punch All Might threw. Each blow was stopped just before it could land, hovering inches away from Izuku's body, trapped in the endless void between them. The street around them couldn't handle the strain. Boom, crack. The concrete cracked and exploded beneath All Might's feet, and nearby buildings that had barely survived their earlier clash now crumbled under the pressure of his relentless attacks. Dust and debris filled the air, swirling around them like a storm, yet Izuku remained untouched, standing perfectly still amidst the chaos. All Might. Impressive, he shouted, sweat dripping down his forehead as he continued his onslaught. But how long will you hide behind that shield, young Midoriya? Izuku's eyes flashed. In an instant, he vanished again, using his speed to avoid All Might's latest barrage. Whoosh. This time, he appeared behind All Might, his arm raised for another devastating blow. But All Might was ready. With a quick spin, All Might countered, his elbow coming down toward Izuku's head. Bam! The force of the attack sent another shockwave through the air, but just before it could land, Izuku dodged with a lightning-quick sidestep, leaving All Might's elbow to slam into the ground, creating a massive crater. Izuku reappeared in the air above him, floating momentarily before launching a powerful kick down toward All Might's shoulder. Thwack! The blow connected with a crackling sound, sending All Might skidding across the ground, plowing through the remains of a building before finally coming to a stop. Without hesitation, All Might surged forward again, his fist cocked back, ready to deliver his next attack. Whoosh! His speed was monstrous, his body nearly invisible as he tore through the air. Izuku calmly held his ground, his cold demeanor unchanged. As All Might's fist neared, he activated Infinity once more. The punch slowed, just like the others, unable to breach the barrier. But All Might wasn't done. With his other hand, he reached out, grabbing a nearby chunk of concrete and hurling it at Izuku with lightning speed. Thoom! Izuku's Infinity caught the debris in its tracks, but it provided the perfect distraction. Boom! All Might's other fists finally made contact, grazing the edge of Izuku's shoulder with immense force. Izuku grunted as the blow sent him flying backward through the air, crashing through a series of walls before he finally stopped, landing on his feet with a graceful flip. The impact had caused a slight rip in his hero suit that quickly fixed itself, but otherwise, Izuku remained unscathed. Izuku, wiping a bit of dust off his sleeve, straightened up, his eyes sharp and focused. The battle was far from over, and Izuku wasn't going to let up. Without a word, he vanished again, the air crackling with his speed as the city continued to crumble around them. As the fierce clash between Izuku and All Might escalated to an almost unimaginable level, the students and teachers watching in the monitor room suddenly saw the screens flicker before turning to static. The cameras that had been broadcasting the intense battle just moments ago were now completely offline. Denki! What the? He blinked in disbelief, leaning closer to the monitor as if proximity would somehow fix the situation. Momo! The cameras, they're destroyed, she whispered, her voice full of concern. She had been intently studying every move, and the sudden loss of vision felt like being thrust into darkness. Aizawa! It was bound to happen. With that level of power, the entire area has probably been leveled, he muttered, his voice low, betraying the worry he tried to hide. His eyes were glued to the malfunctioning screens, his sharp instincts telling him that whatever was happening beyond their sight had reached a dangerous point. The room was filled with a chorus of groans and complaints as the monitors remained stubbornly black. No one had anticipated that the sheer force of their battle would be enough to knock out the surveillance system. The students shifted uneasily, half expecting the screens to come back to life at any moment, but nothing happened. Meanwhile, in the corner of the room, Principal Nezu sat quietly, a rare look of intensity in his small, beady eyes. While the others were busy staring at the broken cameras, Nezu tapped into the feed from a drone that had been flying overhead, silently observing the battle. He had anticipated something like this, knowing how catastrophic this match might become, and had made sure there was a backup plan in place. His sharp eyes followed every movement as Izuku and All Might continued their fight, even though no one else in the room could see it. As the fight raged on, the dust and debris from their previous clashes swirled in the air like a storm, settling briefly before being disrupted by another round of earth-shattering blows. Both All Might and Izuku moved with a blur of speed, their sheer power warping the environment around them. The replica city groaned and cracked under the weight of their battle, but amidst the destruction, Izuku's mind was elsewhere, fixated on questions that had been simmering beneath the surface for years. Izuku's chest heaved as he came to a halt, glaring at All Might. His eyes, normally filled with determination, were now burning with something much deeper. "Izuku, am I strong enough now, All Might?" he asked, his voice cutting through the sounds of their battle. "Have I proven to you, to everyone that I belong here?" His feet pressed forward, crunching the shattered asphalt beneath him. The cracks that spider-webbed across the ground seemed like a mirror to the fractures in his own heart. "Or am I still that quirkless kid on the rooftop?" All Might flinched at the memory because he forgot in the heat of battle. His shoulders relaxed slightly, but he held his ground, watching his young student with concern. He could see that Izuku's question wasn't just about strength, it was a cry for validation, something deeper than any physical power could offer. "All Might, young Midoriya," he began, his voice quieter now, filled with regret, "I apologize for my words that day." Izuku's expression twisted, a flicker of anger rising in his chest. "Izuku, would you still say that if I was quirkless?" His voice was sharper now, more forceful. His hands clenched at his sides. "I haven't used any of my skills except the invisible barrier. This," he motioned to the destruction around them, the torn streets, the broken buildings, "is my strength. But this is all physical." In a flash, Izuku launched himself at All Might, his fist cocked back, glowing with raw power. Boom! His punch smashed into the ground as All Might barely dodged to the left. The shockwave from the blow sent cracks rippling through the earth, chunks of the ground being sent skyward as if ripped apart by an earthquake. "Izuku, heroes are physically strong," he muttered. "But they're also mentally strong." With a powerful kick, he threw the debris and dirt at All Might's face. All Might, anticipating the move, quickly clapped his hands together, sending a gust of wind outward. Whoosh! The force knocked the dirt away before it could blind him. He smiled slightly. "All Might. Correct, young man, but even heroes slip up. What I said that day was a mistake. I was in a ruse." Thwack! Izuku's roundhouse kick slammed into All Might's right arm, cutting him off mid-sentence. All Might dug his feet into the ground to keep himself from being sent flying, but the force was undeniable. Izuku's raw power was pushing him to the limit. All Might grunted, but kept his balance. "Izuku. A mistake, a mistake." His voice cracked, his anger bubbling to the surface. "You couldn't even spare me a few minutes before you brushed me off like some groupie." He spat the words like venom, his body shaking with emotion. All Might's face twisted in a mixture of regret and pain, but before he could respond, Izuku asked, his voice colder now. "Izuku, you fight head-on with most of the villains you face. So why are you talking now?" All Might took a deep breath, his body relaxing just slightly as he spoke. "All Might. Talking is a valid way to get a villain to give up. Connecting with them, getting them to stand down." Izuku's eyes narrowed, his voice becoming more biting. "Izuku. Connecting. What do you even know about being quirkless? You're All Might. You don't know what I've been put through. How much I had to bury and justify for other people so that I could look myself in the eye." Izuku grabbed his hair, frustration coursing through him. His thoughts, memories, and emotions were all colliding like a storm inside his head. All Might, sensing the intensity of Izuku's turmoil, took a cautious step forward, his hands open and non-threatening. He could see the young man before him was on the edge. But Izuku wasn't having it. He lashed out like a cornered animal, throwing a powerful punch aimed at All Might's upper right shoulder. Boom! The impact sent All Might flying backward, crashing into one of the nearby buildings. He grunted as the force of the blow reverberated through him, but as he stood, he quickly realized that every hit from Izuku had been careful, aimed away from his left side, away from his weak point. Izuku, do you think I asked my best friend to abandon me as soon as I was diagnosed quirkless? He shouted, his voice hoarse with emotion. He stalked forward, his fists trembling. Do you think I wanted adults to look at me with pity or disgust after my mother and father died? I was 7 years old, the first time someone told me to kill myself because I wasn't born with a quirk. All Might froze. His face paled as the full weight of Izuku's words sank in. Izuku, when was the last time someone told you to kill yourself, All Might? He continued, his voice hard and unrelenting. His eyes gleamed with a rage All Might had never seen before. I have received over 700 spider lilies, 200 fake love letters, and 10 death threats, and I've lost count of the times people have said, take a swan dive off the roof. So what do you want to connect with first, All Might? All Might's heart clenched as the numbers rang in his ears, disbelief and sorrow spreading across his face. How could someone so young, someone so full of potential, have suffered so much without him ever knowing? Izuku, should I go on? He asked, his voice tight, strained with years of pain that had never been acknowledged. The teachers did nothing as the verbal abuse continued. They even joined in. Then students turned on me because someone caused them to. Izuku didn't mention Katsuki, refusing to tear down the boy's potential to be a hero, despite everything. Izuku. That's just verbal, All Might. Ready for the physical? He unbuttoned his shirt slightly, revealing his collarbone. Burned scar. He pointed, broken shoulder. His finger hovered over another area. A few broken ribs, and a broken arm. 3 times, I believe, before I learned to run for my life. All Might's eyes widened as he stared at the scared skin. Izuku. I kept getting back up, patching myself up. I forgave everyone. Every wrong the people closest to me did. Tears rolled down his cheeks, his voice trembling. You just buried the last nail in the coffin with your words. And then, I was almost killed by the one I called brother. The words were filled with bitter sorrow, and they seemed to echo in the vastness of the destroyed training grounds, lingering in the air. All Might's eyes widened. His face crumpled with guilt and regret as the weight of Izuku's words fully registered. Without hesitation, he moved forward and embraced Izuku tightly. The towering symbol of peace, the one who stood tall against all odds, now found himself shaking as tears welled up in his eyes. All Might. I am so sorry, he whispered, his voice breaking as the tears streamed down his face. I'm sorry for not giving you the hope and safety I've strived for since I was a student at UA. I was so distracted. I didn't notice your pain. I dismissed you. His arms tightened around the boy. I'm sorry I failed to be the hero you looked up to. I can only ask for you to give me the chance to make up for my mistakes. Izuku's bottom lip trembled as he stood there, caught off guard by the genuine emotion of the man he had once idolized. He could see it now. All Might wasn't asking for forgiveness, but a chance for redemption. A chance to fix the hurt he had unknowingly caused. The young hero's strength seemed to drain out of him, and his gaze lingered on All Might, who stayed still, waiting, patient, unyielding, hoping for a response, for any sign that Izuku would allow him to right his wrongs. All Might didn't dare move, watching his student with tears still trickling down his face. Then, faint and barely audible, he heard the softest, "Okay," from Izuku's lips. Relief flooded through All Might, but before he could say anything, he felt something cold snap around his wrist. Izuku looked up at him with a weak, teary smile. Izuku. Guess talking can help. Sometimes, he sniffed, his eyes reflecting exhaustion but also a sense of peace. At that moment, Nezu's voice crackled through the drone, but it lacked the usual chipper tone. Nezu. Midoriya Izuku. Passes his final exam. The silence after Nezu's words was heavy. Izuku looked up, noticing All Might's eyes, red from crying, softened as he gazed down at Izuku. All Might. Young Midoriya, he said quietly, his voice filled with emotion. Thank you for giving me the chance to make up for my past mistakes. A small, tender smile broke through the lingering sorrow on his face. Izuku wiped his cheeks, still visibly shaken. Izuku. I don't hate you, All Might. He struggled to find the right words as he sniffed again. I'm just angry because you were like everyone else. His voice cracked, but then, slowly, his posture straightened as he buttoned his shirt, concealing the scars he had shown. I was wrong. You're different. All Might shook his head, his face filled with remorse. All Might. No. I dismissed you just like your teachers did. I failed you, Midoriya. Izuku stood tall now, but his expression softened, and he extended a hand toward All Might. Izuku. Yet, you're the first person to hug me and ask to fix your mistakes. You're the first one to say sorry, and mean it, not for yourself, but for me. Thank you. For a moment, All Might stared at the outstretched hand, then clasped it tightly, a tearful smile on his face. All Might. No, young Midoriya, I should be the one saying thank you, for giving me this chance. As the moment of reconciliation settled between them, Izuku's gaze shifted, noticing something strange. Smoke suddenly began to billow around All Might, and within seconds, the towering figure of the symbol of peace deflated, leaving behind a frail, skeleton-like man. Izuku's eyes widened in shock and confusion, his mind racing to comprehend what he was seeing. Izuku. All Might? He blurted out, unable to hide his surprise. All Might, now in his weakened form, let out a small, tired sigh. All Might. It's a long story, young Midoriya, he admitted, offering a weak smile. His once powerful and indomitable presence now looked so fragile, so human. Izuku, though still processing this unexpected sight, nodded quietly. He knew now wasn't the time to pry, especially after all that had just transpired between them. Whatever the reason, All Might was clearly more complex than the symbol he portrayed. Izuku. I understand, he said, offering him a quiet but sincere respect for the boundaries being set. All Might's expression softened again, this time with a touch of pride as he looked at his student. All Might. Thank you, young Midoriya. He paused for a moment, then, as if a bright idea had come to him, his eyes lit up. Actually, there's something I'd like to invite you to if you're interested. Izuku blinked, curiosity piqued. Izuku. What is it? With a renewed sense of enthusiasm, All Might continued. All Might. The expo. It's a grand event held on Island, where some of the most advanced hero support items and technology are showcased. A lot of powerful heroes and great minds attend, and I think you'd find it quite interesting. Would you care to join me? Izuku's face brightened almost instantly, his exhaustion from the intense exam momentarily forgotten. Izuku. Island? Expo? Of course. I'd love to go. The excitement in his voice was unmistakable. All Might chuckled softly, his usual warmth and charm returning even in his smaller form. All Might. Good, I thought you'd like that. We'll make the arrangements soon. As Izuku stepped out of the replica city, his shoulders heavy from the emotional and physical toll of the exam, he was immediately greeted by a sudden, warm embrace. Ochako, Momo, and Jiro all rushed toward him, wrapping their arms around him tightly. Ochako. Izuku, she exclaimed, her voice filled with relief. We were so worried. Kyoka. You really had us scared there for a second, she added, her usual calm demeanor now replaced by genuine concern. Momo, still holding on to him, spoke softly. Momo. You looked like you were carrying a heavy burden in there. Are you all right? Izuku felt a warmth in his chest. He had always tried to handle things on his own, but seeing his classmates genuinely care about him reminded him that he wasn't alone. He smiled sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. Izuku. I'm fine, really. Before he could say his sentence, the rest of Class 1A quickly gathered around him, bombarding him with a flurry of questions. Iroh. What happened in there, man? He asked, his voice full of excitement. Mina. Yeah, the camera is cut out, and we couldn't see anything, she chimed in, practically bouncing on her heels. What did you do? Denki leaned in with a wide grin. Denki, did you beat All Might? Even Iida couldn't contain his curiosity. Tenya. Midoriya, please explain what transpired in the battle. We were all on edge after the feed went down. Izuku chuckled nervously, glancing back toward the replica city. As he did, the sight of the ruined landscape greeted them all. The once elaborate urban setting now lay in shambles, buildings toppled, streets torn apart, and debris scattered everywhere. The entire class sweat dropped in unison, staring in disbelief at the level of destruction left in the wake of Izuku and All Might's battle. Izuku scratched the back of his neck again, his sheepish smile widening. Izuku. I may have gone a little overboard. For a moment, there was silence as everyone took in the sight of the ruined city, and then, all at once, a collective sigh rose from the group. Zero. You think? He exclaimed, eyes wide as he gestured toward the carnage behind them. Izuku could only laugh awkwardly, trying to deflect the attention, while his classmates continued to question him, a mixture of awe, disbelief, and admiration in their voices. After the intensity of the UA final exams, Izuku found himself retired to his bed. His body demanded rest, and before long, he found himself drifting off into a deep, dreamless sleep. But it didn't stay dreamless for long. The world around him shifted. Izuku blinked, trying to make sense of his surroundings. The space was vast, and dark, yet eerily clear, like a night sky without stars. It wasn't the endless void that unnerved him, but the presence he felt within it. No, not just a presence, several presences, each more powerful than anything he had encountered before. Izuku found himself standing in a vast, cold expanse that seemed to stretch infinitely in every direction. The ground beneath his feet was polished obsidian, reflecting a distorted version of himself as he took in his surroundings. The air was thick with an overwhelming sense of power, pressing down on him like an invisible weight. This wasn't a place that existed in the real world, it was something beyond, something otherworldly. Before him stood a towering, imposing throne made of dark, jagged stone. It looked ancient and indomitable, as though it had withstood countless ages of war and strife. Seated upon this throne was a man whose presence commanded the very space around him. His sharp, chiseled features were framed by black hair that fell in strands down to his intense gray eyes, which seemed to pierce through Izuku with a gaze that held both wisdom and untold power. The man's muscular frame was relaxed, yet there was an undeniable sense of readiness about him, as if he could spring into action at any moment with devastating force. Izuku's eyes were drawn to the three figures kneeling in front of the throne. Each one was a being of immense power, and the aura they emitted made Izuku's instincts scream in alarm. The first was a knight, a giant clad in jet black armor that absorbed the surrounding light, giving him an ominous glow. The armor was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to pulse with inner energy, and a tattered black cape hung from his shoulders, swaying slightly in the non-existent wind. A long, red hair-like ornament extended from the back of his helmet, adding to his fearsome appearance. His left eye bore a deep scar, a mark of countless battles fought and survived. This was no ordinary knight. This was a being born from the very essence of war and conflict. Next to the knight stood a creature that sent chills down Izuku's spine, a massive humanoid ant. Its body was covered in a dark exoskeleton that shimmered with a light purple glow. Its neon eyes were filled with an intelligent, predatory gleam, and its sharp claws looked capable of tearing through anything in their path. The creature's smoky wings fluttered lightly, creating a barely perceptible hum in the air. This being exuded a regal yet terrifying presence, as if it were both a king and a warrior, ready to crush any who dared oppose it. The final figure was perhaps the most terrifying of them all, a giant warrior with two pairs of black, jagged wings that spread menacingly behind him. His armor was jagged and dark, covered in spikes that seemed designed to rend and tear. His skin glowed with a faint purple light, and his blank, white eyes contrasted starkly against his armored face. Atop his head was a single horned helmet, and in his hand, he held a massive blade that resembled a monstrous centipede. The weapon seemed almost alive, its segments moving with a sinister fluidity as if it were both a whip and a sword. The sheer malevolence radiating from this being was enough to make Izuku's heart race. As Izuku stood there, his breath quickening and his muscles tensing with fear, the man on the throne raised a hand. The simple gesture was enough to command silence and attention, and the oppressive aura in the air seemed to ease slightly. Calm down, the man's voice resonated through the expanse, deep and powerful, yet surprisingly gentle. There was a weight to his words, a commanding presence that could soothe even the most troubled soul. His tone alone seemed to ease the pressure on Izuku's chest, allowing him to breathe more easily. Izuku forced himself to take a deep breath, his green eyes wide with a mix of awe and caution as they locked onto the man's gray ones. Izuku. Who are you? The man on the throne slowly stood, his movement as graceful as it was powerful. His presence seemed to fill the entire space, commanding respect and awe. He glanced down at the three kneeling figures, his shadows, before shifting his gaze back to Izuku. A faint smile appeared on his lips, one that spoke of recognition and familiarity. I am Jin Woo, he said, his voice carrying the weight of his experience and the battles he had fought. I am from another dimension, one very different from your world, yet not so different in its struggles. His gaze softened slightly as if recalling memories of a distant past. He gestured to the three kneeling shadows. These are my strongest warriors. Igris, he motioned to the knight. Beru, indicating the ant-like creature. And Belian, pointing to the winged warrior. The names echoed in Izuku's mind like distant thunder, carrying with them a sense of ancient power and legacy. The towering knight, the monstrous ant, the winged warrior, each of them exuded an aura that was nothing short of legendary. These were not mere beings, they were titans, each carrying the weight of countless victories and unimaginable strength. Izuku. What is this place? Sung. You're standing in the shadow of my domain. Izuku's mind raced. That name, it sounded vaguely familiar, but there was no time to place it as Sung continued. Sung. I am the shadow monarch of another dimension. The ruler of shadows, the one who commands an army born of darkness and loyalty. I have fought wars beyond your imagination and triumphed over forces you can scarcely comprehend. Izuku felt a shiver crawl down his spine. Wars, shadow monarch, it's just like his alias. But what did this have to do with him? Sung. I have chosen you to continue the fight against a threat that not only endangers your world but all worlds. Izuku's heart skipped a beat, the weight of Jin Woo's words sinking in. Izuku. A threat. Jin Woo's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing. Sung. The monarch of destruction. Antares. Sung Jin Woo began to walk, his hands clasped behind his back as he looked out into the void. His voice was calm and measured, but beneath it, Izuku could feel the weight of history, of battles fought across time and space. Sung. In your world, you have villains, people who use their powers for selfish gain. But beyond your world, there are beings of unimaginable power. They are known as monarchs and rulers. The monarchs seek to conquer, destroy, and subjugate the multiverse under their control. The rulers, on the other hand, seek to maintain balance, to protect the natural order. Izuku listened intently, trying to piece together this new information. He had always thought of his world in terms of quirks and heroes, but now, the scale had expanded far beyond what he had ever imagined. Sung. The rulers and monarchs waged war against each other, a war that devastated countless worlds. But among the rulers, there was one who was different, Ashbourne, who turned into the first shadow monarch. Unlike the others, Ashbourne desired peace and was weary of the endless war between the monarchs and the rulers. He saw potential in humanity, in their will to survive, to protect one another. Jin Woo's expression grew somber as he continued. Sung. But Ashbourne's choice to stand with humanity came at a great cost. His overwhelming powers earned him great fear from both sides and eventually led the 9 monarchs to turn on him, and he was hunted by both sides. Ashbourne was alone, fighting a war on 2 fronts, until he found someone worthy of inheriting his power, me. Izuku's eyes widened in awe. Izuku. So, you're his successor. Jin Woo gave a slight nod, a shadow of a smile crossing his face. Sung. Yes, I was once an ordinary human, much like you. But through a series of trials and battles, I inherited Ashbourne's power and became the Shadow Monarch. With that power, I fought against the monarchs, including Antares, and eventually brought an end to the war. Izuku. So, you defeated him. Sung. For a time, he said, his expression hardening. But Antares is a being of unimaginable power, and he's found a way to cross dimensions. He's escaped and will soon come into your world. Izuku's fists clenched at his sides. Izuku. What can I do? Jin Woo turned to face Izuku, his gray eyes locking onto the young hero. Sung. You've already begun your journey, Midoriya. The power you think of as your quirk is not a quirk at all. It is a gift, a piece of my power that I bestowed upon you. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. Izuku. What? You gave me my quirk. Jin Woo's expression softened slightly. Sung. Yes, when I saw the danger your world was in, I knew I couldn't stay in your dimension long enough to fight Antares myself. So I designed a way for you to grow stronger, a system that would allow you to level up, to fight, and to survive the threats that would come. Suddenly, everything made sense. The dungeons, the S-rank weapons, the legendary armor he wore as a hero suit, it was all part of a larger plan, a plan that Jin Woo had set in motion. Izuku's mind raced, memories of every trial and triumph flashing through his mind. The endless dungeons, the monsters, the impossible rewards, it all came from Jin Woo. Izuku. But why me? He asked, his voice trembling. Why did you choose me? Jin Woo smiled, but there was a deep sadness behind it. Sung. Because you have the heart of a hero. Ashbourne chose me for the same reason. He saw my potential to protect, to fight for others. And I see that in you. You have the strength to carry the weight of this war on your shoulders, even if you don't realize it yet. Izuku's eyes widened as the truth settled in. His power, his strength, it wasn't just random. It was a carefully designed system meant to prepare him for the fight of his life. Sung. But you still don't have full access to my power, he continued. Because your class has changed, you can't command an army of shadows like I did. But that's not a weakness. You can control up to 10 shadows, which will be more than enough to fight the battles ahead. Izuku swallowed hard, the enormity of his task crashing down on him. But at the same time, there was a spark of hope. He could still protect his world, and still fight for the people he loved. Sung. When the time comes, I'll send my own shadow army to assist you, he added. You won't be alone in this fight, he said, his expression darkened again as he turned his gaze back to the void. Because Antares is not just a monster. He is the embodiment of destruction. In my world, he sought to obliterate everything in his path. Cities, nations, even entire dimensions, nothing was safe from his wrath. He was completely a monster. Izuku's hands trembled in rage. Izuku. What does he want with my world? Jin Woo's eyes flashed with anger. Sung. He sees your world as a ripe battleground. He will use the people of your world, your heroes, your villains, as pawns in his war to conquer the multiverse. He will twist their powers, corrupt them, and turn them into an army that will sweep across dimensions like a plague. But you're not defenseless, he said, his voice cutting through the fear. You have my power. You've grown stronger than anyone in your world could have imagined. And when the time comes, you will face Antares and stop him. Izuku swallowed hard, his resolve hardening. He had been given this power for a reason. He couldn't let Antares destroy everything he loved. Jin Woo stepped closer to Izuku, his eyes locking onto the young hero as he placed his hand on his shoulder. Sung. I believe in you, Midoriya. You are my successor. You have the power to protect your world, to stand against the monarch of destruction. Izuku swallowed hard, his resolve hardening. Izuku. I won't let you down. I'll protect this world, no matter what. Jin Woo's smile returned, a rare warmth shining through the stoic facade. Sung. Good. Now, it's time for you to wake up. We'll meet again, but for now, you have much to prepare for. The dream world began to fade as Izuku's vision blurred. The last thing he saw was Jin Woo, standing tall, his shadows looming behind him. Sung. Remember, Midoriya, you are not alone. When the time comes, I will be there. We will fight together. With those words, everything went dark. Izuku awoke with a start, his heart pounding in his chest. His room was quiet, the familiar surroundings of his dorm settling into his vision. He sat up, wiping the sweat from his brow as the remnants of the dream, the memory, lingered in his mind. He wasn't just preparing to be a hero anymore. He was preparing to save his entire world, and maybe even more. With a deep breath, Izuku swung his legs over the side of the bed and stood up, his resolve stronger than ever. He had to get stronger. He had to train harder and prepare for the battle that was coming. And when the time came, he would be ready. Sung Jin Woo had passed the torch to him, and Izuku Midoriya would not fail. For now, though, he had a little time left to grow, to hone his skills. He would continue to level up, to gather strength. Because the monarch of destruction was coming. Act 1. The Island. The sun was setting over California, casting the city of Los Angeles in a golden hue as the streets buzzed with activity. Among the sea of people enjoying the evening, a tense situation was about to unfold. In the midst of this serenity, the largest casino in the area was suddenly rocked by chaos. Two villains, each exuding power and malice, stormed through the building, sending customers and staff alike running for their lives. One of them was a beastly figure with blue skin, towering over everyone with bulging muscles and jagged claws. The other was clad in sleek red armor, his eyes glowing with an eerie intensity. Both were determined to leave the casino with more than just a large sum of money. They wanted to spread fear. The villains ripped through the vault, sending metal shards flying and alarms blaring. Bags of cash and priceless chips were scooped into their arms as the casino staff helplessly watched. The blue villain sneered, his sharp teeth flashing in the dim light. "This was too easy," he said while laughing. As they made their escape, a chorus of screams echoed in the streets. Cars screeched to a halt as civilians scattered to avoid the two monstrous figures. The red villain, clearly enjoying the panic, fired off a barrage of missiles from his armored suit, creating explosions that rocked the block. Flames licked the sky, smoke billowed into the air, and the already busy streets of Los Angeles descended into absolute chaos. Within moments, police sirens wailed, and a squad of American heroes arrived to contain the situation. Leading the charge was Electplant, a hero who could manipulate and grow plants with electrical energy, and Cow Lady, a muscular woman with the strength of an ox and the ability to harden her body like steel. The two heroes wasted no time in engaging the villains, trying to stop the destruction before it got worse. "Electplant, stop right there," he shouted, sending tendrils of electrified vines toward the villains. Cow Lady transformed into her bull form and charged the blue villain, ready to land a powerful blow, but he sidestepped her with surprising agility. A cruel grin crossed his face as he swiped at her, his claws tearing through her reinforced skin, sending her skidding backward. Electplant's vines latched onto the red-armored villain, crackling with electricity. But before he could deliver a knockout shock, the villain unleashed another barrage of missiles, severing the vines and throwing Electplant off balance. The heroes were clearly outmatched. Just as things seemed to be at their worst, the blue villain picked up a nearby car. Inside the vehicle was a terrified family, including a little girl no older than 6. Her tear-streaked face looked up at the towering figure with horror. The villain let out a low growl, raising the car higher, ready to crush it like a toy. The crowd screamed, frozen in terror. "No fear," a voice boomed. "Why? Because I am here." Before anyone could process what had happened, the blue villain was sent flying through the air, crashing into a nearby building with enough force to shatter windows. The crowd looked up, stunned by the sudden intervention. Standing in the middle of the street, fists clenched and eyes burning with resolve, was a young man who no one recognized, a foreigner, by the look of him, tall, lean, and exuding a quiet confidence. The red-armored villain, still processing what had just happened to his partner, turned toward the newcomer. "Who the hell are you?" The young man smiled, his hair slightly disheveled and his clothes burned in a few places from the explosions. "I'm just a hero, from Japan." Without waiting for a response, he charged at the red villain, who unleashed another volley of missiles. But the hero moved too fast, weaving between the explosions with ease. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the villains, delivering a powerful uppercut that sent them crashing into the side of a building, creating a crater in the concrete. For a moment, everything was still. The blue villain staggered to his feet, shaking off the rubble. "You think one punch is going to stop us?" he growled, launching himself at the young hero. Before the beast could land a hit, the young hero dodged, his movements fluid and precise. The battle was intense, but the young man was clearly faster and stronger than either villain had anticipated. As the blue villain snarled in frustration, the red-armored villain got back to his feet, his suit sparking from the damage. He raised his arm and fired a barrage of rockets, filling the sky with smoke and fire. The hero glanced back at the carnage and then up at the villains. "I really don't have time for this," he muttered, more to himself than to the villains. The villains, realizing they couldn't overpower this mysterious hero, decided to retreat. They dashed down the street, looking for a way to escape. The young man cursed himself for taking too long to boast after his initial victory, allowing the villains to slip through his fingers. But help was on the way. A sleek, futuristic vehicle suddenly skidded to a stop next to him. The Allmobile, driven by none other than David Shield, pulled up at the perfect moment. "David! Toshinori, you're going to be late for class," he shouted, his voice laced with impatience. "Can't you wrap this up already?" "Relax, Dave," the young man, revealed as Toshinori Yagi said with a grin. "I've got this under control." Toshinori leapt into the passenger seat, and David floored the accelerator. The Allmobile tore through the streets of downtown LA, hot on the trail of the villains. David's high-tech drones whirred above, tracking the movements of the villains as they weaved through the city, trying to avoid capture. As they closed in on their targets, the red-armored villain turned and fired more missiles at them. But the Allmobile's advanced tech countered with a series of energy bubbles, which enveloped the explosions, rendering them harmless. "Toshinori. Impressive tech as always, Dave," he said. "David. Yeah, but we're going to be late for Dr. Anderson's lecture if you don't finish them off soon," he replied, his voice filled with urgency. Toshinori smiled again. "Toshinori. Fine, let's finish this." He leapt out of the Allmobile, soaring into the sky. The villains had begun climbing up the side of a skyscraper, desperate to make their escape. But Toshinori wasn't about to let them get away. With a mighty burst of energy, he propelled himself higher, his shirt and jacket burning away from the heat of the missiles, revealing his hero costume. In mid-air, Toshinori unleashed a powerful, earth-shaking punch. Toshinori. California Smash. The sheer force of the blow sent shockwaves through the air, and the villains were launched from the skyscraper, crashing into the streets below with enough force to leave craters in the ground. The bystanders, including Cow Lady, Electplant, and a growing crowd of civilians, watched in stunned silence. The battle was over in an instant. The crowd gathered in awe, watching as the dust settled. Heroes Electplant, Cow Lady, and the many bystanders stared in shock at the hero they didn't recognize. He was unlike any they had seen before, strong, confident, and utterly unstoppable. David approached the crowd, smiling proudly as he stood beside his friend. "David. That," he said, his voice filled with admiration, "is All Might. And one day, he'll become the world's symbol of peace." The onlookers exchanged glances, whispering amongst themselves about the hero who had single-handedly defeated two powerful villains and saved countless lives. Present. All Might's dreams of his youth, a time of endless ambition and unwavering strength, slowly faded. The images of a younger, more invincible version of himself drifted away like mist. He sighed, half asleep, savoring those memories, until he heard the unmistakable voice of young Midoriya calling out to him. "Izuku. All Might, you've got to see this view." His voice cut through the fog of All Might's thoughts, pulling him back to the present. All Might blinked and looked over to see Izuku practically bouncing in his seat, his excitement barely contained. They were soaring high above the vast blue ocean, the golden glint of Ai Island visible on the horizon. Izuku pointed out the plane's window, eyes wide with awe. "Izuku. Ai Island looks amazing from up here." All Might chuckled, his tiredness forgotten in the face of Izuku's boundless energy. "All Might. It certainly does, young Midoriya. A marvel of modern engineering," he replied, his deep voice filled with warmth. Izuku turned to him, his smile brighter than the sunlight pouring in through the windows. "Izuku. Thank you so much for bringing me along, All Might." "All Might. Of course, my boy," he replied, a fond look in his eyes. "You deserve it. Besides, I thought this would be a great opportunity for you to see some of the most cutting-edge research on quirks and hero technology. You might even learn something new to help you on your journey." As the plane began its descent, All Might's expression grew more serious. He shifted in his seat, preparing to take on the larger-than-life persona that the world knew him for. With a quiet grunt, he expanded into his muscular form, his once frail and lean body replaced by the towering figure of strength everyone expected. "All Might. You've got your permission slip for your hero costume, right, young Midoriya?" Izuku nodded, patting the side of his bag with a smile. Izuku. Yes, I made sure to double-check before we left. All Might. Good, good, we'll need to make sure everything is in order. Remember, we're here as guests, so we'll need to follow the rules closely. The plane touched down smoothly, and the two heroes disembarked, stepping onto the bustling tarmac of Island's airport. Izuku, fully dressed in his hero costume, followed closely behind, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. As they passed through immigration, they were greeted with cheerful smiles and friendly nods, the island security clearly honored to have the world's greatest hero among them. As they walked, All Might casually asked, All Might, so, young Midoriya, what do you know about this place? Izuku's face immediately lit up. Izuku. Well, Island is an artificial moving island. It was built by the world's top scientists as a hub for research on quirks and hero technology. It's designed to be a neutral ground for all kinds of research, free from government regulations, so scientists can really push the boundaries of innovation. And because it's a floating island, it's constantly moving, which helps it stay protected from villain attacks. All Might smiled, surprised in the slightest. All Might. Impressive, young Midoriya. That's why I wanted to bring you here. There's so much for you to learn from the brightest minds on the planet. As they walked deeper into the airport, they noticed that there were signs and banners everywhere, all advertising the expo. The event hadn't officially opened to the public yet, but it was in an early access stage, meaning those with special invitations, like All Might and Izuku, could attend ahead of time. There were large TV screens all around, broadcasting news about the various showcases of hero technology and quirk research. Robots and AI-guided assistants wandered the halls, directing people and providing information about the event. Even the residents and tourists seemed to be in high spirits, many using their quirks openly as they strolled through the lively airport. Izuku, wide-eyed, marveled at the futuristic technology surrounding them. Izuku. This place is cooler than pictures, he exclaimed, barely able to contain his enthusiasm as they passed a series of holographic displays showcasing new hero gear. All Might. Indeed, he agreed, his deep voice filled with pride. And with the expo, the world's top innovators will be showcasing their latest creations. You'll be able to see inventions and technologies that could change the way we approach hero work forever. As they stepped outside the airport, Izuku was greeted by a breathtaking view of Island. The cityscape was a blend of gleaming skyscrapers, lush parks, and sleek, futuristic architecture. The island's unique design allowed it to seamlessly blend urban and natural elements, making it feel both advanced and inviting. The gentle hum of machinery and the distant sounds of people enjoying the attractions filled the air. Izuku stood at the edge of the walkway, taking it all in. Izuku. Wow, it's even more amazing than I imagined, he whispered. But before Izuku could get too lost in the scenery, they were suddenly swarmed by a group of adoring fans. All Might. It's All Might, a woman shouted, rushing over with her phone held high to snap a photo. It's the symbol of peace. Another fan yelled, quickly followed by a flood of cheers. Within moments, a crowd gathered around them, people of all ages eagerly trying to get a glimpse of their hero. Some waved hero merchandise, hoping for an autograph, while others simply shouted their admiration. All Might, you're my hero, a young boy cried, tugging at his mother's sleeve. All Might smiled, waving to the crowd with his trademark grin. All Might. Thank you, everyone. It's always an honor to be here. Please, don't push, there's enough of me for everyone. The throngs of fans eventually began to dwindle, but not before All Might's patience had been tested. He loved his fans, but there was a reason he didn't often show up in crowded public spaces. Izuku meanwhile slipped through the crowd using stealth skill. A while later, All Might's face was dotted with lipstick marks as Izuku was snickering at number one's situation. All Might. Goodness, I didn't expect to be held up for so long, he chuckled while wiping them off. At this rate, we're in real danger of being late. Izuku stopped snickering as he saw All Might's face freshly cleaned. Izuku. Late for what? All Might grinned, turning to him. All Might. I wanted to drop in on an old friend. It's been a while since we last caught up. I hope you don't mind coming along. Izuku. Sure, depending on who it is, I might even get to see something the public doesn't. He smirked as All Might leaned down slightly. Do they know about your condition? All Might. Yes, my friend does, but his daughter doesn't. So please, keep that between us, he said as he straightened up. Izuku. Understood. He gave him a thumbs up. Uncle Might. A figure bounced energetically toward them, drawing both All Might's and Izuku's attention. Bounding towards them on an advanced pogo stick, Melissa Shield, the daughter of his old friend David, grinned widely, her blonde hair bouncing in time with her movements. The device she was riding on looked as futuristic as anything else on Ai Island, gleaming in the sunlight. With the grace of someone well versed in technology, she hopped off the stick and landed right in front of the duo. Melissa. Uncle Might, she greeted, her voice full of youthful energy and affection. She gave him a warm hug as All Might chuckled while lifting her. All Might. Melissa, you've grown into a fine young woman, he said, patting her on the head gently as his broad smile lit up his face. He couldn't hide his pride, seeing her now as a 17-year-old young woman, brimming with intelligence and the same fiery spirit that her father had. Melissa beamed. Melissa. Thanks. I'm so glad you made it. I invited you to the expo as a surprise for my dad. I can't wait to see the look on his face. All Might chuckled as he gently set her down, already imagining David's stunned expression. All Might. I'm sure he'll be overjoyed. It's been too long. Just as All Might was about to introduce Izuku, Melissa's eyes lit up with recognition. Melissa. Wait a second, she said, her eyes widening. Aren't you Midoriya Izuku? Her voice carried excitement. Izuku suddenly stiffened slightly as Melissa looked directly at him. He nodded. Izuku. Yes, that's me, he said calmly, trying to keep his composure. Melissa. I saw you at the sports festival, she said, her words tumbling out in her excitement. Your fight against Todoroki and Bakugo guy was incredible, and the way you stood up to the hero killer was amazing. Izuku's blushed a little. Izuku. Ah, thank you. I didn't think people outside of Japan were following all that. Melissa giggled, her cheeks a little pink as well. Melissa. Oh, trust me, people around the world are paying attention. You're becoming a real hero. All Might watched the interaction with an amused grin, but before he could chime in, Melissa's nervous energy bubbled over. She shyly stepped forward, holding out a small notebook she had pulled from her bag. Melissa. Could I have your autograph? Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. Izuku. My autograph, he said, clearly not expecting the request. Are you sure? I'm still just a student. Melissa nodded eagerly. Melissa. Yes, it would mean a lot to me. Izuku hesitated for a moment, still a bit flustered, but then nodded quickly. Izuku. Okay, sure, he said, pulling out a pen and signing his name in her notebook. As he handed it back to her, his fingers brushed against hers, and he could feel the heat rising in his face again. Melissa blushed too but smiled brightly at the autograph in her hand. Melissa. Thank you so much, she said, her voice bubbling with excitement. All Might gently interrupted, a playful yet fatherly tone in his voice. All Might. Melissa, I hate to break up the fun, but don't you have something else planned for us? Melissa straightened up, a sheepish grin on her face. Melissa. Oh, right. We should go surprise my dad before it's too late. She gave Izuku a quick wink, making him blush even more before she stowed her notepad away. As they started walking, the airport behind them buzzing with activity, they were unaware of the group of mysterious figures, and a man in a long coat held a phone to his ear, his expression unreadable behind dark sunglasses. We've infiltrated the expo, he said quietly into the phone. Everything is in place. The goods will arrive later today. The man's contact on the other end of the line replied with a low hum of approval, the plan set in motion. With a quick glance at his companions, the man gave a curt nod, and the group dispersed into the busy crowd, blending in seamlessly. Inside David Shield's laboratory, David was in deep conversation with his assistant, Sam. The large, sleek lab was filled with state-of-the-art technology, 3D holographic displays, robotic arms, and high-tech gadgets lining the walls. The atmosphere buzzed with activity as scientists worked diligently on various projects, all contributing to the groundbreaking research that made Island the forefront of quirk studies. Sam approached David with a smile. Sam, Melissa's been doing some incredible work lately. Her research is making waves in the scientific community. You should be proud. David smiled proudly, glancing at a nearby terminal that displayed Melissa's latest work on some kind of armor. David, I am. She's always been brilliant, but now she's truly coming into her own. I couldn't be prouder. At that moment, the doors to the lab slid open with a soft hiss, and in strolled Melissa, her steps confident and her face beaming. She was the spitting image of youthful ambition, her sharp eyes scanning the room as she made her entrance. Melissa, you know me, he said playfully, her grin widening. I'm my father's daughter, for better and for worse. Her tone was teasing, but there was genuine warmth in her words. Despite her accomplishments, Melissa always remained grounded and respectful of the legacy her father had built. David smiled at his daughter, tapping the phone in his pocket absent-mindedly. David, Melissa, hey, I didn't think I'd see you today. You've been swamped with your own work. Sam, hello, miss, he greeted her with a smile. Good to see you. Melissa, right back at you, Sam. Her smile widened as she strolled closer, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Thanks for taking care of Papa again. Honestly, you need to get out more, Papa. You're cooped up in here all the time. David let out a hearty chuckle, along with Sam. David, come on, I'm not that bad. Melissa folded her arms, tilting her head to the side with an amused smirk. Melissa, you are that bad, but luckily for you, I'm here to fix that. She paused, her smile growing wider. In fact, since you've completed the first stage of your research, I invited someone here to celebrate with us. David raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. David, oh, who did you invite? His voice carried a mix of curiosity and concern. Melissa, a person you dearly love, she replied, her grin only deepening as she glanced toward the door. All eyes turned to the lab entrance, the room going quiet with anticipation. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a booming voice echoed through the lab, full of energy and excitement. All Might. Yes, I am here. All Might entered the room in a burst of theatrics, his iconic red, white, and blue colors seeming to explode around him like fireworks. He struck a series of exaggerated heroic poses, grinning widely. His larger-than-life presence filled the entire lab, and even though Izuku stood outside watching from behind, he couldn't help but sweat drop at his new mentor's actions. All Might. Shaking with emotion for our heartfelt reunion, he declared, striking another pose, his voice echoing dramatically. David stood there, stunned, his eyes wide with shock. David. Toshi, All Might. Sam. Is it really you? He muttered, equally surprised, his jaw practically hitting the floor. All Might's laughter echoed through the lab as he charged forward, his massive form filling the space. All Might. I came all this way just to see you. Before David could respond, All Might grabbed him in a massive bear hug, lifting him clean off the ground and spinning him around with ease. David's glasses nearly flew off his face, but he was laughing, caught up in the joyful chaos of the moment. As All Might put him back down, David wobbled slightly, a bit dazed but grinning from ear to ear. Melissa stood off to the side, arms crossed, looking proud of herself for orchestrating the reunion. She shared a knowing look with her father, her smile practically mirroring All Might's. All Might. Dave, old buddy, he said, clapping David on the back with a force that nearly knocked the air out of him. Melissa. Well, Papa, are you totally surprised? She leaned over slightly, her grin still firmly in place as she teased her father. David took a moment to steady himself before finally nodding, his smile now softer but no less genuine. David. Yeah. Completely astounded, he chuckled, brushing himself off before pointing an accusing finger toward All Might. You old fool, you didn't tell me you were coming. All Might laughed heartily, slapping David on the back again. All Might. Well, Melissa wanted to surprise you, he replied, standing tall. And I brought along someone I think you'd be interested in meeting. David turned to Izuku, who was already in awe, his eyes wide and star-struck. All Might. This is one of my protege, Midoriya Izuku. David. Midoriya. The boy from the UA Sports Festival, he said, clearly recognizing the young hero. I've heard quite a bit about you. Izuku immediately launched into a flurry of facts. Izuku, you're David Shield. You won the Nobel Peace Prize for your research on quirks, and you were All Might's sidekick during his early career. And you designed all of his hero costumes. It's such an honor to meet you, sir, he said, bringing his hand in front of him. David laughed heartily at Izuku's enthusiasm as shake his hand. David, you've done your homework, young man. It's good to see a student with such dedication. But as the conversation continued, David's smile slowly faded. He noticed something odd. A slight wisp of steam began to rise from All Might's body, the telltale sign that his time in his muscular form was running out. David, Melissa, could you show Midoriya around the expo while All Might and I catch up? He asked, his tone casual, though his eyes conveyed something more serious. Melissa smiled, though she couldn't catch the seriousness in her father's eyes. Melissa, of course. Come on, Izuku, I'll show you all the coolest exhibits. Izuku followed her. As they exited through a side door, the corridor opened into a brightly lit hallway leading to the heart of the expo. David dismissed Sam too, and the door closed behind him. All Might sighed deeply, the facade of strength he had maintained slipping away. His body shrank, and with a soft grunt, he reverted to his emaciated form. His once towering figure was now a frail shadow of what it had been, his eyes tired, and his face gaunt. David stood still, stunned by the sight. David. Toshi, I knew you were injured, but I didn't realize it was this bad. All Might sat down, covering his mouth, preventing blood from escaping. All Might. It's worse than I let on. The injury I sustained, it's not something I can recover from. I'm running out of time, Dave. David sighed, running a hand through his hair. David. You always were stubborn. All Might chuckled weakly. All Might. And you always were the smart one. With duo, Melissa and Izuku exited the sleek corridor leading away from David Shield's lab. They were surrounded by the vibrant atmosphere of the Expo. The halls were bustling with inventors, heroes, and spectators, all of them marveling at the cutting-edge technology on display. The artificial island seemed to hum with energy, as every corner revealed some new innovation or fascinating quirk-enhancing invention. Melissa glanced at Izuku, her curiosity piqued. Melissa. So, Izuku, she began with a playful smile, I've seen a lot of different hero names over the years. What's yours? Izuku blinked, his face brightened as he said proudly. Izuku. Oh, my hero name is the gamer hero, Zero. Melissa. Zero. She raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued, but also a little amused. That's a unique one. What's the story behind that? Izuku smiles slightly as he remembers the pain he goes through but as a victor. Izuku. It's kind of a long story, he admitted, looking down for a moment before meeting her eyes again. But basically, I wanted to represent starting from nothing, from zero. It's about how no matter where you begin, you can still grow and become something great. Plus, I like the idea of having no limits. Like I could be anything, do anything, and help anyone, no matter the odds. Melissa smiled at his explanation, sensing the depth and thought behind his words. It was clear that Izuku was someone who took his role as a hero seriously, someone who believed in constantly striving to improve and overcome challenges. Melissa. That's actually pretty cool, she admitted. I can see how it fits you. But, if you don't mind, I think I'll stick with Izuku. Izuku nodded, relieved that she didn't find his hero name too strange, but also happy and blushing at the same time that she chose to call him by his real name. Izuku. Yeah, that's fine, he said, smiling back at her. Izuku works. Melissa guided Izuku through the bustling expo. The scale of the event was impossible to ignore. Everywhere they turned, there were new sights, sounds, and displays of cutting-edge technology, each more impressive than the last. Melissa, full of excitement, pointed out different exhibits, enthusiastically explaining how each invention worked and what its purpose was. Izuku, wide-eyed and awestruck, could hardly keep up with her pace. The air was charged with a sense of anticipation and energy. The Expo, one of the most prestigious events in the world, was a place where scientists, inventors, and pro-heroes from all over gathered to witness the latest advancements in quirk-related technology. As they weaved through the crowd, Izuku's sharp eyes noticed several pro-heroes from around the world. He couldn't help but marvel at how many of them had been invited to the event by high-profile sponsors. One figure in particular stood out, Goatzilla, a towering, reptilian hero whose presence alone was enough to turn heads. His enormous, lumbering frame seemed almost out of place among the sleek, futuristic designs of the expo. Yet, he was a living legend, his status as a pro-hero well established across the globe. Melissa noticed Izuku's star-struck expression and grinned. "Melissa. Pretty incredible, right?" she asked, her voice filled with excitement. Izuku. "Yeah," he said breathlessly. "I never thought I'd see so many pro-heroes from around the world in one place." She nodded. "Melissa. The sponsors of the expo invite them every year. It's a great way to showcase the latest inventions and technologies that can help heroes do their jobs better." Izuku was about to ask Melissa another question when a voice over the expo's loudspeakers announced that everyone had been invited to a grand reception party at the end of the night. Melissa turned to him, a twinkle in her eye. "Melissa. The reception is always a big event. It's where the real networking happens. You'll get to see even more heroes up close." Izuku nodded, still processing everything. "Izuku. This is amazing." Melissa smiled warmly at him. "Melissa. Come on, I want to show you the pavilion. That's where the most impressive inventions are on display." They made their way to the pavilion, which was one of the largest areas of the expo. As soon as they entered, Izuku's eyes widened in amazement. The pavilion was filled with an array of inventions, each one more impressive than the last. It was a treasure trove of innovation from high-tech devices to new hero costumes with built-in support gear. Melissa led Izuku through the displays, explaining the function of each invention with a level of expertise that left Izuku in awe. She wasn't just knowledgeable, she was passionate about the work being done on the island. It was clear that she had grown up surrounded by scientific genius, and it had rubbed off on her in the best possible way. They continued making their way through the expo, stopping every now and then for Melissa to explain some of the inventions to Izuku in more detail. She pointed out a few gadgets that had caught his eye and even demonstrated a small energy-based shield she had developed as part of her own research. It wasn't long before Izuku started asking questions of his own. "Izuku. So, your dad," he began, hesitating for a moment before continuing. "He's one of the top scientists here, right? He's done so much for the hero community. Do you want to follow in his footsteps?" Melissa's eyes brightened at the question, and her usual confident smile softened into something more personal. "Melissa. Yeah, I do. I've always admired my dad. He's dedicated his whole life to helping heroes, and growing up, I was always surrounded by that kind of passion. Seeing what he could accomplish, and the impact he had, made me want to do the same." She paused for a moment, glancing around the pavilion as if taking it all in herself. "Melissa. I'm a third-year student at Island Academy, and I've been studying to become a scientist, just like him. I wanted to help heroes in the same way he has, to create technology that can make a difference." Izuku smiled, recognizing the same spark in her eyes that he often saw in the mirror. Hearing Melissa talk about her dreams and aspirations reminded Izuku of himself, back when he was quirkless and filled with the overwhelming desire to become a hero, no matter the odds. He had faced countless obstacles, but his determination had never wavered. He saw the same kind of determination in Melissa's eyes now. It was a bittersweet feeling. Izuku remembered what it was like to be powerless, dreaming of something greater. Before he gained the powers of Ready Player One, he had felt like he was at the bottom of an insurmountable mountain. Melissa's words brought those memories flooding back, and he found himself smiling. But before he could say something he was interrupted by, "Looks like you're having fun, Izuku." Izuku froze at the sound of that voice, his heart skipping a beat. He had been having such a good time exploring the expo with Melissa that he'd almost forgotten about the outside world. But now, faced with the sudden appearance of his best friend, he couldn't help but feel a wave of anxiety wash over him. He slowly turned around to face her, trying to keep his expression calm, but the knot in his stomach tightened when he saw her standing there in her hero costume. "Izuku. Ochako, he stammered, his mind racing. What are you doing here? He had come to Island thinking it would be a break from the stresses of being targeted by monarchs. But now, seeing Ochako and two more familiar faces behind her, he realized this was not going to be the peaceful break he'd hoped for. Ochako, it looks like you're having fun, she repeated, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. Izuku blinked in confusion. Izuku. She said that already, he thought, glancing over at the other two girls who had arrived with her. Momo and Kyoka were standing slightly behind Ochako, both of them watching the scene unfold with interest. Momo, as composed as always, was wearing a polite smile, while Jiro had her arms crossed, one of her earphone jacks lazily twirling in her hand as if she was already bored. Izuku. Yaoyorozu. Kyoka. His voice was barely a whisper as he tried to take it all in. Momo cleared her throat before speaking, her voice as formal as ever. Momo. You appear to be having a good time, Midoriya. Izuku sighed, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. Izuku. I was, he muttered under his breath. He could already tell they weren't going to answer his question directly. Why are you guys here? Kyoka. I heard everything, she chimed in, her tone teasing as she waved one of her earphone jacks in the air. She smirked, clearly insinuating something. Izuku, you've been keeping secrets, haven't you? Izuku's eyes widened, panic flashing across his face. His mind scrambled for an explanation, realizing how the situation must have looked. Here he was, on Island, with Melissa, a girl none of them had met before, walking around and chatting like they were on a date. Of course, they'd jumped to conclusions. Ochako, Momo, and Jiro had been close to him for a while now, and Izuku knew that their arrival wasn't just a coincidence. He could sense their curiosity, even jealousy, bubbling beneath the surface on certain Burnett. Melissa, who had been standing beside Izuku, looked between him and the girls, clearly sensing the tension. Melissa. Should I? Izuku. No, it's fine, he interrupted quickly, holding up a hand to stop her. The last thing he wanted was to drag Melissa into this mess. They just misunderstood something. He looked at the three girls again, trying to keep his voice calm and collected. Melissa is just showing me around the expo, that's all. It's not what you think. The skeptical looks on their faces didn't seem to go away, and Melissa, sensing the awkwardness, decided to speak up. Melissa. Actually, I was just helping Izuku look around because he's here with all Mig. Izuku's eyes widened, and before Melissa could continue, he quickly cut her off. Izuku. Melissa, please, don't mention All Might. He whispered urgently. The last thing he needed was for them to pry even further into why All Might was here, especially considering the real reason for the visit. Melissa shot a look of confusion, but she nodded, stopping herself from saying more. The girls, however, didn't seem convinced, especially her calling Izuku first name basis, and Izuku could tell he needed to defuse the situation fast. Izuku. Why don't we all just go grab some tea? He suggested, desperate to change the subject. There's a cafe just around the corner, and we can sit down and talk properly. I promise, there's nothing weird going on. Ochako hesitated for a moment before nodding, though the tension in her shoulders didn't ease completely. Momo and Jiro exchanged a quick glance before shrugging, deciding to go along with it for now. Kyoka. Sure, big bro, she said, smirking slightly. But you owe us some answers. Izuku smiled nervously. Izuku. Of course, let's go. The group made their way to the nearby cafe, the awkwardness still lingering in the air. Izuku could feel his heart pounding in his chest as he led the way, desperately hoping to avoid any further misunderstandings. Once they found a table, the five of them sat down, and Melissa ordered some tea for everyone. Izuku could feel the weight of their stares as they waited for him to explain. He took a deep breath, feeling relieved that they were all at least sitting down calmly. Now came the hard part, making sure they understood without giving away too much. Ochako. So, she started, her voice soft but probing. Melissa was just showing you around, huh? Izuku nodded quickly. Izuku. Yeah, exactly. Melissa is really knowledgeable about the expo, so she offered to show me some of the inventions on display. That's all. Melissa nodded in agreement, smiling kindly. Melissa. I'm actually studying to become a scientist like my dad, so I was really excited to show Izuku around. Momo. Ah, so you two are just friends? She asked, her eyes narrowing slightly as if she was still piecing things together. Izuku's face turned red, and he quickly nodded. Izuku. Why yeah, we're just friends. I mean, we just met today. Ochako stared at him for a moment before finally sighing, her shoulders relaxing a little. Ochako. Okay, I believe you, Izuku. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief, though he could still feel the lingering tension in the air. The tea arrived, and the group started sipping their drinks, the atmosphere slowly shifting to something more relaxed. Melissa chatted a little more about the expo, explaining some of the inventions they had seen earlier. While the girls share internship experience. Need some more, Izuku. I know that voice, he muttered, looking up as a Pikachu approached, dressed in a worker's uniform and smirking as he held a coffee pot. Sure, Kaminari, he replied, his voice tired but amused. I could use another cup. That's when Ochako spoke up, her voice laced with disbelief. Ochako. Is that Mineta? Izuku glanced down and, sure enough, the midget was hiding behind Kaminari's legs, peeking out nervously like a scared child. Izuku sighed internally, already anticipating the headache that was sure to follow. Kyoka. What are you two doing here? She groaned, clearly not thrilled to see them. Kaminari gave a shrug, still grinning. Denki. They needed extra waiter staff, and since it meant a free trip to Island, we applied to work. Right, he nudged Mineta with his elbow. Mineta puffed up his chest a little and walked out from behind Kaminari, though still avoiding eye contact with Izuku. Mineta. We get to explore the expo on our breaks, he said, attempting to sound nonchalant. And we make some money. Plus, his eyes gleamed as they settled on their female classmates before landing on Melissa, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. There's always the chance we'll have some passionate encounters with cute. Before he could finish, both Jiro and Momo sent him glares that could freeze anyone in their tracks. Momo had instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, while Jiro simply rolled her eyes, clearly used to his behavior by now. Mineta, however, wasn't one to be deterred easily. He nudged Kaminari again, his gaze never leaving Melissa. Mineta. Oh my god, he whispered in awe, I think I'm in love. Without warning, both Kaminari and Mineta darted forward, wrapping their arms around Izuku's shoulders and pulling him down to their level. Denki. Hey, Midoriya, he said with a wicked grin, who's that high-voltage hottie over there? Mineta wiggled his fingers excitedly. Mineta. Don't be greedy, introduce us. Izuku just stared ahead, his expression blank and deadpan. Izuku. Why is this happening? He thought as he endured their antics. Both Kaminari and Mineta were grinning like they'd just won the lottery, clearly oblivious to how much trouble they were getting themselves into. Momo, watching the scene unfold, sighed before turning to Jiro. Momo. They do realize they're talking to Midoriya, right? Jiro, smirking, nodded. Kyoka. Yep, but I'm waiting for the fun part. True to Jiro's prediction, Izuku had finally had enough. In one swift motion, he grabbed both Kaminari and Mineta by the heads and slammed them together with enough force to get their attention, but not enough to seriously hurt them. Izuku. Behave, he barked, his patience worn thin. The impact sent both Kaminari and Mineta stumbling backward, landing on their knees at Izuku's feet, groaning in pain. The entire cafe seemed to pause for a moment, watching as the two boys knelt before their much stronger classmate, rubbing their heads and looking thoroughly chastised. Melissa. Are they also your classmates? She asked in a whisper, her eyes wide as she watched the scene unfold. Jiro chuckled, sipping her tea. Kyoka. Yep, that's them. Kaminari and Mineta, always causing trouble. Momo, trying to maintain her composure, nodded. Momo. They have their moments. Kaminari and Mineta, however, were not so easily deterred. Despite the throbbing pain in their heads, they quickly jumped back to their feet, undeterred by Izuku's reprimand. Denki. Yes we are. Mineta. We're basically pros. He boasted, striking a ridiculous pose beside Kaminari. Izuku just stared at them, his face expressionless as he looked up at the sky. Izuku. I need a vacation, he thought, the mental exhaustion setting in. Just as he was about to say something, his prayers were answered in the form of Iida, charging at the group with his signature enthusiasm. Tenya. Why are you two slacking off? His voice boomed as he sprinted toward Kaminari and Mineta with impressive speed. You wanted to make more money, didn't you? But you're not willing to work hard. Both Kaminari and Mineta let out startled screams as Iida blasted past them, his speed and fervor sending them tumbling backward onto the ground, landing in undignified heaps. The scene drew more attention from the other patrons, but Iida didn't seem to notice, already straightening his glasses and preparing to lecture the two boys. Izuku. Iida, he called, relief washing over him as he realized his overzealous friend had taken the spotlight off him, if only for a moment. Meanwhile, Momo explained her presence to Melissa. Momo. I was invited because my family holds stocks in several of the expo sponsors, she said. I was given 3 invites, so I brought Ochako and Kyoka with me. Melissa. And the rest of the class? She asked, curious. Momo nodded. Momo. They'll be joining us once the expo is open to the public. We all wanted to come together, but only a few of us could attend the early access event. Kyoka. Right, she added, smiling at Melissa. We had a rock-paper-scissors tournament to decide who would come today. Unfortunately for some of the others, they lost. Melissa laughed, impressed by how close-knit the group seemed. Melissa. Well, once the expo opens to the public, I'll be happy to show all of you around, she promised. There's a lot to see, and I know you'll love it. Izuku was still feeling the warmth of Melissa's hospitality and the chaotic energy of his classmates when a loud explosion reverberated through the air, causing him to tense up. His instincts kicked in immediately, and he turned his attention toward the source of the blast, his body already moving before his mind had fully caught up. Izuku. An explosion, he muttered under his breath, his eyes narrowing as he quickly calculated the distance. Without wasting any more time, he darted away from the cafe, leaving the others to exchange worried glances. Melissa's concerned voice called after him because she knew what happened. Melissa. Izuku, wait. The rest of his classmates except Mineta and Denki watched as he ran toward what he believed to be some kind of emergency. Given how quickly Izuku jumped into action, his friends knew better than to stop him. As Izuku closed the distance, his heart was racing, not with fear but with determination. Izuku. Could it be an attack? He wondered, but when he finally reached the source of the commotion, his sense of danger fizzled out into confusion. Before him stood a massive arena, filled with cheering spectators. The explosion had been part of the villain attack attraction, where pro heroes and students alike could test their combat skills against automated villain bots. On the screen above the arena, a leaderboard displayed the fastest times for defeating the bots. Izuku watched as his friend Kirishima, clad in his hero gear, delivered the final blow to one of the villain bots with a powerful punch, his quirk hardening in full effect. The crowd erupted in applause, and Kirishima gave a sheepish grin, rubbing the back of his head as the announcer declared. Eijiro Kirishima, 33 seconds. That puts him in 8th place. Kirishima noticed Izuku and the others watching from the stands and waved, clearly excited. Eijiro. Hey, guys. He called out. You just missed my performance. Momo, a little confused, asked. Momo. What are you doing here, Kirishima? I didn't expect to see you at this event early. Kirishima scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Eijiro. Oh, I'm here because of Midoriya. He explained, his sharp teeth gleaming as he grinned at his friend. He got invited because he won the UA Sports Festival, and he had an extra ticket, so I came alone. This villain attack thing is really fun. Izuku, feeling a little awkward under his classmates' curious gazes, gave a sheepish smile. Izuku. Yeah, I figured Kirishima would like the expo. Kirishima. I definitely do. He beamed. But now that you're here, you should give it a try. Before Izuku could protest, the girls chimed in with their encouragement. Ochako. Come on, Izuku, you've gotta try it. She said excitedly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. You'll definitely beat Kirishima's time. Kyoka. Yeah, big bro, she added with a playful smirk. Show them what you can do. Izuku hesitated for a moment. His goal for this trip had been to relax and avoid showing off too much, but with his friends egging him on and Melissa curiously watching, he couldn't back down now. Plus, something was thrilling about the challenge that ignited the competitive spirit within him. Izuku. All right, I'll give it a shot, he said, cracking his knuckles and jumping from the railings. The crowd quieted as Izuku entered the combat zone, and the announcer hyped up the audience. Next up, we have the UA Sports Festival champion, Midoriya Izuku. Will he be able to top score time of 15 seconds? Izuku positioned himself. As the countdown began, he narrowed his eyes, his mind quickly analyzing the positions of each bot, their weak points, and the fastest way to take them all down. His hand hovered over the Sword of Omen in katana mode, that glitched slightly at his side, and his breath steadied. 3, 2, 1, start. The moment the signal went off, Izuku's body vanished, his speed overwhelming. In an instant, he unsheathed the Sword of Omen, moving so fast that it seemed like time itself had frozen around him. The blade shimmered with faint energy, and in that split second, Izuku performed a series of rapid, precise slashes. The strikes were so clean, so sharp, that the villain bots didn't even react at first. Then, all at once, the sound of metal slicing through metal rang out as the robots crumbled to pieces in perfect unison. Sparks flew in every direction, and the bots fell apart like they had been cut by a fine blade in multiple places, across their torsos, arms, and legs, without a single wasted movement. Izuku, standing back to where he vanished, calmly sheathed his sword, his back turned to the falling wreckage. His face remained impassive but had a small smirk as he whispered a single word. Izuku. Jackpot. The crowd erupted into cheers, but Melissa was speechless. Her mouth hung slightly open as she processed what had just happened. Izuku had taken down every bot in the arena in less than the blink of an eye. His movements had been so fast and precise that they seemed almost otherworldly. Above, the scoreboard flashed, showing his completion time, 2 seconds. He had completely obliterated the previous record. First place, the announcer shouted, barely able to contain his excitement. Midoriya Izuku finishes the villain attack in just 2 seconds. That's the fastest time we've ever seen. Hiroshima whistled from the sidelines, clearly impressed. Eijiro. Wow, Midoriya, that was insane. I knew you'd beat my time, but 2 seconds. Jiro chuckled, shaking her head in disbelief. Kyoka. You didn't just beat first place time, you obliterated it. Melissa, still stunned, finally managed to speak. Melissa. That was incredible, Izuku. I've never seen anyone move like that before. Izuku, a bit flustered by all the attention, rubbed the back of his neck. Izuku. It's nothing, he stammered, trying to downplay his performance. As the crowd buzzed with excitement after Izuku's record-breaking performance, a sudden chill filled the air, causing everyone to turn toward the arena. Standing at the entrance, calmly surveying the destruction Izuku had left behind, was Shoto. His expression was stoic as ever, but the faint shimmer of ice gathering on his right side gave away his intent. Ochako. Is that Todoroki? She gasped, her eyes widening in surprise. Izuku's eyes widened too, but a small smile crept onto his face. Izuku. Todoroki. He must be invited, too. Shoto stepped forward into the arena, his hands slipping into his pockets, his movements as smooth as ever. Without a word, he asked the announcer to activate the villain attack event, and the countdown began once more. The tension in the air was palpable as everyone wondered what Shoto would do to beat Izuku's incredible 2-second record. 3, 2, 1, start. At the moment the announcer's voice echoed, Shoto stomped his right foot into the ground. A massive wall of ice erupted from the earth beneath him, surging forward at an alarming speed. The ice engulfed the villain bots in a cold storm, freezing every last one of them solid before they had the chance to even react. Then, with a casual flick of his wrist, Shoto summoned a small but sharp burst of flame from his left hand, sending it across the ice-covered battlefield. The heat from the flames was intense, melting the ice just enough to shatter the villain bots in a simultaneous cascade of ice and steam. The entire event took only a few seconds, and as the last bits of ice and metal fell to the ground, the scoreboard flashed, 13 seconds. Second place. Shoto calmly walked out of the arena, his expression still calm and collected as he approached his fellow classmates. Izuku, impressed by his friend's swift and efficient technique, gave him a nod of approval. "Izuku, you always have a way of making it look easy, Todoroki," he said with a smile. Shoto glanced at him with his usual neutral demeanor but gave a small smile in return. "Shoto, you set a pretty high bar. But I'm not complaining. It's good practice." Melissa, who had been silently watching the entire scene unfold, was in awe. Her gaze flickered between Shoto and Izuku, as well as the other UA students. These were the future heroes of Japan, and each one of them had such incredible talent. "Melissa, you're all so amazing," she finally said, her voice filled with admiration. "It's like watching a live-action hero movie, except it's all real." Momo nodded in agreement, her eyes still lingering on the scoreboard. "Momo, UA has a reputation for producing exceptional heroes, but even so, seeing it in action is something else entirely." Before they could dwell too much on the praise, Izuku's focus shifted as his sense tingled. From the corner of his eye, he noticed something odd, a group of men lurking near the exit of the arena. They wore uniforms that blended in with the expo staff, but something about their demeanor set off alarm bells in Izuku's mind. They didn't seem interested in the event or the spectacle unfolding before them. Instead, they appeared to be communicating through earpieces, and their movements were deliberate and calculated. "Izuku, something's off," he muttered, his eyes narrowing as he watched the group. "Those men over there." Before he could finish his thought, the mysterious group quietly disappeared into the crowd, their leader receiving a phone call as they exited the arena. His voice was low but confident, with an air of danger. "The goods have been delivered," the leader said into his phone. There was a brief pause as the person on the other end of the line spoke. The leader's lips curled into a sly smile. "All Might is on the island, huh? No matter. We've got everything we need. Our plans won't be stopped by him." At the Central Tower lab, as the mysterious group continued their covert operations, completely unnoticed by the island's security, All Might, or rather Toshinori Yagi in his frail form, lay on a medical bed deep inside David Shield's laboratory. He was hooked up to various machines, wires, and sensors monitoring his body as a high-tech scanner analyzed his physical and quirk levels. David, who was standing over his friend with concern etched on his face, stared at the results on his computer screen. The numbers didn't lie, and they were terrifying. All Might's quirk levels had dropped drastically. The power that once radiated from the symbol of peace had faded significantly, and the data revealed what David had feared all along. All Might was dying, and he didn't have much time left in his heroic form. "David. Toshi," he said quietly, his voice full of worry, "you're in worse shape than I thought." He looked at his friend with desperation. "Why didn't you tell me how bad it had gotten?" Toshinori, still lying on the bed, sighed deeply. His once powerful frame seemed small and fragile now, a far cry from the mighty hero the world knew. He glanced at David but gave him a vague, almost evasive smile. "Toshinori. It's complicated," he said softly. He didn't want to burden David with the full truth about All for One. It was better if David stayed out of it, better for him not to get involved with something so dangerous. "But don't worry, my friend. I'm still the symbol of peace. As long as I'm here, there's nothing to fear." David wasn't convinced. "David. I don't know, Toshinori. Japan relies so much on you. If something happens to you, the country's low crime rate will plummet. Villains will be emboldened if they know you're no longer the force you once were." Toshinori sat up, slowly getting off the bed and placing a reassuring hand on David's shoulder. "Toshinori. I'm not done yet," he said with a determined smile. "As long as I can still stand, I will protect the peace. I promise you that." David's concern didn't waver, but he knew better than to argue with All Might once his mind was set. Still, a nagging worry gnawed at the back of his mind. All Might was hiding something, and David feared it was only a matter of time before the truth came to light in the worst possible way. Back to our protagonist. As the sun began to set over Island, casting a golden glow over the futuristic skyline, Melissa regrouped with Denki and Mineta, who were still recovering from the work. Seeing them approach, Melissa smiled warmly and held up 2 golden envelopes, catching the boys' attention immediately. "Melissa, "Here," she said, handing them the invitations, "I prepared these for both of you. They're for the reception party tonight." Both Denki and Mineta stared at the invitations in disbelief, their eyes widening in awe as tears started welling up in their eyes. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and they knew it. "Denki. Melissa, you're an angel," he exclaimed, practically hopping in place. "Mineta. You saved us," he added, his lower lip trembling as he cradled the envelope like it was a priceless artifact. Both boys were practically moved to tears, overwhelmed by the idea of attending such a prestigious event, surrounded by pro-heroes and world-class scientists. They immediately began fantasizing about all the possible encounters they could have at the party, prompting an exasperated sigh from their classmates. But their enthusiasm was quickly dampened by Izuku, who crossed his arms and gave the two a stern look. "Izuku. Listen up, you two," he warned, his voice serious. "Melissa was kind enough to give you these invitations, but if either of you pulls any pervy antics tonight, you'll be dealing with me." His words were clear, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Kaminari and Mineta straightened up immediately, saluting Izuku as if they were soldiers under orders. "Denki. We swear, Midoriya. We'll be on our best behavior." He gulped. Mineta, though still starstruck by the idea of being surrounded by beautiful women at the party, nodded rapidly. "Mineta. Scout's honor. We'll behave." Satisfied, Izuku gave a small nod. Before long, Iida cleared his throat, stepping forward to remind the group of their schedule. "Tenya. Everyone, remember. The party begins at 6:30 p.m. sharp. Let's meet up there, and be punctual. We don't want to be late for such an important event." With their plans set, the group began to disperse, each of them looking forward to the night's festivities. But just as Izuku was about to head off, Melissa approached him, her expression curious. "Melissa. Izuku," she called softly, "would you mind coming with me to my lab? I want to show you something before the party starts." Izuku blinked in surprise, but nodded, intrigued by the offer. Izuku. "Sure, Melissa. Lead the way." As they made their way through the island's impressive research district, Izuku couldn't help but feel a strange sense of anticipation. What could Melissa be working on? And why did she want to show it to him specifically? At the Central Tower lab again. Meanwhile, back in David Shield's lab, All Might had returned to his muscular form, the familiar strain of maintaining it beginning to settle in. He gave David a firm handshake, his usual confident grin plastered on his face. "All Might. Don't worry about me, Dave," he said, his voice full of reassurance. "I'll see you later at the party. We'll catch up more then." David nodded, watching as his old friend left the lab. But as soon as All Might disappeared from view, David's expression darkened, his thoughts drifting back to their earlier conversation. He couldn't shake the growing concern he had for Toshinori, nor the grim reality of his friend's declining power. Despite Toshinori's confidence, David knew that the symbol of peace wasn't invincible anymore. And that scared him. As David sat back in his chair, he allowed himself a moment of reflection, remembering the first time he had ever met Toshinori Yagi. It was years ago, back when David was still a student at university. He had been conducting an experiment at the school's research facility when something went terribly wrong. A critical error in one of the machines caused an explosion, setting the entire building on fire. Trapped inside, David and several of his colleagues had been moments away from disaster. But then, through the smoke and flames, Toshinori had appeared, bursting into the burning building without a second thought. Despite not yet being a full-fledged hero, he saved everyone trapped inside, carrying each person to safety one by one. David had been the last person rescued, and as he stumbled out of the wreckage, coughing and covered in soot, he saw Toshinori standing there, completely calm amidst the chaos. At that moment, David knew that Toshinori was special. He wasn't like the other would-be heroes out there. His strength and determination were different. He had a dream that went beyond personal glory. David introduced himself to the young man who would one day become All Might, and they quickly became friends. From that day forward, David devoted himself to supporting Toshinori's dream. He designed his first hero costume, which allowed Toshinori to fully embrace his role as a symbol of justice. Together, They fought against villains, and David witnessed firsthand how Toshinori's vision of becoming the symbol of peace took shape. And now, years later, David watched with a heavy heart as that same dream seemed to be slipping away, little by little. Toshinori was no longer the invincible hero he once was, and David couldn't help but feel helpless as he watched his friend slowly succumb to the injuries and battles that had taken their toll over the years. But David wasn't ready to give up. He would do whatever it took to help Toshinori, whether his friend wanted him to or not. As David stared at his computer screen, the wheels in his mind began to turn. There had to be something he could do, something to restore All Might to his former strength. If Toshinori wouldn't tell him the full truth, then David would find the answers on his own. As the group of masked villains moved swiftly through the shadowed corridors of Island, their leader signaled for silence. They had just received their goods, a shipment of high-tech weaponry and equipment that would allow them to subdue the island's advanced security system. Each villain equipped themselves with restraint devices, taser guns, and enhanced quirk nullifying cuffs, which gleamed menacingly under the dim lights. The main villain, clad in a sleek black suit, pulled his mask over his face. With a sharp nod to his team, they began their mission. The island's security guards, trained to handle even the most dangerous threats, were quickly overwhelmed by the sheer speed and efficiency of the villains' attack. Quirk suppressants and high-powered restraints were used to incapacitate the guards in seconds. With the entire security force neutralized, the villains made their way deeper into the island, confident that no one could stand in their way. At Island Academy, on the other side of the island, completely unaware of the looming threat, Melissa continued to show Izuku around Island Academy. They had just arrived at her personal lab, a sleek, high-tech room filled with various tools, gadgets, and blueprints. The walls were adorned with numerous awards, certificates of recognition, and photos of Melissa standing proudly beside her father, David Shield, at various events. Izuku was in awe as he looked around the lab. Izuku. Wow, Melissa. You've really done a lot. These awards are incredible. You must be one of the top students here. Melissa chuckled, though there was a hint of modesty in her smile. Melissa. Not really. My grades have been slipping a bit recently. But I study hard because, like you, I have a dream to become a heroine, well, in my own way. Izuku nodded, his admiration for her dedication growing. Izuku. That's incredible. Do you want to become a pro-heroine, too? Melissa paused at that question, her smile fading just slightly as she turned toward her workbench. For a moment, she seemed lost in thought, and when she finally spoke, her voice was quieter, more introspective. Melissa. I used to, but I can't. I'm quirkless, Izuku. Izuku froze, his eyes widening in shock. Izuku. You're quirkless. Melissa chuckled softly at his reaction. Melissa. Yeah, I was born without a quirk, just like you were. Her smile was small but genuine. At first, I thought it was fine. I figured I could still be a hero in my own way, like my dad. I wanted to design support equipment, help pro heroes out in the field, and make sure they had everything they needed to keep people safe. Izuku listened intently, his own experiences as a quirkless child rushing back to him. He understood the pain and struggles of being born without a quirk, especially in a world where so much depended on it. Melissa. But then, she continued, her voice growing softer, that all changed when I saw you at the UA Sports Festival. I heard your speech, how you said you used to be quirkless too, how you didn't give up, and how a quirkless person can still be a hero. She looked up at him, her blue eyes shining with emotion. I couldn't believe it. For the first time, I felt like, maybe there was hope for me too. Maybe I could still be a hero, even without a quirk. Izuku's breath hitched in his throat. The speech he had given at the sports festival, he hadn't realized how far-reaching its impact had been. To know that Melissa, someone so intelligent and hardworking, had been inspired by his words left him feeling deeply moved. Melissa walked over to her workbench and picked up a set of blueprints. She unfolded them and held them out to Izuku. Melissa. That's why I've been working on something. I don't have a quirk, but that doesn't mean I can't still fight alongside heroes. I've designed these pieces of armor. They're still prototypes, but they're meant to enhance mobility and strength for quirkless people like me. She showed him a detailed blueprint of a sleek, futuristic suit of armor, filled with various mechanisms and enhancements. Izuku's eyes scanned the designs, and he felt his throat tighten with emotion. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he didn't try to hide them. Izuku. Melissa, he whispered, overcome with pride and joy. Melissa's expression softened, seeing Izuku's reaction. Melissa. I didn't give up because of you, Izuku. You showed me that being quirkless doesn't mean I'm powerless. And now, I have a new dream. I want to be a heroine, even if I don't have a quirk. I want to fight alongside people like you. Hearing those words, Izuku could no longer hold back his emotions. He wiped at his tears with the back of his hand, a broad smile forming on his face. Izuku. You're going to be an incredible heroine, Melissa. I just know it. The two shared a moment of silent understanding, both of them standing as living proof that even without a quirk, anyone could still fight for what was right. They both continued to share their thoughts and dreams. Izuku suddenly noticed something strange. A faint, glowing blue aura surrounded Melissa, something he'd never noticed before. His Evo Eye skill had automatically activated, without him or her realizing it, scanning Melissa as if detecting something unusual. Name: Melissa Shield. Quirk: Abilities. Formerly quirkless, hidden power detected. Level: Stats: Strength, Speed, Agility, Intelligence, Health. Normal. Mana levels: currently 0. Affiliations: Alliances. Island Academy, Shield Family, All Might. Izuku blinked in surprise, his breath catching in his throat. Hidden power. That couldn't be right. Melissa had just told him she was quirkless. And yet, the data in front of him clearly indicated something was stirring within her, some sort of dormant potential. Before he could process this information or even ask her about it, his phone suddenly buzzed. He fumbled with the device, glancing down to see Ida's name flash on the screen. Tenya. Class Rep. His voice boomed the moment Izuku answered the call. Where are you? You were supposed to meet us 20 minutes ago. We have a schedule to keep. Izuku winced, knowing how seriously Tenya took their arrangements. Izuku. I'm sorry, Iida. I lost track of time. I'll head back right now. He glanced apologetically at Melissa, who gave him a sympathetic smile. Melissa. Don't worry about it, Izuku, she said, waving him off. Go get changed, and I'll see you at the party. Izuku smiled back, though his mind was still spinning from what he'd seen with his Evo Eye. Izuku. Yeah, see you at the party, he said, turning to leave the lab. As he hurried back to his hotel room to change clothes, his thoughts raced. What was that blue aura? Could Melissa have something hidden she wasn't aware of herself? Whatever it was, Izuku knew he had to investigate further. But first, he had a party to attend. At Central Tower, Izuku walked through the doors, pulling them closed behind him with a calmness that didn't match his late arrival. His white shirt under a black suit jacket was neatly buttoned up, and his bow tie was perfectly knotted, giving him a polished, formal appearance. Adjusting his collar, he glanced around, expecting to see more of his classmates. Izuku. Sorry about being late, he began, but stopped abruptly when he noticed only 4 of his friends standing around. Well, guess I'm not the only one running late. Iida, already standing rigidly near the window, sighed in exasperation. Tenya. Does a proper meeting time mean nothing to you people? He exclaimed, chopping the air in his usual dramatic manner. He looked the part of a high-class gentleman, dressed in a sharp 2-button blue suit with a matching navy vest underneath and a yellow tie that perfectly matched his serious demeanor. Izuku shrugged casually, waving off Ida's frustration as if it were nothing. Izuku. The party isn't going anywhere, Iida. It's fine. He gave a nod to Shoto, who stood quietly at the side. Looking good, Todoroki. Shoto, dressed in a cool gray suit with navy blue lapels and a dark red tie, returned the nod. His attire, like his personality, was sleek and understated, yet striking. Before the conversation could continue, the lift opened as Momo entered with her usual elegance, dressed in a stunning light green gown accentuating her regal bearing. Her stride was confident, as always, as she smiled warmly at the group. Momo. Apologies for our tardiness, she said, her voice polite and poised. Jiro's feeling a little shy. She gestured toward Jiro, who was lingering behind her, looking a bit uncomfortable. Jiro, dressed in a sleek black dress with a leather jacket thrown over her shoulders, blushed and looked away. Kyoka. This feels more like a costume than formal wear, she mumbled, clearly uncomfortable with the attention. Kaminari gave her a thumbs up. Denki. I'm just glad you're not in a t-shirt. Mineta. Even the jacket can't ruin it, he added, grinning widely. Before they could say anything more, Jiro's ear jacks extended with a snap, hitting both boys hard enough to send them convulsing. Kyoka. Shut up, she growled, her face flushed as she turned away, clearly mortified by the attention. Denki. Why would you do that? It was a compliment, he whined, rubbing his head as he sat up. Kyoka. No, it wasn't, she shot back, glaring at him with fire in her eyes. Izuku looked at the two girls who felt like family to him. They were practically his sisters in all but blood, and he couldn't help but smile. Izuku. You both look incredible, he said sincerely, his voice warm. Yaoyorozu, that dress suits you perfectly. And Kyoka, the black really brings out your style. Kyoka immediately blushed, averting her eyes as she fidgeted with one of her ear jacks. Kyoka. What? Stop it, you're embarrassing me, she muttered, but there was no hiding the small smile tugging at her lips. Momo, ever the gracious one, gave a gentle smile. Momo. Thank you, Midoriya. That's very kind of you. Denki rubbed his head with a groan, while Mineta sulked beside him, clutching his forehead. Denki. Why does he get away with saying stuff like that? The doors slid open again, revealing Ochako. She stepped into the room nervously, her blush deepening with every step. She wore a beautiful pink dress that accentuated her natural charm without being overwhelming, paired with black leggings and red shoes. Her usual carefree look was replaced with something more refined, but her shy demeanor remained. Ochako. Sorry I'm late, she said, smiling awkwardly as she approached the group. It took me a while to get ready. Izuku turned to her, about to respond, but the words caught in his throat. The sight of Ochako in her formal attire, looking so different yet so familiar, caused his brain to malfunction. His expression froze and for a moment, Izuku.X had stopped working. Izuku finally snapped out of his daze, his face turning bright red as he stammered. Izuku. Oh Ochako, look. His brain tried to recover from the overload, but as he struggled to finish the sentence, Melissa entered the room. Melissa, dressed elegantly in a simple yet classy blue and white gown, waved cheerfully at the group. Melissa. Oh, good. I thought I was going to miss you guys. She smiled, her presence lighting up the room as she approached. Her natural beauty, combined with her friendly, upbeat personality, made her stand out immediately. Izuku's brain short-circuited again. Two beautiful girls, both standing in front of him in formal wear, smiling at him. His system was overloaded, and once again, Izuku.X had stopped functioning. Izuku. Why you look perfect, Ochako, he finally managed to blurt out, though his gaze kept shifting between her and Melissa, his face burning from heat. His heart raced as he awkwardly complimented Melissa as well. And, Melissa, you look amazing too. Ochako blushed at the compliment and giggled at his flustered state. Ochako. Oh, Izuku, you don't have to flatter me so much, she teased, spinning around playfully, clearly enjoying his reaction. Melissa gave him a friendly smile. Melissa. Thanks, Izuku. You clean up pretty well yourself, she said with a wink, causing his blush to intensify. Naturally, Kaminari and Mineta were drooling again, their excitement reaching new heights. Mineta. The headliner has arrived, he muttered, his mouth full of drool. Denki. I can't take this much beauty, he added dramatically, clutching his heart as if he might actually faint. I think I might die. Meanwhile, in the tower's reception hall on the second floor, the grand event was already in full swing. Pro-heroes, tech moguls, and scientists from around the world mingled under the high chandeliers, while the representatives of the expo prepared to ask the no. One hero to give a speech for the crowd. Tenya was still anxiously checking his phone, trying to contact Kirishima. Tenya. Where could he be? He muttered, growing increasingly worried. He said he would be here by now. Shoto. Maybe he's just running late, he suggested calmly. Tenya shook his head. Tenya. I've been calling him for the last 30 minutes, but there's no answer. How can he lose track of time at such an important event? Unbeknownst to Tenya, Eijiro had left his phone in his hotel room and was currently wandering the vast Island Tower, completely lost as he tried to find his way to the party. Back at the reception, the crowd began to hush as the host took the stage, microphone in hand, ready to introduce the keynote speaker, the symbol of peace himself, All Might. As All Might stepped up to the stage, the room filled with an anticipatory silence. His towering presence commanded the attention of every guest at the party. He adjusted the microphone, his usual smile brimming with confidence, ready to deliver words of hope and peace. All Might. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be here tonight at Island. Suddenly, the lights flickered, and the entire room was bathed in a sinister red glow. A shrill alarm pierced the air, making everyone tense. The sound wasn't just in the reception hall, it echoed across the island. Izuku. What's going on? He muttered as his sense was immediately on alert. Before All Might could continue, the massive screens in the room flickered, replaced by the flashing red of Island's security system. A robotic voice rang out over the intercom. This is an announcement from the Island security system. We have received a report that an explosive device was discovered somewhere on the expo grounds. Island will now be in high alert mode. Your safety is our top priority. Residents and tourists should return to their lodgings. Anyone remaining on the street after 10 minutes will violate the law. Back in the central tower, things took a darker turn. The party came to a complete halt as the security system sealed the tower's doors with thick steel barriers. The representatives of the expo scrambled in confusion, and the pro-heroes present, including All Might, tensed, realizing something was horribly wrong. That's when the masked villains barged into the hall. The group leader stepped forward, dressed in combat gear and wearing a gray mask. He strode with confidence, followed by a legion of armed criminals who stormed in with weapons drawn. The partygoers screamed in terror, and several heroes made a move to protect the guests, only to be immediately restrained by a volley of bond shots fired from hidden traps on the floor. The restraints wrapped around the heroes' limbs, pulling them down to the ground with enough force to suppress even All Might. The leader reveals himself to be Wolfram, a notorious villain known for his brutal tactics. His gaze swept across the room, locking onto the restrained heroes and terrified civilians. Wolfram. Everyone, stay calm, he announced, his voice cold and calculated as he smirked. We are now in control of this island. If you cooperate, no one has to get hurt. But resist us, and you'll regret it. His villains raised their weapons, ensuring no one dared to move. All Might, still bound by the powerful restraints, struggled against them, his muscles tensing as he tried to free himself. But the bonds were too strong, even for him in his weakened state. From the side, David watched in horror, his heart racing as he saw the symbol of peace subdued. He turned to All Might, his voice shaking with desperation. David. Toshi, don't do anything rash. We need to stay calm. I'll find a way to get us out of this. All Might's eyes flicked to his old friend, his expression grim. All Might. Dave. On the upper floor, Shoto frowned as he tapped his phone screen, his expression growing more serious by the second. Shoto. I'm not getting any signal, he muttered, looking up at the others. One by one, they all checked their phones, the realization slowly dawning on them. It looks like our service is completely blocked, he said, his voice calm but with an edge of concern. Denki. Are you serious? He freaked out, pacing slightly as his eyes darted around the room. Jiro, meanwhile, headed toward the elevator and pressed the button a few times before turning back to the group. Kyoka. The elevator's not working either, she announced, her brows furrowing as she stared at the unresponsive panel. Manetta's anxiety spiked. Manetta. What the heck is going on here? He cried softly, trying not to draw too much attention to their small group. Izuku's mind was racing. His instinct told him something was off. This wasn't just a random technical failure. There was something more sinister at play. He remembered the people he saw earlier in the day. They were giving him bad vibes. He glanced at Melissa, who had lived on Island for years and would know the protocols better than anyone. Melissa. It's strange that the system would go on high alert like this, she said, her tone steady but uneasy. That's not the protocol whenever explosives are discovered. There's a specific lockdown procedure, but this, she hesitated, her eyes narrowing. This feels wrong. Izuku's eyes widened slightly, and his suspicions were confirmed. He clenched his fists, whispering under his breath. Izuku. I swear to God, I knew something was wrong. He said while turning sharply to Tenya. He took charge. Iida, let's go to the party. Tenya. For what reason? He asked, crossing his arms, his posture still stiff despite the growing tension. Izuku. All Might's in there, he explained, urgency in his voice. If something is going wrong, we need to be where he is. Ochako's eyes widened in surprise. Ochako. Wait, All Might's in there. Kaminari, however, was more excited than anything. Denki. Thank goodness, he said, his expression brightening. We don't have anything to worry about, then. Mineta sighed in relief, leaning against the wall. Mineta. Yeah, if All Might's there, we're safe. Izuku wasn't as optimistic. He knew better than to rely on the presence of a single hero, no matter how powerful. He turned to Melissa, his expression determined. Izuku. Melissa, you know this building inside and out. Do you have any way we can get down there? Melissa nodded, though her face betrayed a hint of worry. Melissa. Yeah, sure. We can use the emergency stairs. She pointed to a door near the edge of the room. That'll at least get us close to the reception hall. Izuku nodded, grateful. Izuku. We'll follow your lead. As the group prepared to move, the scene shifted to the reception hall on the second floor of the tower. The grand party was supposed to be in full swing, with heroes and important figures from all over the world mingling under the elegant chandeliers. But now, the atmosphere was tense and filled with fear. The guests sat quietly, their movements restricted, while several pro-heroes lay tied up, their heads bowed in defeat. Wolfram, the masked leader of the villains, stood among them, overseeing everything with a sinister smirk. One of the heroes, a tall man with gray hair and red gloves, tried to speak up, his voice filled with righteous anger. What are you criminals after? Wolfram didn't hesitate. With a quick movement, he kicked the hero in the face, sending him sprawling to the floor. Wolfram. Do you not know how to listen? He taunted, standing over the fallen hero. Stay down. Just then, Wolfram's phone rang. He touched the earpiece in his ear, listening intently for a few seconds before nodding. Wolfram. Yeah, I got it. His eyes scanned the room, landing on a name tag worn by a man trembling near the back. Hey, Tubby, you a researcher here? He asked, narrowing his eyes as he read the tag. Sam, right. Sam leaned back slightly, his eyes wide with fear. Sam. Why yes, I am, he stammered. Wolfram's smirk grew. Wolfram. Take this one up, he ordered, motioning to his henchman. Sam. No, please, he pleaded, backing away slowly. Before the henchman could reach him, David stepped forward, his expression calm and composed despite the danger. David. Stop it, that man is my assistant, he said, his voice steady. What do you plan on doing to him? Wolfram turned, eyeing David with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. Wolfram. Ah, the famous David Shield, he chuckled darkly. Bring him too, he ordered, gesturing to his men. David didn't flinch. David. And if I refuse? He asked, his voice level but filled with an underlying threat. Wolfram's grin widened. Wolfram. Then, somewhere on this island, you'll hear a pretty little blonde girl scream. David's calm demeanor faltered for a split second as the weight of Wolfram's words sunk in. He knew exactly who the villain was threatening. David. All right, he said, his voice quiet but resigned. Lead the way. As David and Sam were led away by Wolfram's men, All Might, bound tightly in the ground, strained to get a clear view of what was happening. His heart raced, his thoughts consumed by the growing danger and the knowledge that his power was limited. He couldn't fail now, not with so many lives on the line. Suddenly All Might noticed a small, flickering light from above. His eyes darted upwards, landing on a small figure standing on the third floor of the tower. It was Izuku, flashing some kind of signal in his direction. In the shadows of the third floor, Jiro pressed her ear jack against the railing, using her quirk to amplify sound from the reception hall below. She could hear the slight struggle in All Might's voice, but he remained calm as he explained the situation. All Might, security's been hijacked, his voice came through in a low whisper. The villains control the island's defenses. They've captured David's shield, and the security systems locked us in. Kyoka pulled her ear jacks back and turned to the others, her face grim. Kyoka. It's just like we thought. The villains have full control of the security. Izuku. But we have to do something, he said, trying to come up with a plan. Tenya stepped forward with his usual serious tone. Tenya. Midoriya, we can't legally engage in combat with these villains. Our priority should be escaping and calling for help. That would be the most responsible course of action. Before Izuku could respond, Melissa chimed in with a grave expression. Melissa. Island's security system is on par with Tartarus, the maximum security prison. Once the villains took control of the system, all communications and external assistance were cut off. No one is coming to help us unless we reset the system ourselves. Shoto, with his usual calm demeanor, stepped forward. Shoto. If we don't try to help, All Might and the others will remain in danger. We need to disable the system, or they'll have no chance. Kyoka nodded in agreement. Kyoka. We can't just run. If we don't try, everyone on the island is at risk. Meanwhile, Mineta was practically shaking with fear. Mineta. Are you all crazy? This is way beyond us. We're talking about full-blown villains here, not just training exercises. We'll get killed. Momo, while hesitant, added softly. Momo. Mineta's not wrong. We're students. This is a dangerous situation, and the consequences are real. The group fell into an awkward silence, the tension hanging thick in the air. For a moment, it seemed like indecision would take hold of them, until Izuku stepped forward, his eyes glowing with determination. Izuku. We don't have to fight the villains head-on. If we can disable the security system, All Might and the other pro-heroes can handle the rest. We just need to make sure they have that chance. Minoru groaned, rubbing his temples in frustration. Mineta. Midoriya, you really haven't learned anything from what happened at USJ, have you? You can't just jump into danger. Izuku. I'm not jumping into anything. He interrupted, his voice firm. We can save people without fighting. We don't need to take on the villains directly. Melissa said there's a way to reset the security system from the top floor, right? He glanced at Melissa, who nodded in confirmation. Melissa smiled, a sense of hope returning to her eyes. Melissa. Yes, if we can reach the top floor, we can disable the entire system, and that would give All Might and the other heroes the chance they need to take control back. Ignore Izuku. Izuku tried to open his inventory, hoping to pull out some equipment to help with the mission, but he frowned when the interface remained locked. His quirk, Ready Player One, had been acting strangely ever since their last dungeon crawl. It felt unstable, as though some of his abilities were glitching out. But now wasn't the time to worry about it. He would have to figure that out later. For now, he would rely on the skills he had access to. Melissa's words stirred the group. Even Denki, who had been hesitant earlier, was now looking more determined. Still, he turned to Izuku and voiced his concern. Denki. Hey, maybe you should tell Melissa to stay behind. I mean, she's a civilian, right? What if something goes wrong? Before Izuku could answer, Melissa interjected, her voice resolute. Melissa. No, I'm not staying behind. I'm the only one who can disable the system, and I want to help save everyone just as much as all of you do. Her conviction made Izuku smile. He admired her courage, knowing firsthand how hard it was to fight for a dream without a quirk. Izuku. All right, let's do this. The group exchanged determined nods, rallying around Izuku's plan. They were ready to work as a team to disable the system, knowing that if they succeeded, the heroes would turn the tide against the villains. With their decision made, the team prepared to move. They had a dangerous journey ahead of them, but with their combined strength and Melissa's knowledge, they had a chance to save the day without fighting the villains head-on. Izuku stood in the shadows of the third floor, watching All Might closely from the party hall below. He knew that their only option was to act, but All Might needed to understand their plan. Steeling himself, he used the hand signals they had been taught in their rescue training, quickly signing out their plan to disable the security system and save the hostages without directly confronting the villains. All Might, still restrained by the powerful bonds holding him on the stage, caught Izuku's gestures out of the corner of his eye. His heart sank a little, knowing full well that the situation was beyond what his students should be dealing with. He narrowed his eyes, watching Izuku's determined face as the message continued. Izuku, we'll reach the control room. We won't fight, trust us. For a moment, All Might's instincts screamed at him to stop them. The idea of his students taking such risks without full protection, against actual villains armed with guns and the island's own security system, was something he couldn't accept easily. His fingers twitched, wanting to signal no, to tell them to stand down and wait for the pros. But then he saw it, the unshakable resolve in Izuku's expression. The boy who had trained himself to fight evil, the boy who had enough power to get toe-to-toe with him, was not backing down. And as much as All Might wanted to protect him, he knew in his heart that a true hero would never back down when innocent lives were at stake. With a sigh, All Might's stern expression softened just slightly as he thought. All Might. Sometimes, heroes have to act, even when the situation seems impossible. He thought as he put his faith in his students, he decided to trust them with the task. Be careful, I believe in you. Floor 30. As the group continued their exhausting climb up the tower, each floor seemed to stretch on forever. Tenya and Izuku, still leading, stopped to catch their breath while the rest of the group trailed behind. Tenya. Level 30. He finally stopped, his usually unshakable composure slightly rattled by the long climb. Izuku, sensing that the group needed a moment, also came to a rest and turned toward the others. Everyone was clearly fatigued. It suddenly hit Izuku. Izuku. Wait, Melissa, he called out, a thought dawning on him. How high does this tower go? Melissa, trying her best to stay composed despite her breathlessness, answered. Melissa. The 200th floor. A collective groan rippled through the group. Denki. The what? He exclaimed, gripping the railing as if for dear life. That's way too many stairs. Minoru, hiding behind Momo, was practically trembling. Mineta. I can't do it. This is torture. Momo, despite also being winded, tried to keep the group calm. Momo. It's still better than running into the villains. Keep pushing forward. Floor 50. Their journey pressed on, floor after floor. By the time they hit floor 50, everyone's legs were burning. Ochako, noticing Melissa trailing behind and visibly struggling, slowed down to check on her. Ochako. Hey, Melissa, do you want me to use my quirk on you? It'll make you weightless, and that way, you won't have to carry yourself up all these stairs. Izuku slowed down to listen, worried about Melissa but impressed with Ochako's thoughtful offer. Melissa smiled gratefully but shook her head. Melissa. I'll be fine. Thanks, though, I'll save your power for when we really need it. I'm right behind you. Izuku couldn't help but smile at her determination. Despite being quirkless, Melissa had a resolve that reminded him of himself when he was struggling at the bottom. It was inspiring. He watched as she tried to catch up to the group, her bare feet moving across the cold, hard steps. Without saying a word, he subtly activated his somersault cloud ability, creating a soft, floating cloud beneath Melissa's feet. Melissa. What the? She yelped, startled as her feet were suddenly lifted off the ground. The cloud swirled gently beneath her, holding her weight effortlessly. Izuku. You've been keeping up really well, he said with a grin. But no need to wear yourself out before we get to the top. The rest of the group looked over at Melissa's now effortless ascent, a mixture of awe and envy in their eyes. Denki. Hey, I could use one of those clouds too, he shouted, reaching out dramatically. Mineta nodded vigorously in agreement. Melissa, now gliding along smoothly on the cloud, looked up at him with gratitude. Melissa. Thanks, Izuku. This will help me conserve energy. She smiled warmly, her hair fluttering slightly in the gentle breeze the cloud created. Izuku felt his cheeks warm slightly, but he quickly nodded, keeping his focus on the mission ahead. Izuku. Let's just make sure we reach the top. Floor 80. The group's rapid climb came to a screeching halt as they reached floor 80. Tenya, Izuku, and Melissa, the first to arrive, were met with a large metal barrier blocking the way to the next set of stairs. "Tenya, this route's blocked," he called out, his voice echoing in the stairwell. Shoto caught up with the two leaders, panting lightly. "Shoto, should we break through it?" he asked, his breath catching up with him. Izuku considered the option, but Melissa quickly intervened as the rest of the group arrived. "Melissa, if we do that," she explained, as everyone except Izuku catching their breath, "the security system will alert the villains that someone is tampering with the tower. We can't risk it." Everyone nodded in agreement, except for Mineta, who was already fidgeting with the door leading to the main section of the floor. Before anyone could stop him, he pulled it open. "Melissa. No, don't," she said in panic, but it was too late. The sound of the door creaking open echoed through the corridor, and immediately, a sharp beep filled the air. The security system's warning lights flashed red. Izuku. Mineta. His eyes widened, his frustration boiling over as he growled. His fists clenched as he fought to stay calm. The rest of the group froze, realizing the gravity of the situation. At Control Tower. In the control room, the henchman monitoring the security system raised an eyebrow as an alarm quietly beeped on his monitor. Question mark? Is something wrong? Swordkill, a villain with a rough demeanor, walked over, cigarette in hand. Hacker. A door on one of the higher floors just opened, the henchman muttered, his fingers flying across the keyboard. We cleared all the levels. No one should be there. Swordkill's eyes narrowed as he pulled the cigarette out of his mouth. Swordkill. I thought you scanned every floor. His voice was laced with irritation. The henchman rolled his eyes, pulling up the security feed. Hacker. Well, I guess not. Look, he said, gesturing at the monitor. The screen revealed the group of 9 UA students and Melissa running through the hallways of floor 80. Swordkill growled in annoyance. Swordkill. So we've got rats in the walls, huh? Suddenly, Wolfram gave a command from the reception hall, where he was keeping All Might hostage. Wolfram. Use the barriers to trap them on the 80th floor. Don't let them escape. He waved his pistol dismissively at the two henchmen standing near him, signaling them to move. Roger, one of the henchmen replied, leaving the room with his partner as All Might, visibly struggling to maintain his muscle form, silently prayed for the students' safety. Back to the students. Back on floor 80, shutter doors slammed down at both ends of the corridor, trapping the group in the hallway. Thinking fast, Shoto stepped forward. Shoto. I'll keep this one open. He slammed his right hand onto the ground, releasing a burst of ice to stop one of the doors in its tracks. The temperature dropped instantly, frost creeping up the metal barrier as Shoto strained to maintain the ice. Tenya. Hurry, he shouted, charging toward the other side. With a powerful kick from his recipro burst, he forced a door to buckle, creating an opening to a nearby room. Izuku. This way, he called, guiding everyone through the gap Tenya had created. Floor 80 plant factory. Izuku. Well, the villains know we're here, he muttered under his breath, fighting the urge to strangle Mineta, who had once again nearly compromised their position. He clenched his fists but held back, knowing that Mineta's quirk might still prove useful if they ran into any serious trouble. The group was going to need every advantage they could muster. Jiro surveyed their surroundings, taking in the tall, exotic trees and lush plants surrounding them. Kyoka. What is this place? She asked, her voice filled with curiosity. Melissa. It's a plant factory, she answered as they ran into a large, dome-shaped room filled with vegetation. She explained while leading them further in. They research the effects that quirks have on fauna here. Some plants respond differently depending on the kind of quirk used near them. Jiro stopped suddenly, her eyes locking on the elevators across the room. Kyoka. Hold on, she said sharply, halting everyone else. The elevator, it's coming up. Izuku's expression tightened as he processed the situation. Izuku. The villains moved fast. That means fewer villains are watching downstairs, he whispered to himself, his mind racing through potential plans. We need to hide and let them pass. We can't engage if they can report back to their leader, he said as dismissed the somersault cloud when Melissa took off from it. The group nodded in silent agreement, quickly scattering to hide behind the thick bushes and oversized plant leaves in the dome. They crouched low, keeping their eyes locked on the approaching elevator. Kaminari leaned in closer to the group, his voice a hushed whisper. Denki. I wonder if we can use that elevator to get to the top floor once they're gone. Melissa crouched beside him and shook her head. Melissa. No, only authorized people can use the controls. And it's built like a bomb shelter, so we can't even force our way in. She glanced at Izuku, whose face was tense with concentration. Breaking in won't be an option. Mineta. Of course, we can't go the easy way, he whimpered, trembling like a leaf as the elevator dinged and the doors slid open. His face was pale with fear, sweat beading on his forehead. Two henchmen stepped out of the elevator. One was a tall, thin man towering over his smaller companion, both dressed in the same villainous attire they'd seen at the reception hall. Izuku. So I was right. They sent two from the reception, he thought, quietly snapping pictures of the two men. Their clothes and faces matched the villains he'd spotted earlier. He marked them as potential threats in his mind, thinking quickly about how to avoid a confrontation. Look at their clothes, he whispered to the others. They match the villains from downstairs. He kept his voice low, making sure not to attract attention. They said the kids came in here, one of the villains named Deku grumbled, his nasal voice grating on the nerves of the students hiding behind the plants. Multiple students clenched their teeth in frustration at the thought of being hunted like prey. They just had to pick a place with so many hiding spots, the taller henchman named Nobu grumbled as he scanned the room. Ochako, crouching beside Izuku, looked over at him, her face pale with worry. Ochako. They're after us, she whispered in a squeaky, gripping the fabric of her dress. Tenya. Stay quiet, he hissed, keeping a sharp eye on the two villains as they continued to stalk through the plant-filled room. The rest of the group did their best to stay hidden, holding their breath and praying that the villains would pass by without spotting them. Deku. Hey, we see you, stupid kid. The smaller villain suddenly shouted, his voice cutting through the tense silence like a knife. Some of the students jumped in fear but quickly regained their composure, staying in place despite their racing hearts. Izuku gritted his teeth and was ready to strike if necessary. The last thing they needed was for these two to report back their location to Wolfram. But just as Izuku prepared to move, a familiar voice echoed through the room. Hey, guys, can you help me? Izuku. Kirishima. His eyes widened as he recognized the voice of his red-haired friend, and the tension in his shoulders loosened slightly. Eijiro grinned sheepishly as he walked toward two villains, completely unaware of the danger surrounding him. Eijiro. I got lost trying to find the party, this place is like a maze. He scratched the back of his head, looking genuinely apologetic. But the villains, already irritated from their search, weren't in the mood for an explanation. The taller villain, Nobu, sneered at Eijiro. Nobu. You think this is a game, kid? With a quick movement, he thrust his hands forward, activating his quirk. A blast of air shot toward Eijiro, aimed right for his torso. Nobu's quirk allowed him to displace anything he hit into his hands, and he intended to snatch the UA student in one go. Izuku. Kirishima, look out. He shouted and was about to jump in front of him from the hiding spot, but Shoto was faster too. With a swift gesture, Shoto's right hand sent a wave of ice rushing between Kirishima and Nobu. The air blast collided with the thick ice shield, freezing mid-flight before dissipating harmlessly. Shoto. Gotcha covered, he said coolly as he stepped forward. Without breaking stride, he extended his hand again, creating an ice pillar beneath his friend's feet. You need to keep moving, he said as the ice rose, lifting Izuku, Melissa, and the others to the next floor, safely out of range from the villains. Eijiro, who had braced himself for the impact of Nobu's attack, blinked in surprise. Eijiro. Thanks, Todoroki. You're a lifesaver, but what is happening here? Shoto nodded tersely, his focus still on the battle below. Shoto. We've got villains after us, and they're no joke. Before Eijiro could respond, another voice echoed in the room, one that made the students pause in confusion. Yeesh, what a mess down here. These guys don't know when to quit, huh? It wasn't one of the students speaking, but rather, a figure forming from the shadows. A lanky, humanoid figure with dark fur, sharp icy blue eyes, and a playful smirk emerged from the dark ground behind Izuku. It was Wukong, one of Izuku's shadow soldiers. His playful, confident demeanor stood in stark contrast to the situation at hand. "Denki. Who's this guy?" he whispered, eyes wide with amazement. "Izuku. That's Wukong," he explained quickly. "He's, one of my shadow soldiers like Kaizel." "Mineta. A shadow what?" His jaw nearly hit the floor. "You never said you could summon more shadows." Melissa was particularly fascinated, having seen the sports festival of Izuku's mysterious abilities but never seeing them in close firsthand. Wukong cracked his knuckles, rolling his shoulders with exaggerated flair. "Son. Ready to rumble, boss." Izuku grinned, feeling a surge of confidence. "Izuku. Go help them out, Wukong. We'll keep moving upward." "Son. You got it." Wukong leapt from the ice pillar toward the villains, flipping midair before landing gracefully on the ground below. He stood between Eijiro, Shoto, and the two villains, casually twirling his staff. Nobu scowled, his eyes narrowing at the monkey-like shadow. "Nobu. What the hell is that?" Wukong grinned wider, leaning on his staff like he didn't have a care in the world. "Son. Just a guy who's about to mop the floor with you. Don't worry, though, it'll be quick." Before Nobu or his companion could react, Wukong lunged forward with lightning speed, his staff spinning like a blur. He cracked it against Nobu's arm, sending him reeling back, then twirled the staff behind him, effortlessly blocking an incoming punch from the second villain, Diago, who transformed. Diago roared, his body morphing grotesquely as he transformed into a hulking, purple gorilla-like creature, and he intended to crush Wukong with a single blow. Wukong, still grinning, slid back with a dramatic flourish. "Son. Whoa, big guy. Ever heard of leg day? You're all arms and no grace." Diago snarled in frustration and charged at Wukong with ground-shaking footsteps, his massive fists swinging wildly. Wukong dodged effortlessly, leaping from tree to tree in the plant-filled dome. "Son. Come on, slowpoke, you're making this too easy," he teased, vaulting over Diago's head and landing lightly on his back, tapping him with the staff. "Tag, you're it." Meanwhile, on the ice pillar, Izuku and the others continued their ascent, keeping their focus on the mission. "Izuku. Wukong can handle them," he assured his friends. "We have to keep moving." Momo, still trying to wrap her head around what she was witnessing, glanced at Izuku. "Momo. You've really come a long way with your quirk, haven't you?" Izuku smiled, a little sheepishly. "Izuku. I've had a lot of practice." But there was no time to dwell on that now. He tightened his grip on the railing of the ice pillar as they passed another floor. Back on the ground, Wukong continued to toy with the villains, jumping around with acrobatic skill while taunting them. "Son. You know, I was expecting more from you guys. Didn't anyone tell you that size isn't everything?" He somersaulted over Diago's latest swing, landing gracefully behind him before jabbing his staff into the villain's side. Diago let out a roar of frustration, his movements becoming more erratic and wild as he grew angrier. Nobu, still nursing the blow to his arm, tried to fire another blast of air at Wukong, but the nimble shadow easily sidestepped it. "Son. Sorry, bud. You missed." He laughed, giving him a mocking salute. Eijiro, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but grin despite the tension. "Eijiro. Man, that guy's awesome. I had no idea Midoriya had someone like that up his sleeve." Shoto. "Focus," he called as prepare for battle. "We're not out of danger yet. Midoriya bought us some time, but we still had to fight." Eijiro hardened his fists and nodded, determination etched on his face. Eijiro. "Right, let's wrap this up." With Izuku's group. The group reached the 81st floor, their steps slowing as they looked around, trying to find a way forward. The room was large, cluttered with industrial machinery and crates stacked high against the walls, but there were no stairs or doors leading upward. "Denki. Where's the exit?" he muttered, scanning the area as if a hidden door would magically appear. The rest of the group looked equally stumped. Momo. "I don't see anything either," she added, walking up to one of the large machines and inspecting it for any clues. Izuku, standing beside Melissa, was deep in thought. "Izuku. We can't be stuck here. There's got to be something. His eyes darted around the room, looking for any sign they could move forward. That's when he noticed it. A small, barely noticeable door on a nearby roof panel, almost hidden by shadows. There, he pointed, catching everyone's attention. That panel looks like a door. Melissa's eyes widened in recognition. Melissa. Oh, that's an access hatch. It leads to the tower's maintenance room. Tenya. Wait, there's probably an emergency ladder in the maintenance room, right? He asked, his voice quick with hope. Melissa. Yeah, but it's a manual release, she explained. Someone would have to get inside the room to lower it for us. Kyoka. So, what now? She asked, arms crossed. We can't reach it from here, and it sounds like it's sealed off. Ochako tapped her chin thoughtfully, then smiled. Ochako. Wait a minute, I've got an idea. She took a deep breath, positioning herself under the hatch. I can make a small gravity blast to push it open. It might give us a way to the outside wall, where we can climb. Everyone's faces lit up with hope. Momo. That could work, she said, already looking for a way to help. Ochako raised her hands and focused, creating a small gravity ball that hit the panel with a small boom. Slowly, the hatch creaked open, revealing the narrow passage inside. It was too small for most of them, but it was clearly accessible. Ochako. We've got it open, but... She looked back at the group, her smile fading. Who's small enough to fit in there and unlock the door from the outside? The entire group turned to Minoru, who immediately shrank back in alarm. Mineta. What? Me? No way, he protested, shaking his head. Momo. You're the smallest, she reasoned, her voice calm but firm. And you're the only one who could fit in that space without causing too much noise. Minoru gulped. Mineta. But it's dangerous out there. What if I fall? Or worse, what if the villains catch me? Kaminari slung an arm around Minoru's shoulders, grinning mischievously. Denki. Hey, think of it this way, Mineta. If you pull this off, just imagine all the ladies swooning over you afterward. You'll be a hero, a real harem hero. Minoru's eyes sparkled at the word, harem, his nervousness evaporating in an instant. Mineta. A harem, you say? He whispered dreamily, the image of adoring women flooding his imagination. All right, I'll do it. He puffed out his chest, suddenly filled with confidence. Izuku couldn't help but smirk at the sudden shift in Minoru's attitude. Izuku. It really is amazing what motivates him sometimes, he thought. Izuku grabbed him by the head and threw him toward the hatch, and with a few groans and grumbles, he squeezed his way through the narrow opening. Mineta. I'm going. For the harem, he chanted to himself, determination surging through him as he climbed out of the maintenance room and onto the outside of the tower. From there, the climb was nerve-wracking. The outside wall of the tower was cold and steep, but with his quirk, Minoru was able to scale it, sticking to the surface like glue. As he climbed, he kept muttering the same mantra under his breath. Mineta. Harem, 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 until finally, after what felt like an eternity, he reached the next maintenance hatch. With a trembling hand, he pried it open and crawled through. Inside, the group waited anxiously, watching the hatch he had gone through. Mineta. I did it. His voice rang out triumphantly from above. The girls are gonna swoon. A moment later, the emergency ladder clattered down, allowing the group to move up. As the boys climbed first, giving the girls in dresses some privacy, Mineta was waiting at the top, grinning from ear to ear. Mineta. Now, let's have some kisses from the ladies as a reward. He said expectantly, his eyes shining, bruh. But instead of kisses, Melissa gave him a bright, encouraging smile. Melissa. You were incredible, Mineta. Just as I'd expect from a student hero. Mineta's eyes widened in awe, and he gasped, a blush spreading across his face. Mineta. Are really incredible. Melissa nodded, then turned toward Izuku as they continued onward, but Mineta was still beaming. Mineta. All right, let's do this, everyone. He cheered, punching the air, newfound energy coursing through him. Izuku, standing behind him, couldn't hold back the chuckle this time, quietly snickering to himself. Izuku. Of course, that's all it takes, he thought, shaking his head with amusement. But the moment of levity was brief, as the group knew they had to keep moving. In control room. In the control room, Swordkill's eyes flicked over the monitors, his irritation mounting as the images displayed the chaos unfolding across the tower. His sharp gaze zeroed in on the students racing up the floors, overcoming every obstacle his men threw at them. His frustration boiled over. Swordkill. These damn kids, he hissed through gritted teeth, slamming a fist down onto the console. The force cracked the edge of the screen, sending a ripple across the interface. They're supposed to be trapped by now. One of his subordinates, hunched over a control panel, looked up nervously. Sir, the students are proving more resourceful than expected. They've taken out several of our operatives and disabled key security measures on the lower floors. Swordkill narrowed his eyes, his voice dangerously low. Swordkill. Send a message to our field teams. I want those brats dealt with. No more excuses. The subordinate nodded quickly, scrambling to relay the message to the invaders spread throughout the tower. Yes, sir. We'll deploy reinforcements immediately. At floor 80, back on the 80th floor, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Wukong danced across the area with effortless grace, his giant staff spinning in blurs of motion. Diagro, the purple gorilla-like villain, roared in frustration, trying to match Wukong's speed and strength. But the shadow soldier was relentless, dodging each of Diagro's heavy blows with ease, cracking jokes as he went. Son, is that all you've got, banana boy? He teased, his voice light as he swung his staff in a wide arc. The blow landed squarely on Diagro's chest, sending the villain crashing into a nearby tree with a thunderous thud. Diagro growled, shaking off the blow, but Wukong was already on him again, his staff growing larger as he raised it high above his head. With a playful smirk, he brought it down with all his might, slamming the weapon into Diagro's back. The impact shook the entire floor, and Diagro let out a strangled grunt before collapsing, unconscious. Son. That was almost too easy, he said, twirling his staff before shrinking it down to a manageable size. Meanwhile, Shoto and Eijiro were engaged in their own intense fight against Nobu. The villain's quirk allowed him to displace objects with blasts of air, and he had been using it to launch chunks of debris at the two students while keeping his distance. But Shoto and Eijiro weren't backing down. Eijiro. Todoroki, on my mark. He shouted as he rushed forward, his body fully transformed into his hardening form. He charged at Nobu, drawing the villain's attention while Shoto prepared his next attack. Nobu fired off a blast of air, displacing a pile of metal pipes and hurling them toward Eijiro. But Eijiro barreled through the debris without slowing, his hardened body deflecting the projectiles like they were made of paper. At that moment, Shoto unleashed a wave of fire and ice, alternating between the two elements with precision. He created a massive ice wall in front of Nobu, cutting off his line of sight, and then sent a searing fire blast over the top, forcing Nobu to dodge backward. As the villain stumbled, Eijiro seized the opportunity, lunging forward and slamming a hardened fist into Nobu's gut. The blow landed with a sickening crunch, and Nobu doubled over, gasping for air. Shoto stepped forward, raising his hand once more to encase Nobu in a thick layer of ice, ensuring the villain wouldn't be getting up anytime soon. Shoto. Good work, Kirishima, he said, giving his classmate an approving nod. Eijiro grinned, shaking out his hands. Eijiro. We make a pretty good team, huh? Wukong landed gracefully beside them, his staff shrinking back to its normal size. Son. And don't forget about me. That was some pretty sweet teamwork if I do say so myself, he quipped, flashing a cheeky grin at the two students. Shoto raised an eyebrow at the talking shadow, still slightly amazed at how Izuku's quirk had evolved. Shoto. Right, thanks, Wukong. But their victory was short-lived. Just as they caught their breath, a sudden whirring noise filled the air. Shoto's eyes narrowed as he looked up, seeing the source of the sound. A mass of security bots, dozens of them, flooded into the plant factory from every direction, their glowing red eyes locked onto the group. In control room, hacker. Boss, these aren't just any random kids, he spoke up, his voice tinged with nervousness. He scrolled through the data on the uninvited guests. They're students from UA University's hero course. Top-notch training. Swordkill loomed behind him, his eyes narrowing at the mention of the prestigious school. Sword kill. So, they're well trained, huh? More than just a bunch of brats. Wolfram tapped his fingers impatiently on the table. Wolfram. Of course they are, he muttered. They're trying to restore the security system. He stood up, walking toward the central display. Keep an eye on them. Make sure the security drones on the 80th floor are active and ready. The henchman nodded quickly. Hacker. Yes, sir. The drones are already deployed. Wolfram. Good. Now, raise all barriers between floors 100 and 130, he ordered, a sly grin creeping onto his face. The henchman hesitated, confused. Hacker. But, boss, if we... Wolfram. Just do what I said, he cut him off, leaning casually against the table. His grin widened. Let them pass freely. It'll make them think they've got a chance. We'll crush them when they're trapped where we want them. At floor 100, as Izuku's group ascended past the 100th floor, Denki was the first to notice something off. Momo. Hey, guys, she said, pointing at the shutters that had opened automatically as they passed. Doesn't it feel a little too convenient? Ochako furrowed her brows, her eyes scanning the corridor ahead. Ochako. Yeah, it's like they want us to keep going. She paused, thinking it through. The villains must be trying to lead us somewhere. Izuku. They're definitely setting us up for something, he added, his voice low as he kept his senses alert. Stay sharp. Suddenly Jiro's eyes opened wide as she heard something. Kyoka. Got something. Sounds like robots moving around ahead. Izuku. Great, he sighed, rubbing his head. Stay quiet. We'll check them out without being spotted. Melissa, can you tell us anything about what we're dealing with? Melissa bit her lip and shook her head. Melissa. I haven't seen them in action, sorry. Izuku. It's fine. He peered through the door ahead, which opened into a vast room filled with security robots, their red lights glowing faintly in the dim factory-like space. We could throw Kaminari in first to test their defenses. Kaminari perked up, grinning. Denki. Hey, I like that plan. Izuku smirked and glanced back at him. Izuku. You okay with that? Kaminari pumped his fists. Denki. Absolutely. What do you need me to do? Izuku. Just a moderate shock, he instructed, glancing at Tenya and Momo. Don't overdo it, Kaminari. Iida throw Kaminari in the middle. Yaoyorozu, cover us with insolution material. Both nodded. Ready. Tenya held out his hand. Tenya. Are you ready, Kaminari? Kaminari grinned, bouncing in place. Denki. You got it. Let's do this. Izuku and Ochako readied themselves to open the door, and with a powerful throw, Tenya launched Kaminari into the center of the room. Denki. Indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million volts. He yelled as his body crackled with electricity, a surge of energy exploding from him and lighting up the entire room. The robots stiffened as sparks flew, but after a moment, they seemed to shrink into a defense mode, absorbing the electricity. He grimaced and raised his voltage. How about 2 million volts? Kyoka. Don't, she screamed, but it was too late. The electricity died down, leaving a very dazed and stupid-looking Kaminari. Denki. Yay, I did it, he muttered incoherently. Kyoka. You turned stupid. She facepalmed as the others sighed in frustration. Despite the sparks and burns visible on their bodies, the drones quickly rebooted, opening up to fire metal cables that wrapped Kaminari tightly, dragging him toward them. Izuku. Great, he growled, seeing the blonde hero tied up like a rag doll. Kyoka. Kaminari, she called out, her voice laced with concern, though the blonde wasn't exactly in a position to respond. Mineta. They're too strong. He whined, visibly shaking behind Momo. Tenya. Plan B, then. He gave a curt nod to the girls. Momo. Right, she quickly uncapped a small stick before tossing it toward the robots. A thick cloud of smoke exploded from it, engulfing the area in a fog. She tossed out more smoke bombs to block off their view. Jam their communications, she added as she passed out jammers to the others. It'll buy us some time. The other girls followed her lead, throwing the devices and cutting off the robots' connections. Izuku. Mineta, now. He ordered. Mineta, shaking but determined, threw his sticky balls at the drones, causing them to stick together and jam up. Mineta. It's working, he cheered, seeing the drones collide with each other helplessly. But the celebration was short-lived as some of the drones leapt over the tangled mass, charging directly for the group. Ah, man, he yelped. From behind, Tenya immediately activates Recipro Turbo. His engines roared as he blasted forward with incredible speed, breaking through the blockade of stuck and disoriented robots. The force of his speed, combined with Minoru's traps, cleared a path for the group. But the bots kept coming, rebooting faster and faster. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he watched the bots regroup. He knew this wasn't over yet. Izuku. Ochako, let's use the new combo move. He flashed her a confident grin. Ochako's face lit up, understanding immediately. Ochako. Right. Without wasting a second, Ochako began gathering the gravitational and astral energy into her palms. The air around her shimmered as she activated astral gravity, her eyes glowing faintly with power. Meanwhile, Izuku readied his stance, tensing his muscles, and calling upon his sprint skill. As Izuku sprinted forward, Ochako extended her hand, activating gravity field around Izuku that enhanced his speed. With a powerful surge of gravitational force, she pulled him toward the bots, amplifying his speed and momentum far beyond its natural limit. Izuku shot forward like a bolt of lightning, leaving a trail of blue and pink energy in his wake as his feet barely touched the ground. He became a blur of motion, his body glowing with the ethereal energy from Ochako's quirk. Just as he reached the first wave of bots, Ochako clenched her fists and activated Almighty Push, sending a massive gravitational shockwave from behind him, creating a powerful repulsive force that crushed the bots from both sides. The combined push propelled Izuku even faster, turning him into a human missile. Izuku Ochako. Synchronize combo move, Cosmic Blitz. They yelled, synchronized in both their timing and attacks. Izuku's fist glowed as he channeled all his momentum into a devastating punch. He smashed through the first row of robots, sending their metal bodies flying through the air in a cascade of sparks and debris. The impact reverberated across the room, but Izuku didn't stop. Ochako followed closely behind, flying effortlessly using her telekinetic abilities. She gracefully maneuvered through the room, using her powers to hurl debris at the bots or deflect their incoming laser blasts with ethereal shields. Each motion was precise and controlled, every action supporting Izuku's attacks. As Izuku launched a barrage of rapid punches, Ochako pulled the remaining bots into the air with universal pull, locking them into place. Ochako. Izuku, now. She called out. Izuku leapt into the air, spinning with incredible speed. Izuku. Take this. With one final, massive punch, he slammed his glowing fist down onto the suspended bots, shattering them into pieces with a resounding crash. The room was silent for a moment, filled only with the sounds of sparking wires and falling metal. The once imposing army of security bots now lay in ruins at their feet, broken beyond repair. Izuku landed softly, breathing steadily, but his grin was wide. Ochako touched down beside him, her glow fading as she caught her breath. They exchanged another quick glance, sharing a silent acknowledgement of their victory. Izuku. That combo worked even better than in practice. Ochako grinned back. Ochako. Yeah, we make a good team. The confidence in her voice matched the determination in her eyes. Melissa. That was so cool, she said, admiration clear in her voice as she approached Izuku and Ochako. The way you both combined your quirks. It was incredible. Izuku turned to Melissa, a sheepish grin forming on his face. Izuku. Thanks, Melissa. He smiled, but his expression quickly turned serious as looked toward the group. But this isn't over. The villains are still ahead of us, and the security system's only going to get tougher the higher we climb. Tenya nodded. Tenya. Midoriya's right. We've cleared the 130th floor, but if the villains are trying to lead us somewhere, we need to be prepared for an ambush or traps. Ochako wiped a bit of sweat from her brow and shot Melissa an encouraging smile. Ochako. We'll help you to save your father. Melissa's expression softened. Melissa. I appreciate that, Uraraka. Her tone was confident, her resolve unshaken. We're not backing down until we get to the top and reset the security system and save Papa. Izuku. Yeah, let's stop the villains, free everyone, and restore the island's safety. Let's keep moving. With the robots down and their path clear, the group raced toward the top of the control tower. The battle had been intense, but thanks to their teamwork and ingenuity, they had overcome the odds. Wolfram's subordinates scrambled to deliver the bad news. They got away, one of the gruff men shouted, wiping sweat from his brow. Wolfram clenched his fists as he pieced together what happened. Wolfram, one of those brats must have a sensory quirk, he deduced, his voice low and menacing. Floor 135. Meanwhile, the students had made it to the 135th floor, the nerve center of I-Island's control tower, where the server room held the key to resetting the security systems and stopping the chaos. But as soon as they entered the sleek, sterile room, they were met with an army of sleek, armed security drones. Their metallic frames glistened under the fluorescent lights, and the hum of their sensors filled the air. Melissa's voice broke through the tense silence. Melissa, we can't damage the server room. If we do, it could also affect the security system. Tenya's expression hardened. Tenya, then we'll hold them off, he declared, stepping forward as the drones started to move in. Momo nodded beside him, already creating something from the bare skin of her arm. Momo, we'll take care of this, she affirmed, forming an adhesive cannon from her quirk. Midoriya, take Melissa through another route. Uraraka, go with them. Izuku's eyes flicked between the encroaching security drones and his friends. He bit his lip, but he knew what needed to be done. Izuku, be careful, guys, he said, grabbing Melissa's hand and signaling Ochako. We're counting on you. Outside, Izuku, Ochako, and Melissa had made it to the wind power generation system, an open-air structure with massive spinning turbines, towering high into the sky. The cold wind whipped around them, and they could hear the distant whirring of more security drones approaching. Melissa, we're running out of time, she said, her eyes scanning the horizon. Izuku turned to Ochako, formulating a plan in his head. Izuku, we need to get to the top, fast, he said, activating Somersault Cloud. A soft, glowing cloud materialized beneath his feet. He crouched low, motioning for Melissa to climb on his back. You'll be safer if you ride on this cloud with me. Melissa blushed at the idea but nodded. Melissa, all right, let's do it. As she carefully climbed onto his back, both of their faces turned red. Izuku felt his heart racing, but he quickly focused back on the mission. On the other hand, Ochako puffed her cheeks slightly in jealousy and used her flight ability to float next to them to rise toward the emergency exit at the top of the tower. Izuku, Melissa, and Ochako floated higher and higher toward the top of the tower. The fierce winds from the wind power generation system began to whip around them with increasing intensity. The powerful gusts threatened to knock them off course, pushing them dangerously close to the spinning turbines. Izuku, hold on tight, he shouted to Melissa, feeling the pressure of the wind against them. Melissa clung to Izuku's back, her heart racing as the turbulent wind tugged at her. For a moment, it seemed like they might lose control. But Izuku quickly adjusted, planting his feet firmly on the cloud beneath him. He used his heightened reflexes to counterbalance the gusts, forcing them back on track. Somersault Cloud responded to his commands, stabilizing as they floated closer to the top. Izuku, almost there, he yelled over the roar of the turbines, determination in his voice. With one final push, they reached the exterior of the tower's top floor. The imposing steel structure loomed in front of them, the only thing separating them from their goal. Melissa, we need to break through, she said, her voice tinged with urgency. Izuku, I've got this, he responded, focusing all his energy. He prepared for a powerful attack, his muscles tensing as he aimed his fist toward the reinforced wall. With a roar, Izuku unleashed his punch at full power. His fist crackled with energy as it smashed into the steel, the sound of impact reverberating across the tower like thunder. The steel barrier gave way, crumpling under the force of his blow, creating a large opening into the top floor. Debris flew in all directions, but the path ahead was clear. Izuku grabbed Melissa tightly as Ochako released her flight ability on her, allowing her to drop safely into the tower's interior. Ochako, we made it, she said, landing lightly beside them as she deactivated her quirk. In the reception hall, meanwhile, Wolfram watched the students advance on the security monitors. His cold, calculating eyes narrowed as he saw the breach on the top floor. Wolfram. So, they've made it this far, he muttered to himself. His fingers tapped the control panel rhythmically, but there was no panic in his movements. He activated his communicator, his voice laced with disdain as he spoke to his most trusted subordinate. Swordkill, the intruders have reached the top. Take care of them. I don't want any more delays. From the other end of the communicator came a gravelly voice. Swirkle. Understood. Meanwhile, All Might was engaged in his own battle. He struggled to maintain his hero form, his body aching and his time limit nearing its end. He knew he had little time left before he reverted to his skeletal form. Sweat poured down his face as he took deep breaths, his mind racing. But despite the strain, All Might smiled. He had faith in his students. They were resourceful, brave, and strong. They had come so far, and he knew they wouldn't give up now. All Might. Young Midoriya. I believe in you, he whispered to himself, clenching his fist. His heart swelled with pride for the young hero. Back at server room. Without looking back, Izuku, Ochako, and Melissa slipped through a side door, while the others prepared to hold the line. The drones wasted no time advancing, their mechanical limbs whirring as they deployed nets and restraining wires. Tenya blasted forward with Recipro burst, leaving trails of blue fire as he kicked through several of the drones, sending their wreckage flying into the walls. Tenya. This won't hold them for long, he muttered between gasps, feeling the burn in his engines already. Momo, focused and calm, aimed her adhesive cannon at the approaching boats. The cannon fired a stream of sticky material, which wrapped itself around two of the drones, binding them together. The more they struggled, the tighter they were ensnared. Momo. I need to conserve my energy, she said under her breath, sweat beading on her forehead. If I push too hard, I'll be of no use. Kyoka stood back, using her earphone jack to track the drone's movements, but the constant sound waves she was sending began to bleed her ears. Kyoka. They're coming in from every angle, she shouted, her voice strained. Minoru tried to throw his sticky balls at the robots, but he was slowing down, his usual panic setting in. Mineta. We're not gonna make it, there are too many. Despite their efforts, the drones kept coming. Tenya's Recipro burst reached its time limit, his engines sputtering out as exhaustion overtook him. Momo, too, had hit her limit, her body was drained from creating so many objects. The robots began to close in, launching their restraining bonds at the students. Suddenly a whirlwind of metal parts flew everywhere as Wukong made an explosive entry. His golden staff spun in a blur as he neutralized the drones with expert precision, striking their cores with surgical accuracy. Another drone shattered as Wukong landed with a grin. Son. Need a hand? He asked, his staff shrinking to a more manageable size. Tenya, Momo, and the others slumped to the floor in relief, their bodies aching but their spirits lifted. Tenya. You got here just in time, he said, panting. On top floor. The trio regained their footing after the fall, the dust settled around them. None of them were injured, but the tense silence lasted only a moment before Swordkill launched himself at them in a sudden flurry of attacks. Izuku. Look out, he shouted, instinctively grabbing Melissa by the waist and rolling them both out of the way of Swordkill's vicious strike. The villain's blade-like hands sliced through the air, missing them by inches. Ochako was already prepared, raising her energy shield just in time to block Swordkill's follow-up attack. The metallic ring of the sword meeting shield echoed through the corridor. Her face scrunched in concentration as she held her ground against the villain's relentless strikes. Swordkill's quirk, Sword Hands, turned his arms into deadly blades capable of cutting through most materials. His attacks were precise and quick, each one aiming to exploit any weakness in Ochako's defense. Sparks flew with each strike as he hammered against her shield, trying to break through. With a swift motion, Swordkill faked a low attack before spinning into a high strike, aiming directly for Ochako's exposed side. The feint nearly caught her off guard, but Ochako was quick, shifting her shield just in time to deflect the blow. The force of the impact sent her sliding back a few feet, but she maintained her stance. Swordkill grinned darkly. He could feel her defense weakening. His relentless assault continued as he closed in on Ochako, slashing with brutal efficiency, his eyes narrowing as he saw her struggling to keep up. Swordkill. You shouldn't have come here, he growled. Swordkill's raw power was becoming overwhelming. His next strike was aimed at her shield arm, looking to disarm her entirely. The moment was critical, and even Ochako knew she wouldn't hold him off much longer. Her muscles strained as she felt the full weight of his power behind each attack. Just as Swordkill closed in for the finishing blow, a white blur shot past him. Izuku took advantage of the opening. His fist crashed into Swordkill's jaw with an earth-shattering force. The villain's eyes widened in shock as the power behind Izuku's punch not only stopped his attack but sent his head snapping sideways. The sickening sound of crack echoed in the hallway as Swordkill's jaw shattered from the impact, and his body was sent hurtling across the room, crashing into a nearby wall with a loud thud. Izuku. Stay away from my friends, he said as he lowered his fist and quickly turned to check on Ochako. Are you okay? He asked, concern etched on his face. Ochako lowered her shield, breathing heavily but managing a smile. Ochako. Yeah, I'm fine. That was close, though. Thanks, Izuku. Izuku nodded, quickly looking over to where Swordkill had landed. The villain was slumped against the wall, his face contorted in pain, blood dripping from his mouth where his jaw had been broken. He groaned but didn't seem like he would be getting back up anytime soon. Izuku. That should keep him down, he muttered, turning his attention back to Melissa, who had been watching from behind them. Melissa, are you all right? He asked gently, walking over to her. Melissa, though clearly shaken by the sudden attack, gave him a firm nod. Melissa. I'm okay, thanks to you too, she said, offering a small but grateful smile. Izuku sighed in relief, glad that they were all still in one piece. Izuku. All right, he said, glancing up the hallway. We have to keep moving. We're almost at the top. Ochako nodded, raising her shield again as they prepared to continue their mission. Ochako. Let's finish this. The trio rushed through the winding corridors of the tower. They found themselves facing even more opposition. 3 of Wolfram's henchmen stood in their way, all armed with automatic guns aimed directly at them. Izuku. Stay back, he shouted, stepping forward to shield the others. The henchmen opened fire without hesitation, their bullets ringing out in a deadly symphony. Izuku's body surged with energy as he activated sprint skill and blitzed forward, dodging the gunfire with swift, calculated movements. He zigzagged across the narrow hallway, each step precise, his enhanced speed making him a blur. The bullets whizzed past him, missing their mark as he charged headfirst into the fray. With a powerful leap, he closed the distance between himself and the first henchman. Izuku's fist connected with the thug's chest, sending him flying back into the wall with a loud crash. The impact knocked the wind out of him, leaving him crumpled on the floor. The second henchman panicked and aimed his weapon at point-blank range. Izuku grabbed the barrel of the gun before the thug could fire, bending it with his raw strength. With a swift kick, he sent the man sprawling, his weapon useless. The third henchman, realizing he was outmatched, frantically reached for his radio to call for backup. But before he could press the button, Izuku dashed forward with a spinning kick, knocking the device from his hand and sending him tumbling to the ground. With the henchman incapacitated, Izuku turned to see Ochako standing protectively in front of Melissa, her shield raised to deflect any stray gunfire. Melissa's eyes were wide with awe at how quickly Izuku had neutralized the threat. Ochako lowered her shield and gave a determined nod. Ochako. Let's keep moving. We're close. The trio finally made it to the top floor. Izuku. Okay, Melissa. Where's the control room located? He checked down the hallway before moving forward. Melissa. In front of the central elevators, she whispered, keeping a few paces behind. Ochako gave a quick nod, her eyes darting around. Izuku paused as they reached another corner. Izuku. Someone's in the vault, he murmured, peeking around. 2 men stood at a large console. Melissa leaned over his shoulder, while Ochako crouched beside them, alert. Melissa. Papa. She gasped, but as she moved forward, Izuku quickly held her back, and Ochako grabbed her wrist to stop her. Ochako. Melissa, wait. Don't rush in, she urged softly. We don't know what's really going on yet. Izuku. She's right, he agreed, his eyes narrowing as he watched David pointing toward his assistant. We don't know if they're alone. Melissa. But why is he up here? She asked. Confusion was evident, and Ochako shared the same question. Something felt off. Izuku. Maybe the villains brought him here, he muttered. They probably need him for whatever they're after. He glanced back down the hallway, making sure no one was following them. Melissa's voice shook. Melissa. We have to help him. Ochako stepped in closer, her expression serious. Ochako. We will, but we need to be smart about this. If the villains are here, we can't let them know we're coming. Izuku nodded, keeping his voice low. Izuku. Right. We get in, help Mr. Shield, then head for the control room. They quietly made their way into the vault, staying in the shadows. David smiled as the computer beeped. David. It's unlocked. Block 1147. Sam quickly rushed to a locker and opened it, revealing a silver briefcase. Sam. Wonderful. He exclaimed. You did it, Professor. He proudly held up the case, displaying the device. David's expression darkened, his eyes focused on the floor. David. All my research. Taken away from me, he muttered, before looking back up, but now, it's mine again. Sam. Just as we planned, he said with a satisfied grin. The villains are keeping everyone occupied. Melissa. Papa. She said, breaking the silence, making the men jump. She stepped out from behind Izuku. Ochako moved next to Melissa, her expression a mix of confusion and unease. David. Melissa? No, he raised his hands slowly, his face pale. Melissa. What does he mean, as planned? She stepped forward, her voice shaking. You're not behind this, right? She looked to her father for an answer, her feet dragging across the cold floor. This was all you? Just to steal something? David. Yes, he finally admitted, his voice barely a whisper. Izuku and Ochako both stiffened, as they glanced at Melissa, who was crying. Melissa. How could you do this? Her voice cracked as tears welled in her eyes. Why, Papa? Sam interrupted, pointing toward the briefcase he held tightly. Sam. The professor just wanted to get back what was his. That invention. It can amplify someone's quirk. Ochako's eyes widened. Ochako. Amplify what? She said in disbelief. Izuku. Is that even possible? He asked, his voice low and angry. David sighed. David. Yes. We've tested it. Unlike dangerous drugs like Trigger, this device can enhance quirks without causing harm. Sam. But our sponsors demanded we shut it down, he added bitterly. They were afraid it would destabilize society. Izuku. Because it would, he suddenly yelled, making everyone flinch. His face was full of frustration and anger. This device could throw everything off balance. Quirks are already getting stronger with each generation, and now you've created something that could amplify them even more. Are you both insane? Melissa turned toward her father, desperation in her eyes. Melissa. There has to be something more to this, right? You'd never do something like this, she said as tears welled in her eyes, and Ochako placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. David's eyes closed tightly before he finally spoke. David. I did this for All Might, he confessed. Izuku's knuckles turned white, and Melissa's breath caught in her throat. Ochako stared at David in disbelief. Melissa. What? She whispered, barely able to process the words. David. All Might's quirk is fading, he continued, his voice steady now. But this device. It can restore him. It can make him even stronger than before. He could keep saving people, just like he always has. The symbol of peace could shine again. Melissa, trembling, finally shouted, Melissa. Izuku and his classmates nearly died trying to protect this island. Do you know how dangerous this was? David blinked in confusion. David. The villains. They were hired. It was all staged. Izuku. They aren't actors, he said coldly, pulling Melissa behind him as he saw two figures standing at the exit. The real villains are here. Wolfram grinned. Wolfram. And now the real show begins. Izuku lunged forward to attack, and Wolfram's eyes gleamed with malevolent satisfaction. His metal manipulation quirk activated in an instant, and with a swift motion, he touched the ground, sending a massive pillar of reinforced steel crashing into Izuku. The force of the blow launched him through the glass window of the tower, sending him plummeting toward the ground outside. Ochako. Izuku! She screamed in sheer panic, her eyes wide in horror as she saw her friend fall. Before she could react, Wolfram's tendrils of metal snaked around her, binding her arms and legs tightly. She struggled to free herself, activating her astral gravity to weaken the binds, but Wolfram was too fast, reinforcing the restraints with even more metal. Melissa stood frozen, watching in terror as the events unfolded. Her one friend was helpless, locked inside the vault, while her other friend had just been thrown out of the building. Wolfram. Stay still, girl, he sneered, his grip tightening around her. Now that the threats were neutralized, he made his way toward the case. Good job, Sam, he says with a satisfied grin. David. Sam? This was your plan? He shouts, storming down towards him. You were going to hand it over the whole time? Sam. You're the one who tricked me, Professor, he replies, raising the device and handing it to Wolfram. All these years as your assistant, and you let them steal our work. We could have had fame and fortune. I deserve more. I need my reward. Wolfram raises his pistol, aiming at Sam. Wolfram. Here's the payment I promised you. Without hesitation, he pulls the trigger, the bullet hitting Sam's head, killing him instantly. Melissa. Sam. She cried out, her eyes wide in shock and terror. Wolfram scoffed. Wolfram. Pathetic. Wolfram's attention then shifted toward Melissa. She stood frozen in shock, tears streaming down her face as she witnessed Sam's death. Her heart raced as Wolfram turned his gun on her. Without warning, Wolfram pulled the trigger once more, aiming directly at Melissa's heart. But before the bullet could reach her, David leapt in front of his daughter, taking the shot in his side. Blood spilled from the wound, staining the floor around him. Melissa's eyes widened in horror as she rushed to her father, tears streaming down her face. Melissa. Papa, she screamed, holding his bleeding body. David groaned, his hand weakly reaching for her face. David. Melissa. I'm sorry, I didn't want you to get caught up in this. Wolfram's cruel laughter echoed through the room. He stepped forward and placed his heavy boot on David's chest, applying pressure to his injured body. Wolfram. Enough with the heroics, David. Your crimes are real, and no last-minute act of bravery will change that. David winced under the weight, gasping for air as Wolfram pushed harder. You're done being a scientist, he spat, pressing his boot down harder. Once we mass-produce that quirk amplification device, you'll be nothing but a footnote in history. With a swift motion, he knocked David unconscious, leaving Melissa crying at her father's side. Melissa. Please. Return my father, she begged, her voice cracking, but her cries fell on deaf ears. Wolfram only smirked as he leaned down and slapped her across the face. The force of the blow sent her sprawling to the floor, her cheek swelling from the impact. Wolfram. Shut up. You're as worthless as he is, he growled, raising his pistol, ready to end her down for good. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the room as Izuku burst through the window. His body bruised, his jacket ripped off, but his spirit unbroken. His eyes burned with rage as he flew through the air, charging directly at Wolfram. Izuku. Get away from her, he roared, his voice filled with fury. Izuku's punch connected with Wolfram's metal barrier, the full force of his driving into the wall of steel. But this time, something was different. The power behind Izuku's strike was so immense that it didn't just dent the metal, it broke it. Wolfram's eyes widened in shock as the metal barrier cracked and crumbled under Izuku's strength. The shockwave from the punch sent Wolfram stumbling backward, his metal defenses failing him for the first time. The wall of the tower buckled under the impact, debris falling around them. Izuku landed in front of Melissa, and his eyes were blazing with anger. Izuku. I won't let you hurt her. Wolfram gritted his teeth, recovering from the blow. He summoned more metal from the walls, forming massive tendrils that lashed out at Izuku. But Izuku was ready. His fist glowed with power as he charged forward again. His punch met Wolfram's metal constructs head-on, shattering them like glass. The sheer force of the attack sent shockwaves through the entire tower, causing the floor to tremble. Wolfram stumbled back, his confidence shaken. Wolfram. What is this power? He muttered, his voice filled with disbelief. Izuku. You messed with the wrong people, he growled, his eyes blazing with resolve. And you're going to regret it. Wolfram. seeing his metal defenses crumbling under Izuku's relentless assault, quickly realized that his situation was dire. He needed a way out, and fast. With a malicious grin, he extended his metal manipulation quirk, ripping chunks of metal from the walls and floor around them. But this time, instead of forming weapons or barriers, he created an avalanche of sharp metal debris aimed at the ceiling just above Izuku. The floor above began to collapse, sending dust and debris raining down. But Izuku wasn't going down easily. With swift speed he dodged or destroyed the debris, making sure Melissa would not hurt. As Wolfram's distraction unfolded, a cloud of smoke filled the room, shrouding the villain's escape plan. Izuku dashed through the smoke and freed Ochako in a blink of an eye. The metallic binds that held her fell to the ground as she gasped in relief. The instant she was free, Ochako threw her arms around him, her relief palpable as she hugged him tightly. "Ochako. I was so worried," she whispered. Izuku gently patted her back, offering her a comforting smile before his expression turned serious. His eyes shifted toward Melissa, who was huddled nearby, her cheek swollen from Wolfram's vicious slap. Izuku's hand clenched in anger at the sight. No one should have to suffer like that. He made a silent promise to make Wolfram pay for every cruel act. "Izuku. Ochako," he said softly, turning his attention back to her. "I need you to protect Melissa. Get her to safety. I'll take care of Wolfram and save Mr. Shield." Ochako nodded, though her gaze lingered on his bruised form. "Ochako. Be careful, Izuku." "Izuku. I will," he replied, his voice steady but laced with determination. His eyes locked with Melissa's, softening as he crouched beside her. "I'll save your father, but you have to save everyone else, okay? You're the only one who can do it." Melissa, still shaken, nodded firmly, wiping away her tears. She knew the stakes. She couldn't let her emotions control her now. "Melissa. I will," she promised, steeling herself for what was to come. With that, Melissa and Ochako fled toward the control center, dodging falling debris as they sprinted to disable the security system and stop the chaos on the island. But as they moved, a shadowy figure, Wolfram's hacker, emerged from the rubble, attempting to follow them. "Ochako. You're not going anywhere," she growled, stepping in front of Melissa. Her hands crackled with telekinetic energy, her astral gravity quirk flaring to life. The hacker sneered, but before he could react, Ochako blasted him with gravity blast, sending him flying across the room. "Ochako. Go," she urged Melissa. Together, Melissa and Ochako reached the security systems on the top floor. Melissa's hands flew across the control panels, deactivating the lockdown procedures while Ochako kept watch. The drones, which had been under Wolfram's control, reverted to their normal mode, and the grip of the villains on the island began to unravel. The chaos eased as the island's security systems were restored, and the island's inhabitants were freed from their fear. Meanwhile, high above the tower, Wolfram was already preparing his escape. He'd captured David and had him bound on his side. But before he got inside, a familiar voice echoed from below. "Izuku." Wolfram. Izuku had pursued him, his eyes blazing with righteous fury. Wolfram's eyes narrowed. "Wolfram. You're persistent, brat." Far below, All Might, who just neutralizes villains, was alerted by Melissa's call. She updated him on the situation, explaining how Izuku was in pursuit of Wolfram and that David was in danger. "All Might. Young Midoriya," he murmured, clenching his fists. Even though his power was fading, he knew he had to help his students. His voice was filled with confidence as he replied, "Don't worry, Melissa. I'll rescue Izuku and your father. I won't let them down." With a final deep breath, All Might prepared to push his weakened body to the limit, determined to uphold his promise, while Izuku engaged in a desperate battle to save David from Wolfram's clutches. As Izuku caught up to Wolfram on the roof, his eyes were filled with determination. The wind howled around them, and the tension in the air was palpable as Wolfram stood with David held hostage at his side. The villain's cruel grin widened as he noticed Izuku's resolve. "Wolfram. Have you come to rescue a criminal, boy?" he sneered, waving his gun menacingly toward David. Izuku's fists tightened, and without hesitation, he charged forward, his voice ringing out with clarity and passion. "Izuku. I'm not here to decide who's a criminal. I'm here to rescue Professor Shield." Dodging left and right, Izuku expertly evaded the initial barrage of Wolfram's metal projectiles. Each step was precise, and each movement was calculated. As he closed the distance between them, he shouted, "Izuku! It's a hero's duty to rescue those in need, no matter who they are." Wolfram's eyes narrowed, recognizing the threat in Izuku's speed and tenacity. He quickly turned his gun on David, forcing Izuku to skid to a halt just meters away. The gun's barrel was pointed directly at David's head. "Wolfram! Stop there, hero, or your precious professor dies," he spat, his finger hovering over the trigger. Izuku froze, fury boiling inside him as his mind raced for a solution. But before he could act, a massive metal pillar suddenly slammed into him from behind, sending him flying across the rooftop. Izuku crashed into the ground, his body aching from the impact. Wolfram smirked, using his quirk to rain down another barrage of metal pillars. Each hit forced Izuku deeper into the rooftop, cracking the ground beneath him. Despite the pain, he refused to give up. He gritted his teeth and pushed through, his heart set on rescuing David. Through the barrage of attacks, Izuku spotted Wolfram climbing aboard the helicopter, David being dragged behind him. "Izuku! You're not taking him!" he yelled. He concentrated deeply, reaching within himself for the immense power that coursed through his veins. His energy flared, and with a burst of sheer willpower, his aura erupted into a brilliant blue glow. The familiar transformation took hold, and Izuku activated his Super Saiyan Blue skill, pushing his body far beyond its normal limits. His empowered state allowed him to leap high into the sky, chasing after the helicopter. With incredible speed and precision, Izuku managed to land on the edge of the helicopter, grabbing hold of the door just as it lifted off the roof. He climbed inside, his glowing blue aura lighting up the confined space. "Izuku! Wolfram!" he growled, his voice low and menacing. "You're not getting away with this." Wolfram snarled back, his confidence briefly faltering as he realized the danger of the situation. Izuku's analytical mind quickly assessed the surroundings. They were in a helicopter, meaning Wolfram's metal manipulation quirk would be useless unless he wanted to risk damaging the aircraft itself. He couldn't use his quirk here, which meant the villain's options were limited. Izuku's eyes sharpened, his thoughts racing. "Izuku! He won't risk using his quirk in a helicopter. I've got the advantage." But Wolfram wasn't willing to go down without a fight. In a desperate move, he pulled out his gun and aimed directly at Izuku, firing several shots. Izuku effortlessly dodged each bullet, his movements too fast for Wolfram to track. "Wolfram! Stay still, you brat!" he screamed, pulling the trigger again. But in his panic, the final bullet missed Izuku entirely and struck the helicopter pilot in the head. The pilot slumped over the controls, and in an instant, the helicopter began to spiral out of control. The rotors groaned under the sudden loss of control, and the entire aircraft tilted dangerously as alarms blared inside. The situation became critical, and Izuku's senses flared with urgency. Acting quickly, he darted forward, grabbing David by the waist as the helicopter's descent became more erratic. Wolfram screamed in fury as the helicopter began its doomed fall. "Wolfram! You fool!" he yelled, clutching at anything he could to save himself, but it was too late. The helicopter's tail smashed into the top side of the tower, sending it into a deadly spiral. Izuku clung to David, focusing his energy on one final leap. With a burst of speed, he launched himself and David out of the helicopter's open door, soaring high into the air just as the helicopter careened downward. The explosion rang out behind them as the helicopter crashed into the base of the tower, erupting into a ball of flames. Wolfram and his men were caught in the fiery inferno. Izuku, still holding David, angled their descent back toward the tower. With perfect precision, he landed softly on the roof, using his aura and enhanced strength to cushion their fall. They touched down lightly, far from the explosion, as the flames raged in the distance. "Izuku, are you okay, Professor Shield?" he asked, breathing heavily but with concern in his voice. David, still in shock from the events, nodded slowly. "David. I'm fine, thanks to you." Izuku sighed in relief, gently setting the professor down. His body ached from the relentless fighting, but he pushed through the pain. His mind was already racing ahead to the next step, saving the rest of the island. As Melissa and Ochako rushed to the rooftop, they saw Izuku standing with David, their relief palpable. The tension in the air eased momentarily as they realized the immediate danger had passed. But then, a powerful voice echoed through the sky, interrupting their brief moment of calm. "Everything is okay because I am here." All Might's familiar cry thundered across the sky, his silhouette appearing against the backdrop of smoke and fire. He leapt through the air, landing dramatically atop the roof of the tower with his iconic smile gleaming. But as his eyes scanned the scene, he realized Izuku was already standing victorious with David, Melissa, and Ochako by his side. All Might blinked, momentarily stunned. "All Might. Wait, I'm late again," he shouted comically, scratching his head in confusion. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at his timing, and the girls joined in the laughter, the tension momentarily lifted by the lighthearted exchange. David, though battered and regretful, stood before All Might. "David. Toshi, he started, his voice full of sorrow, guilt clouding his expression. Before he could finish his apology, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled. From the smoldering remains of the crashed helicopter, a twisted mass of metal surged forward, and there, rising from the debris was Wolfram. The metal pillar shot forward, aiming straight for All Might and David. Reacting in a heartbeat, Izuku grabbed Melissa and Ochako, and leapt to safety, dodging the attack just in time as the pillar slammed into the ground where they stood seconds ago. Meanwhile, David and All Might be less fortunate. Wolfram's metal manipulation wrapped around him, encasing him in a tight, suffocating prison of steel while other pillars sent All Might crashing down. "Wolfram. That's Sam," he said. All Might's quirk was fading, that he didn't have the strength he once did. Wolfram emerged, now wearing a headpiece and a black gauntlet on his left hand. His veins bulged across his forehead, and his once normal frame had grown into something far more massive, darker, and menacing. The floor cracked open as pipes, cables, and massive beams of metal ripped free from the structure, twisting and writhing like serpents. In seconds, the rooftop was no longer recognizable. It had become a mountainous fortress of metal, towering high into the sky, casting an enormous shadow over the battlefield. Dark mechanical tendrils reached out from all angles, pulsating with a malevolent purple energy. The ground itself became hostile, the twisted metal landscape rising and falling unpredictably. Steel towers burst from the ground, and razor-sharp cables swung like predatory whips through the air. The entire scene was a mechanical nightmare. Wolfram, at the center, stood atop this mechanical monstrosity absorbing the power flowing through the cables. Izuku's eyes widened in horror. "Izuku. He's using the professor's." All Might cough up blood, smoke rising from his body. "All Might. Shit." Despite his condition, All Might clenched his fists, fixing his gaze on Wolfram. "All Might. You never know when to quit, huh?" With a battle cry, he launched himself toward Wolfram. Texas. Before he could finish, Wolfram raised an enormous wall made of metal, blocking his path. Smash. All Might's punch barely made a dent. "All Might. What?" "Ochako." "All Might," she gasped, knowing just how powerful All Might's attacks usually were. Wolfram sneered. "Wolfram. What do you call that?" He sent All Might flying backward with a metal pillar, reshaping the rooftop into his own battlefield. The ground quaked as he bent the metal around him, the environment now under his control. As expected from something David Shield created. "I can feel my quirks getting stronger. This device, it's incredible," he bellowed, his quirks growing exponentially as more metal surged around him. "All Might. This is Dave's invention," he gasped, struggling to process the power. Wolfram laughed maniacally. "Wolfram. Let's demonstrate just how powerful it is by destroying All Might." He launched a barrage of metal and energy at the weakened hero. All Might dodged, but Wolfram's relentless assault forced him to punch through a wave of attacks, causing the ground to tremble. Melissa was thrown into the air by the shockwave, screaming until Izuku caught her, saving her from a deadly fall. Wolfram grinned as he conjured gas clouds and blue flames. Izuku dodged frantically, carrying Melissa to a safe place. "Melissa. Uncle Might," she whispered in fear, watching All Might struggle under the weight of Wolfram's attacks. All Might coughed up more blood, Wolfram's enhanced quirks overpowering him. "Wolfram. Hurry up and get crushed," he snarled, hurling metal blocks at All Might, intent on finishing him off. Just before the blocks struck, they froze in midair, encased in ice. Wolfram. Huh, what is this? He growled in confusion. Shoto. A hero is never alone, he said as he appeared on the scene, his left side glowing with fiery intensity and his right side shimmering with frost. Beside him, Ochako raised her hand, activating Almighty Push to repel a massive metal spike headed toward them. The spike flew backward with tremendous force, allowing her to rush to Izuku and Melissa's side. Ochako. We've got your back, All Might, she declared. Momo, Kyoka, and Minoru arrived shortly after, with Momo quickly creating a cannon that fired off more adhesive rounds to immobilize some of the swirling metal constructs. Kyoka plugged her ear jacks into the floor, sending vibrations through the ground to disrupt Wolfram's metal manipulation. Meanwhile, Minoru threw his sticky balls to clog up the moving gears of Wolfram's metal creations. From the sky, Wukong made a dynamic entrance. With his staff in hand, he began smashing through the metal pillars with incredible speed and precision. Each blow cracked through the reinforced metal, and Wukong neutralized the threats one by one, but suddenly he started to flicker and then vanished into shadows. Tenya and Eijiro weren't far behind, with Tenya activating Recipro Burst to dash through the metal pillars, breaking through Wolfram's defenses. Eijiro, with his hardened body, charged headfirst into the larger structures, smashing them with raw power. Despite their combined efforts, Wolfram remained relentless. His powers, amplified beyond recognition, turned the rooftop into a deadly scrap metal hell, with jagged spikes and crushing walls of steel constantly forming and reforming. He sent out wave after wave of metal attacks, keeping the students and heroes on the defensive. All Might smiled at the determination of his students. All Might. With them fighting so hard, how can I be held back by my limits? He said as smashed through a metal block and charged at Wolfram. I have to go beyond. Plus ultra, he roared, dodging and deflecting Wolfram's attacks. As he closed in on the villain, he prepared to deliver his counterstrike. Carolina. Smash. All Might's blow lit up the entire battlefield. Izuku and the others shielded their eyes from the intense light, watching as All Might close in for the final hit. All Might. Prepare yourself, villain. But before All Might could land his strike, metallic cables infused with energy wrapped around his limbs, immobilizing him. Wolfram. Is this all you've got? He said as he grabbed All Might by the throat, his arm bulging as his sleeve tore apart. Prepare myself. Take your own advice, All Might. Wolfram's skin turned a glowing red, his power level skyrocketing. He squeezed harder, and All Might winced in pain. All Might. This power. It's enhancing muscles. Multiple quirks. He gasped, eyes widening in realization. Don't tell me. Wolfram sneered. Wolfram. That's right. When we planned this, I got a call from that man. He said he wanted to help me. When I asked why, he told me this. If All Might's friend wants to be part of something evil, then I absolutely want in. Too bad I won't be there to see All Might's face when he finds out. All Might's expression twisted in rage. All Might. All for one. Wolfram. You finally stopped smiling, huh? He snarled, smirking as he tightened his grip on All Might's injury. All Might. No, he roared in fury. Wolfram laughed and threw him back, entangling him in more metal cables. The villain summoned two massive blocks of metal, enhanced by his quirks, and began crushing All Might between them. All Might, the 1A shouted, watching in horror as their mentor was trapped. Melissa. Uncle, she gasped, tears filling her eyes as she saw All Might on the verge of death. Suddenly a faint blue aura manifested her as something materialized in her hand. Wolfram. Farewell, All Might. He shouted as he unleashed a barrage of metal spikes, intending to finish him off. Wolfram sneered, convinced that All Might had finally been taken down, but his grin faltered when he felt a sudden blast of blue energy shoot through the air, striking him and forcing him to stagger back. Wolfram's body convulsed, a mixture of shock and rage flashing across his face. He looked toward the source of the energy beam, expecting Izuku, but was met with a different sight. Standing there, blue electricity crackling around her body, was Melissa. A radiant blue aura pulsed around her, shimmering with power. Her eyes glowed with determination, and she held a sword wreathed in crackling energy in her hand, its blade shimmering with an ethereal light. Izuku, who had been watching from the sidelines, smirked, his confidence unwavering. "Izuku. I knew it," he said, his voice low but proud. She had that power inside her all along. She just needed the right moment to unleash it. Melissa's eyes, once filled with fear and uncertainty, were now burning with resolve. Her body surged with energy, arcs of lightning dancing across her skin. She stepped forward, the sword in her hand humming with power as she pointed it at Wolfram. "Melissa, you're not going to hurt anyone else," she declared, her voice steady and filled with defiance. Wolfram snarled, his anger flaring. "Wolfram, you think you can stop me, girl? You're nothing compared to..." Before he could finish his sentence, Melissa dashed forward, faster than Wolfram could react. Her sword sliced through the air, leaving a trail of blue energy in its wake. Wolfram barely managed to block, but the sheer force of her strike stunned him, giving the few minutes to prepare. All Might couldn't help but stare at Melissa with wide eyes, astonished by what he had just witnessed. He walked toward her, still amazed by the sudden display of power. "All Might. Melissa, that was incredible," he said, his booming voice now soft, filled with awe. "I didn't know you had a quirk." Melissa, still catching her breath, looked at the sword in her hand. The blue aura and the electricity that had danced around her were increasing. "Melissa. I didn't either," she admitted. "It just happened." All Might's expression, however, quickly changed. He crossed his arms, his eyebrows furrowing in concern. "All Might. But you were reckless. You didn't know the full extent of this new quirk, and you rushed into danger." His voice had a stern edge. Melissa looked up at him with determination in her eyes. "Melissa. I had to act," she replied firmly. "A hero must step in when people are in danger. I couldn't just stand by while you and my papa were being attacked." All Might paused for a moment, letting her words sink in. The fire in her eyes reminded him so much of Izuku, of himself in his younger days. He sighed, his sternness giving way to a smile. "All Might. Yes, you're right," he finally admitted, his signature grin returning. "A hero must act when people are in trouble. I'm proud of you for stepping up when it mattered most." Melissa blinked, taken aback by the compliment, but a small smile tugged at her lips. "Melissa. Thank you." All Might then turned to Izuku, who had been standing nearby, his expression serious and his eyes sharp. "Izuku. You should rest, All Might," he said, his voice calm but firm. "If you fight now, your weaker form will be exposed to everyone." All Might's smile faltered, his gaze falling. Izuku was right, his time as the symbol of peace had already dwindled to mere minutes. If he transformed back now, everyone would see his frail state. He had risked too much already. "Izuku. And," he continued, glancing briefly toward Melissa and Ochako. "They already know. David told us himself." All Might's jaw tightened, his fists clenching. The weight of the situation pressed down on him. The truth was out. He had trusted only a handful of people with his secret, but now Melissa, and even Ochako, knew the burden he carried. His eyes met Izuku's, and at that moment, he realized he didn't need to carry it all alone. He let out a deep sigh, filled with resignation and trust. "All Might. You're right, young Midoriya. As much as I want to keep going, I have to trust you." But before Izuku could respond, Melissa stepped forward, her expression determined. "Melissa. And we're not letting you do this alone either, mister," she said, her hands tightening into fists. Ochako, who had been silent but watchful, stepped up beside Melissa. "Ochako. Exactly," she agreed, her eyes sparkling with resolve. "We've been through too much to just sit back now. We're going to help you, Izuku." Izuku blinked, his eyes widening in surprise. "Izuku. Wait, what? No, you two need to stay here. You've done enough already, and it's too dangerous." Melissa crossed her arms, stepping closer to him. "Melissa. Too dangerous. That's exactly why we need to come with you. I'm not letting anyone else get hurt today." Ochako chimed in, stepping forward with the same fire in her eyes. "Ochako. You forget our promise. We're a team, Izuku. We fight together." Izuku opened his mouth to protest, but the resolve in their faces made him hesitate. He let out a deep sigh, rubbing the back of his neck in exasperation. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration for their courage. They were right, after all. Even if he wanted to protect them, they had proven themselves capable of standing strong in the face of danger. Just like him. He let out a small sigh, knowing there was no arguing with them. Izuku. You too, he muttered, shaking his head. All right, but you have to promise to follow my lead. We need to be smart about this. Melissa grinned, raising her sword. Melissa. Deal. Ochako smiled softly, her fingers glowing with the faint trace of her astral gravity quirk. Ochako. We'll stay safe. But we'll fight too. Wolfram recovered from the stunning attack and gathered his strength. The atmosphere grew tense. Wolfram. Damn brat, you will pay for that. He shouted angrily. Izuku quickly assessed the situation, his mind racing to come up with a plan. The looming threat of Wolfram's overwhelming power needed to be dealt with swiftly, and they couldn't afford any mistakes now. Izuku. All right, he began, turning toward Ochako and Melissa with determination in his eyes. You two need to charge up and attack together. I'll clear the path and keep Wolfram distracted. Once I open up the way, All Might, you go in and rescue David from that metal prison. Sound like a plan? Melissa and Ochako exchanged a quick glance, both nodding in agreement. Ochako. You got it, Izuku, she said confidently, her hands already glowing with astral energy. Melissa. We'll be ready, she added, blue electricity crackling around her as her sword began to hum with energy. All Might, though still in his weakened form, gave them a nod of approval. All Might. I'll get David out as soon as you make that opening. Be careful, all of you. With the plan set, Izuku took a deep breath and shifted his stance. His hair flickered, and an intense blue aura engulfed him as he activated Super Saiyan Blue. His power surged through his body, and his eyes blazed with resolve. Izuku. Let's finish this. He shouted as he raced forward at lightning speed, throwing himself into the heart of the battle. Wolfram grinned wickedly. Wolfram. You think you can stop me, boy? His voice echoed ominously across the rooftop. You don't stand a chance against this power, he said as raised his hands, summoning an onslaught of metal. Iron beams and shards shot toward Izuku like a deadly barrage, the sheer volume enough to crush anything in its path. But Izuku zipped through the storm of metal, destroying each and every piece that came his way with effortless punches and kicks. Each strike shattered the metal projectiles with ease, sending them flying in all directions. Izuku was a blur, zigzagging through Wolfram's assault with unmatched speed and precision. Izuku. Is that all you've got? He yelled as he delivered a powerful roundhouse kick to a wall of steel, breaking it apart like glass. Wolfram growled in frustration, his anger growing as his attacks continued to be dismantled. Desperate, he gathered all the remaining metal in the area and began forming it into a massive iron cube. The structure groaned and creaked as it expanded, growing to an immense size, large enough to crush the entire tower and everyone in it. Wolfram. I'll crush you in this entire island. But Izuku, his resolve stronger than ever, didn't flinch. He focused all his power into his right fist, his aura flaring brighter as he charged forward. Izuku. Not today, Wolfram. With a mighty roar, Izuku threw a devastating punch at the massive iron cube. The impact was explosive. Izuku's punch tore through the giant cube like it was made of paper, shattering it into thousands of pieces that scattered into the wind. The sheer force of his attack cleared the skies above the tower, leaving nothing but debris raining down. The path was open. Izuku. All Might, now, he shouted as he looked back at his teacher. All Might darted toward the metal prison holding David. Though he was weakened, his determination never wavered. With a mighty pull, he tore apart the metal bindings that held his friend captive. All Might. Dave, he said, pulling his friend out of the wreckage. But it wasn't over yet. At the same time, Ochako and Melissa had almost finished charging their attacks. The energy between them crackled and surged, their powers perfectly synchronized. Their faces were set with fierce determination, and they stood side by side, ready to unleash their final blow. Melissa. To overcome the crisis in front of you, she began, gripping her sword tighter as it glowed with energy. Ochako. With everything you've got. She followed, her pink aura flaring as she activated her berserker mode, determination burning in her eyes. Melissa. And save people. She continued, her voice strong and unwavering. Ochako. No matter the cost. Her voice echoed, her fists clenched with resolve. Ochako, Melissa. That is what makes a hero. They both shouted in unison, their voices ringing out with a shared purpose. Together, Melissa and Ochako raised their weapons and hands toward Wolfram, energy swirling around them. With one synchronized battle cry, they unleashed their ultimate attack. Ochako, Melissa. Astral lightning strike. A beam of pink energy and blue lightning exploded from their combined efforts, ripping through the air and heading straight for Wolfram. The massive beam tore through the remnants of the battlefield, striking the giant scrap metal villain dead on. Ochako, Melissa. Plus Ultra. The explosion was deafening, and the resulting shockwave rippled through the tower, shaking it to its core. Everyone stood in awe, eyes wide as they processed the battle's end. The battlefield lay covered in debris, dust rising in thick clouds that veiled the sunrise. But before any of them could catch their breath, a low, ominous chuckle echoed across the ruins, freezing them in place. From the smoldering remains of the explosion, Wolfram's battered figure began to stir. His laughter grew louder and deeper, resonating with a new and unsettling energy. Wolfram. You thought you could defeat me? Ha! Pathetic. His voice held an eerie confidence as he pulled himself from the rubble, each movement accompanied by the twisted sound of metal bending and shifting. Melissa took a nervous step back, clutching her still glowing sword. Melissa. No, he's supposed to be. Wolfram stood to his full height, and as the dust cleared, a dark, swirling aura of energy surrounded him. His expression held a smugness that sent a chill down their spines. Wolfram. If it weren't for this new power. He looked down at his hands, which now glowed with dark, almost shadow-like energy. You might have ended me. But you see, he is quite the generous benefactor. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he activated Evo I to study the nature of Wolfram's new quirk. This quirk, Absorption Overload, allowed him to absorb any energy-based attack directed at him, amplifying his strength with each absorbed strike. Wolfram clenched his fists, feeling the amplified energy course through his body. Wolfram. That little beam attack you threw at me. He scoffed, looking straight at Melissa and Ochako. Consider it fuel. I'm stronger now than I ever was before. His arms spread wide as he called forth all the loose metal and debris around him, creating an even larger network of steel tendrils that twisted and warped, forming a massive iron structure that wrapped around his body like armor. Izuku stepped forward, his expression hardened as he locked eyes with Wolfram. Izuku. So, you absorbed our attack and got stronger. I guess that means we'll just have to break you in ways you can't absorb. His voice was cold, carrying a level of calm confidence that made Wolfram sneer. Wolfram. Oh, you're welcome to try, boy. His voice dripped with malice as he raised his massive metal arm, brandishing it like a weapon. But I'll enjoy watching you and your little friends fall one by one. With a roar, he charged forward, swinging the massive arm down at Izuku. The air itself seemed to tremble under the weight of Wolfram's enhanced strength, and the sheer force behind the attack sent nearby debris flying outward. But Izuku was ready. In an instant, he leapt backward, narrowly dodging the arm as it slammed into the ground with a thunderous impact. The concrete shattered beneath Wolfram's strike, sending cracked spider webbing through the floor. Izuku smirked, keeping his stance light as he taunted. Izuku. Is that all you've got? Maybe he should have given you a few more quirks. Wolfram's eyes flashed with fury. Wolfram. You insolent little brat. He swung his other arm, a huge metal fist aimed directly at Izuku's midsection. Izuku sidestepped, dodging with ease, the speed of his movements leaving afterimages that only served to infuriate Wolfram further. Izuku. You'll have to do better than that, he taunted, his voice calm and almost mocking. You're slow, clumsy. It's almost embarrassing to watch. Wolfram. Why you? His face twisted with rage as he lunged forward, throwing a relentless series of punches, each one backed by his increased power. But Izuku danced around him, each movement precise, dodging every attack with calculated grace. The ground quaked under Wolfram's blows, but each one missed its target by a hair's breadth, leaving the villain more and more infuriated. Izuku circled around Wolfram, his voice cold and taunting. Izuku. What's wrong, Wolfram? Can't keep up. Maybe you should have thought twice before taking orders from a coward like him. Wolfram's face contorted with anger, and he let out a frustrated growl. Wolfram. You think you're so clever, don't you? Let's see how clever you are after I crush you. Summoning more metal to his body, Wolfram grew even larger, his metal armor expanding into a colossal form that towered over Izuku. He looked down, his eyes gleaming with malice, and swung his massive arm down with terrifying speed. But Izuku met the attack head-on. With a quick sidestep, he dodged the descending fist, then leapt up, using the momentum to launch himself toward Wolfram's exposed side. He struck Wolfram's armor with a swift, powerful kick, creating a deep dent in the metal. Wolfram stumbled back, momentarily unbalanced. Izuku landed gracefully, his smirk widening. Izuku. Not so tough now, are you? He added with a dismissive wave. Or was that the best you've got? Wolfram's fury erupted, and he lashed out, his voice a mix of rage and desperation. Wolfram. I'll kill you. He swung again, but this time, Izuku was faster. With a quick spin, he dodged the blow and countered with a punch straight to Wolfram's face. The impact sent shockwaves through the metal armor, cracks forming around Wolfram's helmet as he staggered back. Izuku's voice was low, laced with cold contempt as he was upon him, while raising his fist. Izuku. This is for slapping Melissa. Wolfram's eyes widened in fear as Izuku's words sunk in as he saw a volley of punches. He tried to rally, gathering his remaining strength, but Izuku's attacks were relentless, each one precise and devastating. His punches shattered Wolfram's armor piece by piece, until finally, with a powerful, concentrated blow, he struck Wolfram's core, shattering the energy device All for One had given him. The dust from the battlefield settled into a soft haze as the disintegrated remnants of Wolfram's quirk amplification device faded into nothingness. The towering scrap metal constructs that once threatened to crush the heroes crumbled to dust, and the sky above the island began to clear, allowing the warm glow of dawn to break through. Tenya. Did he do it? He asked, his voice filled with uncertainty. Mineta. He did it, he squeaked, still trying to believe what he had just seen. He finished off the villain. Denki pumped his fist in the air. Denki. Yes, Eijiro grinned, throwing his arm up. Eijiro. All right. Kyoka let out a relieved sigh. Kyoka. He finally did it. Momo clasped her hands together, her voice soft yet filled with joy. Momo. It's over. Shoto allowed a small smile to creep across his face as the class celebrated their hard-earned victory. Izuku, Melissa, Ochako, and All Might stood at the top of the tower, victorious. The wind blew gently, carrying away the final remnants of the chaos they had endured. As peace slowly returned to the island, a deep sense of relief washed over the heroes. It was over. They had won. David stirred and slowly opened his eyes. His vision was blurry, but the first thing he saw was Izuku standing tall, his pose filled with resolve and strength, his back to the rising sun. For a moment, David's mind played a trick on him. He didn't see the boy who had saved him, but a young All Might, full of vigor and hope. As David regained full consciousness, the image faded, and reality settled back in. The resemblance was unmistakable, though. Izuku, at this moment, had embodied everything All Might stood for. David couldn't help but smile. Melissa hurried over to Izuku's side, concern written all over her face. Melissa. Izuku. Are you all right? She asked, her voice laced with worry as she placed a hand on his arm. Her eyes briefly flickered with the remnants of her new power, the electricity fading from her. Izuku turned to her, still catching his breath but offering a reassuring smile. Izuku. I'm fine, Melissa, he replied, his voice calm but tired. We did it. Meanwhile, All Might knelt beside David, his towering frame offering both comfort and protection. David looked up at his old friend, his face a mix of gratitude and sorrow. David. Toshi, thank you. I owe you my life. But All Might, who was in his weakened form, shook his head and gently placed a hand on David's shoulder. His usual boisterous tone softened as he spoke. All Might. No, Dave. It wasn't me, it was these kids. They're the three heroes of today. He gestured to Izuku, Melissa, and Ochako, pride filling his voice. Without them, None of this would have been possible. David's gaze shifted from All Might to the three young heroes, and his expression softened further. He could see it now, the next generation of heroes, filled with potential and hope, just like All Might had once been. A sense of bittersweet pride swelled in his chest. Melissa stood with Izuku and Ochako, brushing off the dust and debris from her clothes. "Melissa. Thank you, Izuku," she said softly, her voice filled with emotion. "And you too, Ochako. I don't know how to repay you both. You saved my father, and you saved this island." Izuku shook his head with a warm smile, glancing between Melissa and Ochako. "Izuku. We did it together, Melissa. Besides, you played a huge part in saving everyone today too," he added, his voice sincere. "And congratulations on finally getting your quirk." He grinned at her, acknowledging the blue aura and electricity that had surged from her during the final battle. Ochako, standing next to them, blinked in surprise. "Ochako. Wait, Melissa, you just got your quirk?" he asked, looking from Izuku to Melissa, her expression curious. "I didn't even know you were quirkless." Melissa's smile faltered for a moment, her eyes lowering briefly. "Melissa. Yeah, I was quirkless," she admitted, her voice tinged with a touch of sadness. "But not anymore." Ochako's face softened, realizing what that must have meant to Melissa all this time. "Ochako. Melissa." There was a brief silence as Ochako considered Melissa's words. But then, Melissa's eyes brightened with a newfound resolve. "Melissa. But that doesn't mean I can't help quirkless people. If anything, I feel more determined than ever to support those without powers. I want to show them that they can be heroes too, in their own way." Izuku's expression softened as he looked at her. "Izuku. You'll do great things, Melissa," he said gently. "Quirk or no quirk, you proved that today. You helped save everyone here, and that's what matters." Melissa felt her heart swell at his words, her earlier sadness melting away. "Melissa. Thank you, Izuku," she whispered, her voice filled with gratitude. Ochako smiled warmly at her friend, placing a hand on her shoulder. The three of them shared a quiet moment, the weight of their victory settling in. Around them, the island began to stir with life again as the security systems were fully restored and the villain threat had been neutralized. The nightmare had finally ended. All Might, standing beside David, looked on at his students with pride. His own heart swelled with the knowledge that the future of hero society was in capable hands. Though he was nearing the end of his own journey, the legacy of heroism would carry on through them. As the sun finally broke through the horizon, casting its soft, warm light over Island, the battle-worn heroes of Class 1A slowly made their way back to their rooms. After a night filled with chaos, destruction, and victory, exhaustion weighed heavily on their shoulders. Each of them had given their all in the fight, and now, it was time to rest. Despite their triumph, there was an air of quiet solemnity as they returned to their quarters. The battle had taken a toll, physically and emotionally. They had seen firsthand the lengths villains would go to, and though they emerged victorious, the cost was still fresh in their minds. Everyone, except Izuku and Ochako, seemed to collapse into their beds, unable to keep their eyes open any longer. But Izuku, even as he stood alone in the hallway, couldn't rest. His thoughts were scattered, his body still humming with adrenaline. He couldn't shake the feeling of unease, his inventory was still locked. After everything they had been through, the mysterious quirk or system that governed his abilities refused to release its hold on him. His brows furrowed in thought as he replayed the events in his mind. Why now? Why lock him out during such a critical time? The moment gnawed at him, adding another layer of frustration to an already exhausting night. Meanwhile, David's shield was in bad shape and had been swiftly transported to the island's hospital. His injuries were severe, but not life-threatening, though his spirit was deeply wounded from the guilt and betrayal that weighed on him. Melissa had insisted on accompanying her father to the hospital, determined to watch over him and ensure his safety. Izuku and Ochako weren't far behind, though they were barely holding themselves together. Even after everything, they refused to let Melissa shoulder this burden alone. As they stood outside the hospital's entrance, both of them made it clear to Melissa that they would stay by her side. "Izuku. Melissa," he began, his voice soft but firm, "you don't have to do this alone. We'll come with you." Ochako nodded in agreement, stepping up beside him. Ochako, you've been through so much, Melissa. Let us help. But Melissa, as stubborn as ever, crossed her arms and shook her head. Melissa, you two have fought the entire night. You're both exhausted, and you need rest, she said, her tone unwavering. She looked at them with a determined expression, her eyes softening despite her insistence. I'll handle it from here. My dad needs me, and I'll be fine. You both need to get some sleep. Please. Izuku and Ochako exchanged glances, both of them too tired to argue but unwilling to leave her alone. Izuku, in particular, felt a lingering responsibility not only for Melissa's safety but for her well-being. He knew how much her father's condition weighed on her, and the last thing he wanted was for her to go through this without any support. Still, Melissa's resolve was unshakable. She placed a hand on each of their shoulders, a tired but genuine smile gracing her lips. Melissa, I appreciate everything you've done tonight, she continued, her voice softer now. But I'll be okay, I promise. You've both done more than enough. Please, get some rest. I'll update you once my dad's condition stabilizes. Izuku opened his mouth to protest, but Ochako gently tugged on his sleeve, shaking her head. She could see the exhaustion in his eyes, even if he didn't want to admit it. Ochako, we'll have to give her space, Izuku, she said softly. She's strong. She'll be okay. Reluctantly, Izuku nodded. He knew Melissa well enough to understand that there was no convincing her otherwise. She was as determined as he was when it came to protecting the people she cared about. Izuku. All right, he finally said, his voice quiet. But if you need anything, don't hesitate to call. We'll be right there. Melissa gave them both a reassuring smile. Melissa. I will, she promised. With that, Melissa turned and entered the hospital, her figure disappearing down the hallway. Izuku and Ochako stood outside for a moment longer, the weight of the night finally catching up to them. They had won the battle, but the emotional toll was still lingering. As they walked back towards their hotel rooms, a quiet understanding passed between them. Even heroes needed to rest, and though it was difficult, they would respect Melissa's wishes for now. But one thing was clear, they wouldn't be far, and they would be ready to support her whenever she needed them. Back at their quarters, the others were already deep in sleep. Izuku glanced at Ochako, who gave him a small, reassuring smile before heading off to her own room. Ochako. Sweet dreams, Izuku, she said softly, her voice carrying a warmth that made the tension in his chest ease, even if only a little. Izuku. Sweet dreams, Ochako, he replied, offering a tired smile in return. A few minutes later, Izuku sighed, stepping out of the shower as the steam swirled around him, his muscles relaxing after the intense battles of the night. The hot water had worked wonders in easing the tension in his body, washing away the grime and sweat from the non-stop action. His mind, however, was still running wild with everything that had happened. Wolfram, Melissa's new quirk, and the emotional toll the entire event had taken on everyone. He slipped into some comfortable clothes and headed toward his bed, his body finally screaming for the rest it desperately needed. Just as he pulled the covers over himself, ready to surrender to sleep, a sudden ding caught his attention as a familiar screen opened up. Message. You have unread mail. Izuku blinked, momentarily surprised. He hadn't received many direct messages through his quirk system, so seeing one now was unusual. His exhaustion momentarily forgotten, he reached out and opened the message. The sender's name lights up in bold letters. From Jin Woo. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. His sensei hadn't contacted him in a while. Izuku quickly scanned the contents of the message, and the fatigue that had been weighing him down evaporated as he read the words carefully. Message. Unread. Greetings, Izuku. First, let me start by congratulating you. I've been keeping an eye on your progress, and I must say, you've done well. I saw how you handled Wolfram, and saved those people. You're becoming the hero you were meant to be, and I'm proud of you. However, I also need to apologize for the technical difficulties you've been facing. I know your inventory has been locked, and some of your weapons have been glitching during combat. This isn't an accident, nor is it a problem with your abilities. The truth is, some of the monarchs I killed are restricted and are living in your world. These monarchs are attempting to access and manipulate your power, using you as a conduit to regain their lost strength. They have no place in your world, but they are drawn to the potential you possess. And now, they are actively interfering with your abilities. I've managed to solve the problem temporarily. Your inventory should be unlocked now, and the glitches with your weapons have been stabilized. But this is only a temporary fix. Izuku, soon you will face these monarchs. They will come for you. You have great power within you, and they will not rest until they've claimed it for themselves. I wish I could be there to fight alongside you, but this is your path. You must be ready to fight, and to protect not only yourself but everyone in your world. The time will come when you must face them, just as I did. Prepare yourself, and never forget, you are not alone in this. Your shadows, your strength, and the bonds you've forged with those around you, they will carry you through. Stay strong, Izuku. I will be watching over you. Sung Jin Woo. Izuku blinked, his mind racing as the weight of the message sank in. These bastards were trying to access his power for evil purposes. The thought alone was enough to make him angry. His inventory flickered once more, and with a thought, Izuku checked to see if it had been restored. Sure enough, the familiar contents were there, his weapons, his gear, and the Sword of Omen, all functioning without any interference. A wave of relief washed over him, but it was short-lived. He knew this was just the beginning of something much larger. Izuku clenched his fists, the familiar determination welling up inside him. He had fought powerful enemies before, but this was different. If these monarchs were anything like what Jin Woo had faced, then he was in for the battle of his life. But there was no fear in his heart, only resolve. Jin Woo believed in him, and he wasn't going to let him down. He was a hero. He was the gamer hero. Zero. Izuku. Monarchs or not, he muttered to himself, his voice steady, they are going down and I'll make sure that they never stand up again. The exhaustion from the night's battle still weighed on him, but the fire inside him burned brighter than ever. He wasn't alone in this fight. He had his shadows, his friends, and now, he knew the challenges to come. Izuku took a deep breath, allowing the message to sink in fully. He would be ready. With that final thought, he laid back down, the glow of the interface fading as the email disappeared. His mind buzzed with the anticipation of the battles ahead, but for now, sleep finally claimed him. He would rest, and when the time came, he would fight. With Melissa. For her, it all began when the students of the UA visited I Island for the annual expo. Melissa was introduced to Izuku, the future hero Zero and the person she had long admired. When she arranged for All Might to attend the expo as a surprise for her father, she was thrilled to learn that All Might had chosen to bring his personal student, someone who had once been quirkless like her. His quirk had only awakened a year ago, but it had already been categorized as stronger than her uncle All Might's. The first time Melissa saw Izuku was during the sports festival. His speech about his life left a deep impression on her, especially when he revealed that he was quirkless until a year ago and had lost both of his parents in an accident when he was just 6 years old. Despite such a tragic past, Izuku hadn't lost hope. She watched in awe as he fought fiercely against both Bakugo and Todoroki and how he fearlessly faced the hero killer. His strength and determination had been undeniable. Despite his incredible power, what struck Melissa most was how humble, shy, and caring Izuku was. A few hours after their initial meeting, Melissa was introduced to Ochako Uraraka, the same girl who had fought Bakugo so fiercely at the sports festival. At first, Melissa sensed some jealousy from the brown-haired girl, likely because she had been spending so much time with Izuku. The tension between them was palpable. However, after an awkward start, Melissa quickly bonded with Ochako and the other girls from Class 1A, especially after Izuku invited everyone to a cafe. Although Melissa had hoped for more personal time with Izuku, she found herself enjoying the time spent getting to know his friends. Ochako, in particular, stood out to Melissa. In many ways, they were alike. Ochako was kind-hearted and caring, with a strong desire to become a rescue hero. Just like Melissa, she wanted to support and protect the people around her. Their similarities made Melissa realize that Ochako wasn't a rival, but rather someone she could admire and connect with. All of her thoughts about Izuku and Ochako were abruptly pushed aside when the terrorist attack began. What should have been a pleasant evening at the party, spending time with the two students who had caught her interest, quickly turned into a nightmare. Instead of a calm night, Melissa found herself thrown into a real-life die-hard scenario alongside the students of Class 1A. But the true devastation came later. Between the chaos the villains were almost dealt with, Melissa learned the truth, a truth that felt like a knife to the heart. Her own father was behind the entire attack. The revelation was shattering. Melissa couldn't believe it. Her father, the man she had looked up to, the brilliant scientist, was so desperate to maintain All Might's status quo that he had resorted to villainy. The thought gnawed at her. Had he really been so blinded by fear that he couldn't see the potential in the next generation of heroes, the very students attending the expo? Worse still, a question she didn't want to confront plagued her mind. Did he have so little faith in her? In her ability to carry on the torch of innovation and heroism? That thought stung the most, making the betrayal feel personal, as though he had doubted everything she stood for. Melissa sat in her private lab, the sterile, white walls and hum of the machines around her doing little to comfort the emotional storm swirling inside her. She hadn't left the hospital for long, but every minute away from her father's side felt like an eternity. The sight of David lying on the operating table, fragile and motionless, was burned into her mind. The shock, the adrenaline, the sheer terror of nearly losing him, all of it had dulled into a painful numbness, but now that she was alone, everything crashed down at once. Her hands trembled as they rested on her desk, and the quiet whirring of the machines blurred into the background as tears welled up in her eyes. She tried to steady herself, but it was too much. Melissa sobbed, burying her face in her arms, the weight of everything finally catching up to her. The betrayal, the danger her father had put himself in, the villains, the device, all of it. She didn't know how long she'd been sitting there, hunched over her desk, her body racked with sobs. Time had lost all meaning in the whirlwind of emotions. The room was filled only with the sound of her quiet crying when a soft knock echoed from the door. At first, she was tempted to ignore it. Who could possibly want to see her right now? And why? She just wanted to be left alone to process the mess her world had become. But the knock came again, more insistent this time. She was about to scream at whoever was knocking on her door to leave her alone, but then she heard familiar voices. "Izuku." "Melissa," he said, his voice gentle yet concerned. "We couldn't find you at your home or the hospital, so we thought you might be here." "Ochako. Can you let us in?" she added softly. "We thought you could use some company." Melissa let out a small, weary smile despite her tears. Melissa. Of course, it would be them. They had a way of showing up just when she needed them most. With a sigh, she pushed a button on her desk, opening the door remotely. She spun her chair around just as Izuku and Ochako walked in. Ochako was still in her formal clothes, though a bit ruffled from the night's events. Izuku, on the other hand, had ditched his suit jacket and was wearing a simple t-shirt with kanji on it that clashed awkwardly with his dress pants. But Melissa knew she wasn't one to judge. She must have looked just as disheveled, her clothes torn, makeup ruined from crying. "Izuku. Sorry if we're bothering you," he said as he pulled up a chair, "but we were worried. After everything, we wanted to make sure you're okay." "Melissa. I'm not great," she admitted, her voice shaky. "How am I supposed to feel? My dad. He. Her words faltered, the knot in her throat tightening painfully. Ochako moved closer, gently placing her hands on Melissa's arm. "Ochako. You don't have to say it," she said softly, her eyes full of compassion. "We understand." Melissa took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. "Melissa. Thanks," she whispered, their presence helping her feel a little more grounded. I feel so lost. My whole life, I looked up to him. He always told me that even though I was quirkless, I could still be a hero by helping people, by building the inventions and support gear that saved lives. And now, this." Her voice cracked, the weight of her father's actions too much to bear. "Ochako. Your dad made a mistake, a big one, but that doesn't define you. You're your own person, and you can still do all those amazing things." "Izuku. Yeah," he added, his expression earnest. "Mr. Shield. He cared about All Might. He wanted to help, even if his fear made him go too far. His heart was in the right place, but he lost his way." Melissa looked between the two of them, her heart aching. Melissa. That's what scares me, she admitted quietly. What if one day, I'm in the same position? What if I make the wrong choice, like he did? Ochako smiled warmly and gave her arm a reassuring squeeze. Ochako. That's why you'll have the right people around you, people who will keep you on track. Izuku. Yeah, he chimed in. Your dad was led astray by someone he trusted. But if he had more people to talk to, and to lean on, things would have been different. Melissa couldn't help but laugh softly, wiping away the last of her tears. Melissa. Are you two offering? Ochako. Of course, she grinned, with Izuku nodding beside her. As the hours passed, Melissa found herself feeling lighter. The tears slowed, and the knot of tension in her chest loosened. She hadn't realized how much she needed this, just talking, just being with people who understood. The warmth of their friendship began to fill the void inside her, and though she wasn't fully okay, she felt like she could breathe again. Eventually, Melissa's exhaustion caught up with her. Her eyelids grew heavy, and despite her best efforts, she couldn't stifle a yawn. Ochako noticed immediately. Ochako. Come on, Melissa, she said with a grin, gently tugging at her arm. You need to get some rest. Melissa blushed slightly, feeling embarrassed. Melissa. I'm fine. But Ochako was having none of it. She tugged harder, pulling Melissa to her feet. Ochako. Nope, you're coming with me. You need sleep, whether you like it or not. Melissa shot a pleading look at Izuku, but he just chuckled, holding up his hands in mock surrender. Izuku. Don't look at me. You're in Ochako's hands now. Despite her embarrassment, Melissa couldn't help but smile as Ochako guided her toward the door. Melissa. Fine, fine, she relented, her voice tinged with a mix of tiredness and amusement. As Ochako led her out of the lab and toward her room, Melissa felt a sense of peace she hadn't felt since the day had started. She had been through hell, but she wasn't alone. And for now, that was enough. Izuku watched them go, a soft smile still playing on his lips. He leaned back in his chair, feeling a quiet sense of relief. Melissa was strong, and she had friends who cared about her. She would get through this, he had no doubt about that. As he stood to leave, he couldn't help but feel grateful for the bonds they had forged in the fires of battle. They had fought side by side, and now they were supporting each other in the aftermath. That, he thought, is what being a hero is all about. At night time, sometime later, the trio walked down the pristine halls of the hospital where David Shield just woke up and was recovering. The fluorescent lights hummed softly overhead as they made their way to his room. They reached David's room and gently knocked before entering. David, lying in the hospital bed with bandages wrapped around his arm and torso, a tired look in his eyes, glanced up as they entered. His expression immediately softened when he saw his daughter. David. Melissa, he said weakly, his voice hoarse but filled with warmth. Melissa hurried over to his side, carefully taking his hand. Melissa. Dad, you're awake. I'm so glad. David gave her a faint smile, though his face was filled with regret. David. I'm so sorry, for everything. What I did, I put everyone at risk because of my own mistakes. Before Melissa could respond, Izuku stepped forward, his expression calm and reassuring. Izuku. Professor Shield, you don't have to blame yourself. You were trying to help. I am sorry for my outburst last night, but none of this was your fault. David looked at Izuku with tired eyes, his voice trembling. David. But I let my desperation cloud my judgment. I endangered so many people. You, your class, All Might, the island, and Melissa. His voice cracked, and he looked away in shame. Melissa squeezed his hand tightly, her voice firm but filled with compassion. Melissa. Dad, I understand why you did what you did. You wanted to protect people, just like a hero would. And you did protect us in your own way. But there's something I need to tell you. David blinked and looked at her with a hint of confusion. David. What is it? Melissa took a deep breath, her eyes shining with a mix of excitement and pride. Melissa. Dad, I've awakened my quirk. David's eyes widened in surprise, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten. David. Your quirk. But, how? She smiled brightly, her pride finally breaking through. Melissa. I'm not sure how it happened exactly, but during the fight with Wolfram, something inside me just unlocked. I don't know all the details yet, but I have some kind of energy-based quirk now." David stared at her in shock, then slowly, a proud and emotional smile spread across his face. Tears welled up in his eyes as he squeezed her hand. "David. Melissa, that's incredible. I'm so proud of you." Melissa's eyes filled with tears as well, and she leaned in to gently hug her father. "Melissa. Thanks, Dad," she whispered, feeling a rush of relief wash over her. Izuku and Ochako watched the heartfelt moment from the side, their own smiles reflecting the warmth in the room. David pulled back slightly from the hug and looked at both of them. "David. Midoriya, Uraraka. Thank you. You both saved my daughter and helped put things right. I owe you so much." Izuku shook his head, smiling. "Izuku. There's no need to thank us. We were just doing what any hero would do. Besides, Melissa played a huge part in saving everyone too." Ochako nodded in agreement, her face lighting up. "Ochako. Yeah, she was amazing. We couldn't have done it without her." David's gaze shifted to Melissa, his heart full of pride and gratitude. "David. I always knew you had the heart of a hero, Melissa. And now, with your quirk, I have no doubt you're going to do even greater things." Melissa blushed, her eyes shimmering with happy tears as she hugged her father once more. "Melissa. Thanks, Dad. I'll do my best." The next day, the bright morning sun shone down on the main stage of expo, illuminating the massive gathering that had formed. Rows of chairs were set up for the various pro-heroes, investors, and officials who had been held hostage during the villain assault, along with attendees of the expo. The mood was somber but also filled with relief and admiration for the young heroes who had saved them all. On stage, All Might stood tall, his iconic smile gracing his face, but this time he wasn't in his hero costume. Instead, he wore a bright yellow suit with vertical black stripes, a departure from his usual attire, yet still radiating the same powerful presence. His booming voice echoed through the speakers, commanding the attention of everyone present. "All Might. Ladies and gentlemen," he began, his voice strong but respectful. 2 days ago, a group of villains, led by a dangerous mastermind, launched an assault on this very island. Their goal was to steal valuable technology and, in doing so, to plunge this island, and perhaps the world, into chaos. All Might paused for a moment, his smile fading as the gravity of his words sunk in. The crowd was silent, hanging on every word. "All Might. Even I," he continued, "along with the island's heroes and many of you, was captured. It was a situation that tested our resolve, our strength, and our hope. But in that dark moment, when it seemed like all might be lost, a group of brave young heroes rose to the challenge." At that, murmurs rippled through the crowd, many of the investors and pro-heroes nodding, recalling their own moments of fear and then the stunning rescue that followed. All Might's smile returned, this time softer, more filled with pride. "All Might. These students," he said, gesturing toward the side of the stage, without hesitation, faced overwhelming odds. They fought against a villain who had the power to bring even the strongest of us to our knees, yet they prevailed. They did not just fight for themselves. They fought for everyone, every innocent life on this island. And they didn't stop until we were all safe. As All Might spoke, Izuku, Ochako, Melissa, and the other students stood just off stage, listening quietly. Though they had changed back into their hero costumes, the weight of the previous night still lingered. Melissa, too, stood beside them, looking out at the crowd. Her heart was still heavy with the events concerning her father, but standing here, she knew that they had made a difference. All Might continued his speech, his voice carrying across the crowd. "All Might. We owe these young heroes a great deal of thanks. Their courage saved us all, and in the process, they showed us what it truly means to be a hero. Not just in power, but in heart." With that, the audience burst into applause. The sound was thunderous, a mix of gratitude and admiration for the young heroes who had risked everything to save them. Izuku's face flushed red as the applause intensified. He wasn't used to this kind of attention, but deep down, he felt a sense of fulfillment. All Might finished his rousing speech. He turned to the group of young heroes standing beside him. I'll meet. Now, he said with his signature booming voice, let us hear from one of the heroes of this event. A young man WHOLED, his friends with bravery and conviction, Izuku Midoriya. The crowd erupted into cheers once more, and Izuku's heart skipped a beat. His eyes widened in shock, and for a moment, he was completely frozen. Before he could even muster a response, his friends began encouraging him. Momo smiled proudly and placed her hand on his shoulder. Momo. You've earned this moment, Midoriya. Don't be afraid to speak your truth. Shoto nodded quietly in agreement, while Kyoka gave him a thumbs up. Kyoka. Yeah, big bro. You were awesome out there. Go show them what you're made of. Then Ochako stepped closer, her expression soft but confident. She gently nudged his arm and whispered. Ochako. You were the one who led us through the fight. You inspired all of us to keep going, even when things seemed impossible. Her eyes sparkled with sincerity as she continued, just be yourself, Izuku. You've already proven that you can be a hero. All you have to do now is talk. Izuku felt his heartbeat slow just a little at her words. Ochako's reassurance eased some of the weight on his chest, and when he looked around at the supportive faces of his friends, he began to feel a little more confident. Finally, Melissa gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Her expression was warm, and she gave him a soft, reassuring smile. Melissa. You've got this, Izuku. You saved my dad. You saved all of us. If anyone deserves to speak here, it's you. She squeezed his shoulder lightly, her touch comforting. We're all behind you. That was the push Izuku needed. He took a deep breath, letting the tension melt away as he straightened his posture. He could feel the eyes of his friends on him, Ochako's encouragement, Melissa's smile, Kyoka and Momo's belief in him. They were right. He had fought, he had led, and now he just needed to speak from the heart. Slowly, Izuku stepped forward, and as he reached the center of the stage, the cheers of the crowd began to die down, leaving a thick silence hanging in the air. Izuku stared out at the sea of faces, pro-heroes, investors, civilians, his fellow classmates, and for a moment, he felt the weight of the world press down on him again. Izuku stood at the podium, his eyes scanning the massive crowd that had gathered at Expo's main stage. The sun was shining brightly overhead, casting a warm glow over the assembled pro-heroes, investors, civilians, and students. His heart raced in his chest as he clutched the microphone, feeling the weight of the moment. But as he glanced over at his friends, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. Taking a deep breath, Izuku began to speak. Izuku. Hello, everyone. As you know, my name is Izuku Midoriya. His voice wavered slightly at first, but as he saw the encouraging smiles of his friends out of the corner of his eye, he pressed on. Izuku. 2 days ago, he started, his voice steady yet filled with emotion. Our island faced an unanticipated villain attack. It was terrifying, and the villains put many lives in danger, including those of pro-heroes. But we fought back. He paused for a moment, feeling the weight of the memories. The chaos, the fear, the overwhelming pressure, it all came rushing back. But so did the courage, the determination, and the friendships that had carried them through it. Izuku. I stand here today, not because I stopped the villains on my own, he continued, his voice humble and filled with sincerity. I couldn't have done it alone. I had help. Help from my friends. He gestured to his classmates, who stood proudly behind him on the stage. We fought together, side by side, and we gave everything we had to protect this island. He smiled at them, his eyes full of gratitude. Izuku. They risked their lives, fought past their limits, and stood tall in the face of danger. They were brave when things seemed impossible, and I couldn't have asked for better friends to fight alongside. The crowd murmured softly, acknowledging the bravery of the young heroes, but Izuku wasn't done yet. There was someone else who deserved recognition, someone who had been vital to their success. Izuku. But, he said, his voice gaining strength as he prepared to share the next part of the story. There's someone else who played a crucial role that night. Someone who, without her help, we wouldn't have been able to save everyone. The audience seemed to hold their breath, curious about who he was referring to. Izuku's eyes softened as he turned toward Melissa, who stood near the back of the stage, her expression a mix of surprise and modesty. Izuku. Melissa Shield, he said, his voice full of admiration, was a hero that night. She guided us through the fight, helped us find the villains, and even though she was injured, she didn't stop. She reset the island's systems, which was essential to stopping the villains' plans. He saw the surprise ripple through the crowd, many of them unaware of Melissa's vital role in the battle, but Izuku wasn't finished. Izuku. Without her, he continued, we wouldn't have been able to turn the tide of the battle. We wouldn't have been able to save everyone. He smiled at Melissa, who looked both touched and a little embarrassed by the attention, and even though she was quirkless, that didn't stop her from being a hero of that night. Izuku's words hung in the air for a moment, and then the crowd erupted into applause. The sound was overwhelming, a chorus of admiration and respect for the young woman who had helped save the island. Melissa's face flushed with emotion as she waved shyly to the crowd, clearly humbled by the praise. Izuku. Melissa's shield, he said with a grin, showed us all that you don't need a quirk to be a hero. The applause grew louder, and as Melissa stepped forward to stand beside Izuku, she received a standing ovation from the crowd. The look in her eyes was one of disbelief and gratitude, but also of pride. For the first time, she wasn't just a scientist or the daughter of David's shield. She was a hero in her own right. Izuku could feel the weight of the moment, not just for himself but for his friends and the future they all dreamed of. His eyes shimmered with resolve as he stepped forward once more, his voice cutting through the applause. Izuku. Today was just the beginning, he declared, his voice strong and unwavering. My friends and I know we will protect those in need. We will bring hope where there is fear. And together, we will become the great heroes of tomorrow. The crowd hushed, captivated by his words, as Izuku raised his left arm high into the air. His focus sharpened, and with a flash of light, the sword of Omen materialized in his grasp. The gleaming blade caught the sunlight, reflecting its brilliance in every direction. The legendary weapon, with its intricate hilt and glowing blue aura, radiated power and promise. The audience gasped at the sight of the sword, its presence a powerful symbol of heroism and strength. Izuku held the blade aloft, his expression fierce with purpose. He wasn't just holding a weapon. He was making a vow to the world, a vow that he and his friends would fight for justice, no matter the cost. Izuku. This sword, he continued, his voice filled with conviction, is a symbol of the future we're all striving for. A future where no one lives in fear, and where heroes rise to protect those who cannot protect themselves. His friends stood behind him, their faces filled with pride and determination. Ochako, Shoto, Tenya, Melissa, Momo, Kyoka, and the rest of his classmates. Each of them had fought valiantly, and each of them shared the same dream. Izuku. We are the next generation of heroes, he proclaimed, his grip tightening around the hilt of the sword of Omen. And we will not stop until we become the greatest heroes the world has ever known. As his words echoed across the crowd, the sunlight reflected off the sword in a brilliant flash, casting a radiant glow over the stage. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, inspired by the bold declaration. Izuku's heart swelled with pride, knowing that this moment was a turning point for him and his friends. A moment where they had truly begun their journey toward greatness. Izuku stepped back, letting the applause wash over them, his heart swelling with pride. The battle may have been over, but the bonds they had formed that night, the courage they had shown, would last forever. An official approached Izuku on stage, patting him on the shoulder, a warm smile spread across their face. Thank you for your heartfelt speech, the official said, their voice carrying over the still energized crowd. You and your friends have shown us all that the future of heroism is in good hands. Izuku gave a relieved smile. He nodded gratefully, his heart racing not from battle but from the weight of the moment. With a final pat on the back, the official turned back to the podium and raised their arms to address the crowd once again. And now, he declared, his voice booming with pride, it is my honor to officially announce the start of the 39th Expo. Instantly, the whole island seemed to come alive. Lights from the various attractions around Island flickered on, illuminating the entire venue with vibrant colors. A burst of fireworks shot into the sky, exploding in dazzling patterns of gold, blue, and red, creating a spectacle of light and sound. The crowd erupted into cheers, the energy of the moment infectious, as the grand event finally began. Izuku, still standing with his friends near the stage, watched as the sky lit up with fireworks. He took a deep breath, finally letting himself relax after everything they had been through. He looked to his left and saw Ochako grinning at the display, her eyes twinkling in the glow of the fireworks. On his right, Melissa smiled with a look of quiet satisfaction, while Shoto, Tenya, Momo, Kyoka, and Eijiro looked around, taking in the festive atmosphere with a mix of pride and awe. They had done it. They had fought through the chaos, through the fear and the danger, and now, standing here, they saw the happiness and peace they had fought so hard to protect. The people of Ai Island could celebrate without fear, and the festival continued as planned. Izuku. I can't believe we actually pulled it off, he said, his voice barely above a whisper, still in awe of that night's events. Ochako nodded, glancing over at him with a soft smile. Ochako. We did it together, she said, her tone filled with warmth. Melissa, standing just beside them, looked up at the fireworks and took a deep breath. Melissa. It's amazing to think that, just a short time ago, we were fighting for our lives. And now, everything's back to normal, she mused. Izuku glanced at her, and a proud smile crossed his face. Izuku. You were incredible, Melissa, he said sincerely. We all fought for this, but you were the key to saving everyone. Melissa's face flushed a bit at the praise, but she gave a small, humble nod. Melissa. I couldn't have done it without all of you, she replied, looking around at her newfound friends. After the grand opening of the 39th Ai Expo, the entire island was buzzing with excitement. The atmosphere was electric, with people flooding the streets, marveling at the high-tech exhibits, and enjoying the festivities. The attractions, demonstrations, and displays showcased the very best of modern hero technology, providing a glimpse into the future of heroism. Izuku, Ochako, and Melissa wandered through the various displays, following Melissa's lead. She was, after all, the island's expert, and both Izuku and Ochako were more than happy to let her show them around. Melissa. Come on, there's an incredible new tech exhibit just around the corner, she said with excitement, gesturing toward one of the larger exhibition halls. Izuku. Lead the way. He grinned, feeling more at ease than he had in the past couple of days. It was nice to focus on something other than life-threatening battles and villain plots. Ochako, walking beside him, was also enjoying the laid-back atmosphere, her eyes wide with curiosity as she looked around. The trio strolled through the sprawling exhibits of the expo, with Melissa taking the lead as their guide. She enthusiastically pointed out cutting-edge innovations, from support gear prototypes to hero-related gadgets that were still in development. Her passion for the technology on display was contagious, and Izuku and Ochako immersed themselves in the experience. Melissa. Oh, look at this one, she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she stopped at an exhibit showcasing a multifunctional hero suit that could adjust to different battle conditions. This could be so useful for heroes dealing with extreme environments. Izuku leaned in closer, examining the intricacies of the design. Izuku. Yeah, this could really make a difference in how we respond to disaster zones. Not to mention, the adaptability would be perfect for someone like Todoroki with his ice and fire. Ochako nodded, her curiosity piqued. Ochako. And it would definitely help heroes stay safer in dangerous situations. It's incredible how much thought they put into this gear. As they moved on, the trio ran into their classmates from time to time. At one point, they crossed paths with Kyoka and Momo, who were both smiling mischievously when they spotted Izuku walking between two pretty girls. Kyoka smirked, leaning in closer to Momo and whispering just loud enough for Izuku to hear. Kyoka. Looks like Midoriya's having a great time with two pretty ladies. What do you think, Yao Momo? Momo giggled, nodding in agreement. Momo. Indeed, it seems our class's strong and handsome cinnamon roll is quite the popular hero today. Izuku's face turned beet red, and he waved his hands in a flustered panic. Izuku. Wait, it's not like that. We're just. Ochako tried to suppress a giggle, her own cheeks a little pink, while Melissa looked confused for a second before catching on and exploding in blush, giving a soft chuckle herself. Meanwhile, in the background, Kaminari and Mineta, who were working in the cafe, could be seen from afar, both dramatically crying with jealousy. Mineta. Why is it always Midoriya? He wailed, pulling at his hairballs as he watched Izuku hanging out with the girls. Denki sighed dramatically, his hand over his heart. Denki. It's just not fair, man. The guy doesn't even try, and he's surrounded by cuties. This world is cruel. Kyoka rolled her eyes. Kyoka. Those two are hopeless. The group shared a laugh as Denki and Minoru sulked off dramatically. After a bit more playful banter and teasing, the group of classmates eventually dispersed, each going off to explore their own interests at the expo. Throughout the day, Melissa grew closer to the students of Class 1A, learning more about their individual quirks, personalities, and how they had each contributed to the rescue of the island. Every interaction made her appreciate how they were more than just aspiring heroes. They were a true team, bonded by shared experiences and trust. Eventually, as the day wound down, their classmates began to drift off to enjoy other parts of the expo on their own. Todoroki went off to check out a specialized ice and fire exhibit, while Tenya enthusiastically led Eijiro to a demonstration on high-speed heroics. One by one, the group dispersed, until it was just Izuku, Ochako, and Melissa once again. The sun had begun to dip low in the sky, casting a warm, golden glow over the expo grounds. The crowds had thinned slightly, leaving the trio in a more peaceful, quiet atmosphere compared to the bustling excitement of earlier. The three of them wandered to a quieter part of the expo, where the crowd was thinner and the atmosphere was calmer. They stopped near a serene area that overlooked the island's skyline, the sun starting to dip below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the cityscape. Ochako. This is a nice spot, she said, looking out at the view. It's peaceful. Melissa nodded in agreement. Melissa. It's one of my favorite places on the island. It's quiet and away from all the noise, you know, she said, her voice thoughtful as she gazed out at the view. Ochako nodded in agreement, her eyes shining as they reflected the orange light of the sunset. Ochako. It's beautiful. After everything that's happened, it feels nice to just relax. Izuku. I know what you mean, he added, a gentle smile on his face. Sometimes it's easy to get lost in everything, but moments like this, they remind you why we do what we do. The lively atmosphere of the expo began to quiet down, but Izuku, Ochako, and Melissa weren't quite ready for the day to end. Melissa, full of excitement after spending the day showing them around, suggested they go to one of her favorite local restaurants for dinner. The restaurant was a cozy spot, tucked away from the bustling main streets, with soft lighting and a warm ambiance that made it the perfect place to relax after such an eventful few days. The trio sat by the window, overlooking the calming view of the island's evening lights. Over plates of delicious food, they chatted about the day's events, and the expo highlights, and even joked about how Denki and Mineta had acted earlier. The conversation flowed easily, with laughter breaking out now and then, the weight of recent battles temporarily forgotten. At one point during dinner, Melissa glanced at both Izuku and Ochako, her smile softening. Melissa. Thank you, for sticking with me today. I know I might have been a bit out of it after everything with my dad, but I really appreciate you being here. Ochako beamed back at her. Ochako. Of course, we're friends. You don't have to go through this alone. Izuku nodded in agreement. Izuku. Yeah, we'll always be here for you, Melissa. The atmosphere between them was warm, a comforting reminder that, despite everything they had been through, they had forged a strong bond, a bond that wouldn't break, no matter what challenges came next. After finishing dinner, they headed back to Melissa's lab, the place that had become their unofficial headquarters. The walk back was peaceful, with the distant sounds of the island nightlife adding a relaxing backdrop to their quiet conversations. When they arrived at her lab, Melissa led them inside, showing them some new gadgets and inventions she had been working on in the time before the attack. Even though she was tired, her passion for technology and hero support gear was clear in her excited explanations. Eventually, though, the exhaustion began to catch up to all of them. Realizing it was late, Izuku and Ochako both stood up, stretching and preparing to leave. Izuku. We should probably let you get some rest, Melissa, he said with a small smile, noticing how the day had finally worn her out. We'll see you in the morning. Melissa nodded, a sleepy smile on her face. Melissa. Yeah, I'll be here. Thank you again for everything. You guys really helped me get through all of this. The duo walked Melissa to her home, where she would be staying for the night. The three shared a quiet moment at her door, each reflecting on how much they had been through together. Ochako. You'll be okay?" she asked, her concern clear in her voice. Melissa smiled warmly. "Melissa, I'll be fine. Especially knowing you two will be back tomorrow." With promises to return first thing in the morning, Izuku and Ochako finally headed off, leaving Melissa at her doorstep. As they walked away, they glanced back to see her waving at them with a tired but content smile before heading inside. The night air was cool and refreshing as Izuku and Ochako made their way back to their hotel. After everything, it felt good to finally unwind. As they walked in comfortable silence, Izuku couldn't help but feel a deep sense of gratitude for how everything had turned out. They had saved the island, helped their friends, and, despite the challenges, they had come out stronger. "Ochako. Today was something, wasn't it?" he said softly, breaking the quiet with a gentle laugh. Izuku. "Yeah," he agreed, a small smile tugging at his lips. "But I wouldn't trade it for anything." The next day, the following morning, Izuku, Ochako, and Melissa made their way to visit Professor Shield at the island hospital. He was still recovering from his injuries and was grateful to see his daughter and her friends. After a brief visit, during which the professor thanked them all once again for saving him and stopping Wolfram, the trio decided to turn their focus on something they had discussed the previous night, Melissa's new quirk. However, the question arose, where would they go to train? They needed a place that was secure and isolated, somewhere they could push Melissa's newfound abilities without putting others in danger. As they brainstormed, something clicked in Melissa's mind, and a grin spread across her face. "Melissa, I know the perfect place," she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with excitement. "There's an old lab, one where Uncle Might used to train back when he visited the island. It's hidden away, and fully equipped for testing high-power abilities." Ochako's eyes widened with interest. "Ochako. All Might train there." Melissa nodded. "Melissa. Yep, it's got reinforced walls and all kinds of tech. Plus, it's private, so we won't have to worry about causing any damage. Papa built it as a personal training ground for Uncle Might during his early visits to Island." With that, the decision was made. Melissa led the way, her pace quick as she guided them through the island's lesser-known pathways. Eventually, they arrived at a large, inconspicuous building tucked away in a secluded part of the island, a place where high-tech labs were constructed for advanced research. Melissa punched in a code at the entrance, and the large doors slid open, revealing the massive training space inside. Imagine with extra things below. The room was impressive. Towering ceilings, reinforced walls designed to withstand incredible force, and various pieces of technology scattered around that Melissa explained were meant for monitoring and enhancing quirk development. Izuku, eyes gleaming with admiration, couldn't help but say, "Izuku, this place is amazing." Melissa beamed proudly. "Melissa, it really is. Papa designed it with some of the best minds in hero support. All Might used to come here to push his limits." Ochako looked around, equally impressed. "Ochako. I guess this is the perfect place for Melissa to try out her quirk." Melissa walked to the center of the training ground, feeling a wave of nervous excitement wash over her. The reality of having a quirk, something she never thought would happen, was still sinking in. But she trusted Izuku and Ochako to help her figure things out. Gathering them together in the training area, Izuku looked at Melissa and Ochako with a thoughtful expression. "Izuku. There's something I should tell you both. I have a skill called Evo I. It allows me to analyze an opponent's quirks, abilities, and fighting techniques almost instantly. It's been a huge help in fights because I can see their strengths and weaknesses and even predict their next moves." Melissa and Ochako exchanged surprised looks, intrigued by this revelation. Ochako. "Wow, that's incredible, Izuku," Ochako said, her eyes wide with admiration. Melissa, equally impressed, nodded. "Melissa. So you can assess someone's abilities in real time. That's an amazing advantage." Izuku smiled sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. "Izuku. Yeah, it's been really helpful. I thought I'd use it now, just to see how you're doing with your new quirk, Melissa." Melissa's eyes brightened with curiosity. "Melissa. You're going to scan me." "Izuku. Just to see how you're handling the energy and sword techniques. It'll help us figure out where to focus your training," he explained. He activated his Evo I, his right eye glowing with blue energy as his vision sharpened, analyzing Melissa's quirk output, energy control, and the intricacies of her sword. After a moment of scanning, Izuku nodded, satisfied with what he saw. Izuku, your energy control is impressive for someone who just awakened their quirk. But your movements are still a bit rough, he commented, his tone encouraging. Your biggest weakness right now is in your swordsmanship. You're still getting used to handling a weapon. Melissa nodded in agreement, understanding her limitations. Melissa, yeah, I've never really used a sword before. It's all new to me. Izuku, well, we can work on that, he said with a grin. Why don't you summon a sword, and we'll try sparring. It'll help you get a feel for it. Melissa hesitated for a moment but then concentrated, the blue energy around her flickering as she focused. A shimmering, ethereal sword materialized in her hand, glowing with the same blue aura she had used before. Ochako. Nice work, she said, impressed by the summoning. Izuku summoned his own weapon, Mirage Edge, a legendary energy sword that pulsed with power in his grip. Its sleek design and sharp edges gave off an imposing presence as it gleamed under the training room's lights. Izuku. Ready? He asked, positioning himself in a defensive stance. Melissa took a deep breath, gripping her sword tightly. Melissa. As ready as I'll ever be. They squared off, and with a nod from Izuku, the spar began. Melissa made the first move, rushing forward with her sword raised, trying to land a basic strike. Izuku effortlessly sidestepped her attack, his Evo eye already analyzing her form. Her footwork was unsteady, and her swings were too wide, leaving her open to counterattacks. Izuku lightly tapped her sword away with his own, causing her to stumble slightly. Izuku, you're leaving yourself open, he commented as he dodged another swing. Try to tighten your stance. Keep your feet planted and don't overextend. Melissa gritted her teeth, focusing on her posture and trying again, but it was clear that her sword movements were sloppy. With each exchange, Izuku's experience and precision were evident, and though Melissa was determined, she couldn't land a single hit. Izuku parried every strike with ease, and after a few minutes, he disarmed her with a quick, fluid motion. Melissa stepped back, panting, clearly frustrated but not discouraged. Izuku, you're doing great for your first time, he said encouragingly. It's just a matter of practice. You've got the power, but now we need to work on your technique. Ochako stepped forward, patting Melissa on the back. Ochako. You'll get it in no time, and while Izuku works on your sword skills, I can help you with martial arts. I've been training with Najire-senpai during my internship, and she taught me a lot of cool moves. Melissa perked up at the offer, smiling despite her exhaustion. Melissa. That would be amazing. I could really use the help. With the plan settled, the trio decided to take a short break before continuing their training. Izuku would teach Melissa the basics of swordsmanship, focusing on footwork, strikes, and defense. Meanwhile, Ochako would train her in the martial arts techniques she had learned from Najire, improving Melissa's hand-to-hand combat skills. As they rested, Izuku couldn't help but feel excited. Melissa was progressing rapidly, and with both his and Ochako's help, she would soon become a formidable hero in her own right. Izuku. I'll go easy on you at first, he said with a playful grin, but don't expect me to hold back forever. Melissa laughed, her confidence growing. Melissa. I wouldn't want it any other way. 5 days passed swiftly as Melissa immersed herself in her training with Izuku and Ochako. The trio had developed a routine. In the mornings, Izuku would guide Melissa through swordsmanship drills, teaching her how to properly handle and control her weapon, while in the afternoons, Ochako focused on refining her martial arts, with both of them sparring lightly to keep things dynamic. Melissa, being a fast learner, quickly grasped the fundamentals, and her progress was remarkable in such a short span of time. By the end of each day, she could see and feel the improvement, not only in her technique but in her confidence as well. Despite the emotional turmoil she felt concerning her father's condition, she found solace in her training and the friendship she'd formed with Izuku and Ochako. On the 6th day, during one of their routine spars, Izuku suddenly noticed something different about Melissa. As they clashed, her movements had become sharper and more controlled, but what really caught his attention was the energy surrounding her. It was bigger, more intense. Her aura, which had previously been stable and controlled, now seemed to pulse with new, unrestrained energy. Izuku halted the spar, lowering his mirage edge and stepping back. Izuku. Melissa, wait, he said, his eyes narrowing as he activated Evo Eye to scan her once more. His expression immediately shifted from focused to shocked, his eyes widening in surprise. Melissa, panting and wiping sweat from her brow, tilted her head, confused. Melissa. What's wrong, Izuku? Izuku. I need you to try something, he said, his tone serious but steady. Focus your energy, like before, but this time, channel more power into your body. And then, think of armor. Visualize it surrounding you. Melissa blinked, a bit puzzled, but trusted Izuku. After a few seconds of hesitation, she nodded and closed her eyes, centering herself. She took a deep breath, and her blue aura flared up, swirling around her as she channeled more of her quirk's power into her body. As she focused, the room grew silent except for the hum of energy radiating from Melissa. Slowly, her body began to glow brighter, the blue aura intensifying until it became almost blinding. Izuku watched intently, knowing something big was about to happen. Izuku. Keep going, he encouraged softly. Suddenly, Melissa's sword transformed. The energy surrounding it shifted and reformed, extending and reshaping itself into a sleek, high-tech lance that crackled with electric energy. At the same time, her body began to glow even brighter. The blue light enveloped her form entirely, and when the light faded, Melissa was clad in an impressive set of armor, resembling advanced, high-tech battle gear. The armor gleamed, its sleek design fitting her perfectly. It was a stunning combination of futuristic technology and elegant craftsmanship. As the armor fully covers her body, two beams of light shoot out from her left hand and her right. The light coalesces and solidifies, transforming into shield. The armor's metallic surfaces shimmered with blue energy veins coursing through them, complementing her lance. A protective visor appeared over her eyes, and her overall appearance radiated strength and power. Ochako, who had been watching from the sidelines, gasped in awe. Ochako. Melissa. She mutters, amazed by the sudden transformation. Melissa stared down at herself in shock, her hands trembling slightly as she took in the sight of her transformed weapon and the armor encasing her body. Melissa. What? How did I? She murmured, astonished by the change. Izuku couldn't help but smile, though his mind raced with questions. He had never expected her quirk to evolve so rapidly, but he had suspected something unique about Melissa from the beginning. This transformation was proof of her immense potential. Izuku. You just unlocked a whole new level of your power, he said, his voice filled with admiration. Melissa looked up at him, her expression still a mixture of strain and excitement. Melissa. I had no idea. I didn't know my quirk was so powerful. Ochako joined them, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Ochako. You look amazing, Melissa. Melissa blushed slightly under the compliment, but there was a newfound confidence in her posture. The three of them stood together, the weight of this discovery settling in. Izuku, after analyzing Melissa's quirk in detail, broke it down into its core components and highlighted its strengths and weaknesses. He explained it to her in Ochako, emphasizing the incredible potential, but also cautioning about the drawbacks. Quirk name, abilities, base form, 1. Summon sword. In her base form, Melissa can summon a radiant sword made of light energy. The sword is lightweight yet extremely sharp, allowing for swift and powerful strikes. Its energy form gives it the ability to change shape or size slightly to fit the situation, e.g., becoming a longsword or a rapier. 2. Blade dance. Melissa's combat abilities with her summoned sword allow her to perform high-speed attacks with unmatched precision. Her reflexes and agility are heightened, letting her strike multiple times within seconds. 3. Radiant rush. Melissa can charge her sword with radiant energy, allowing her to release bursts of light as she swings. These energy bursts can strike distant enemies or break through obstacles. Light serious armor. 1. Full body armor transformation. Melissa can transform into a white, high-tech suit of armor with a shield and lance. The armor provides enhanced strength, agility, and defense, making her a juggernaut on the battlefield. 2. Shield of light. Her large shield can generate a powerful energy barrier that blocks even the strongest of attacks. It can also absorb incoming energy to store and release in a counterattack. 3. Lance of Sirius. The lance in this form can extend and retract, capable of firing energy beams or delivering devastating piercing attacks. It's infused with radiant energy, which enhances its power and range. 4. Flight mode. Jets in the armor allow Melissa to fly with great speed and precision, giving her full control of aerial combat. 5. Radiant overcharge. Melissa can enter an overcharged state, infusing herself and her weapons with pure radiant energy. This boosts her speed, strength, and attack power for a short duration. The energy overload causes each of her strikes to release shockwaves of radiant force, damaging all nearby enemies. The overcharged state also strengthens her shield, increasing its size and power to block even stronger attacks, while her lance or sword becomes more lethal, allowing her to slice through even the toughest materials. General drawbacks. 1. Energy management. While Melissa's abilities are incredibly powerful, they are all tied to her energy reserves. Overuse of any ability could leave her depleted, forcing her to rely solely on her base physical capabilities. 2. Inexperience. Melissa is still relatively new to combat and swordsmanship. While she learns quickly, she needs more time to fully master her abilities and maintain control under pressure. 3. Vulnerability post-transformation. After using the light serious armor or radiant overcharge, Melissa experiences temporary exhaustion, leaving her vulnerable if the battle continues. Izuku concluded by saying, "Izuku, your quirk has incredible potential, Melissa, but it's important to remember that it's also a tool that requires control. With more training, you'll not only master the sword but also the energy coursing through you." As Melissa powered down from her radiant form, her body was clearly exhausted from the immense energy she had just channeled. She stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground, but Ochako, quick on her feet, used her telekinesis to gently hold Melissa up before she hit the floor. Ochako. "Whoa, careful," she said, her hands glowing as she softly lowered Melissa onto her feet. Melissa. "Thanks, Ochako," she panted, grateful for the support. "That transformation took more out of me than I expected." Izuku knelt beside her, giving her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Izuku. You did amazing, though. You're learning so fast. It's just a matter of building up your stamina." Melissa smiled, still feeling the weight of exhaustion but grateful for their encouragement. Melissa. "Thanks, both of you." After Melissa had rested for a bit longer, they all decided to call it a day. The intense training and revelations had taken a lot out of all three of them. With the sun setting over Ai Island and a cool breeze rolling in, they made their way back to Melissa's home. It was the final night for Izuku and Ochako on Ai Island, and they wanted to make it special. Once they were all cleaned up and refreshed, they gathered in the cozy living room of Melissa's house for dinner. The atmosphere was lighthearted and warm as they enjoyed their meal, laughing and reminiscing about the past few days. Izuku and Ochako could see how much Melissa had grown, not just in terms of her abilities but also her confidence. "Izuku. Since it's our last night here, why don't we do something fun?" he suggested, looking between Melissa and Ochako. "Like, maybe watch a movie?" Melissa's face lit up at the idea. "Melissa. That sounds perfect. I have a few favorites we can choose from. It'll be a great way to relax after everything that's happened." Ochako beamed. "Ochako. Yes. A movie sounds great. Let's just kick back and enjoy our last night together." They all gathered on the couch, Melissa pulling up a selection of movies for them to choose from. After some friendly debate about genres, Izuku wanted to watch something heroic, while Ochako leaned toward a romantic comedy. They finally settled on a classic action-adventure film that had a little bit of everything. As the movie started, the three of them got comfortable, with Melissa in the middle. The room was filled with the quiet sounds of the movie and the occasional laughter or comment. Izuku and Ochako, feeling the warmth of the moment, relaxed completely, grateful for this peaceful time together. It was a night that contrasted the intensity of their previous days, filled with battles, training, and high stakes. As the film reached its climax, Melissa, feeling more at ease than she had in a long time, couldn't help but smile at the fact that despite the chaos that had brought them together, she had gained two wonderful friends in Izuku and Ochako. After the movie ended, they chatted quietly for a while, basking in the calm and connection they had forged. Finally, with the night growing late and the exhaustion of the day catching up to them, they decided to call it a night, knowing that tomorrow they would have to say their goodbyes. But for now, they were simply three friends, cherishing the time they had together, with the promise of many more moments to come. The next day. The next morning, the sun shone softly over Ai Island, casting a warm glow over the streets as Melissa made her way to a small cafe near the airport. She spotted Izuku and Ochako already seated, waiting for her. The atmosphere was light, but there was an undeniable sense of bittersweetness in the air as the trio prepared for their goodbyes. They ate breakfast together, enjoying their last meal on the island. The cafe was peaceful, filled with the gentle hum of conversation, and the light clinking of plates and cups. They talked about the fun moments at the expo, the training, and their shared experiences, cherishing the memories they had made together. When they finished eating, Melissa insisted on walking with them to the airport. As they strolled toward the terminal, they passed by several landmarks on the island. The training center, the plaza where the main expo had taken place, and even the restaurant where they'd had dinner. Every corner of the island seemed to hold a memory from the past few days. The hum of planes preparing for takeoff and the bustle of travelers surrounded them, but for the three of them, it felt like time had slowed as they shared their final moments together. As they approached the gate, Izuku turned to Melissa, giving her one last encouraging smile. "Izuku. We'll be waiting for you in the hero course, Melissa." That was when Melissa's composure faltered just a bit. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she quickly wiped them away, but it was clear how much this farewell meant to her. Without saying a word, she stepped forward and hugged both Izuku and Ochako tightly. "Melissa. Thank you," she whispered through the tears, "for everything." Ochako hugged her back, her own voice soft. "Ochako. We'll see each other again soon, I promise." Izuku, though taken aback by the emotional hug, smiled warmly and gently patted Melissa's back. "Izuku. We'll keep in touch." After a long moment, Melissa pulled away, taking a deep breath to steady herself. She waved as they started to leave for their flight, watching as Ochako went off to join the other girls from Class 1A, while Izuku walked alongside All Might. As Izuku and All Might stood near the departure gates, they paused for a moment, both of them gazing out at the city. The tall buildings, the advanced technology, and the peaceful streets, all of it was a reminder of what they had fought to protect. "All Might. You did good, young Midoriya," he said, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "This island will never forget what you and your friends have done." Izuku smiled, his gaze steady as he looked at the city one last time. "Izuku. We all did our part, and Melissa, she's going to make a great heroine, too." All Might nodded, his face full of pride as he looked at his student. "All Might. That she will, my boy. That she will." Izuku looked back one last time and saw Melissa standing outside the airport, waving at them with a bright smile. With a wave of his own, Izuku stepped onto the plane, knowing that their time on Ai Island had come to an end, but the bonds they had formed would last far beyond this journey. As the plane lifted off and soared into the sky, Izuku stared out the window, a sense of resolve filling him. The battles they fought, the friendships they forged, and the lessons they learned, all of it was just the beginning. There was a long road ahead, and he knew Melissa would be walking that path with them someday. With one last look at the island fading into the distance, Izuku's expression turned serious, because it was time to find and face monarchs. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.